All right, everyone. Welcome back to Unveiling This Realm with Brian Staveley and Karen B. And
Good evening.
good evening. We have a special guest today, Russian Vids. How you doing, brother?
Great, Brian. Thanks for having me on again, and also Karen and everybody else listening in the chat.
Awesome. And yeah, I mean, we just spoke on the phone a couple weeks ago, and you said to me, "Yeah, next time there's something big going on, we really should get together and talk about it." And wow, didn't think that was coming in the matter of like days after you said that, huh? Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy how this nonsense has snowballed, and actually, what really kills me, there's actual so-called truth. There's pushing this nonsense as it's real. Give me a break. What a complete joke that is. We'll get into the people,
Yeah.
and they need to be pointed out. And I'm sorry, I'm not pulling back any punches tonight. This needs to be eradicated with these so-called truthers calling this nonsense real. It's got to come to an end, and these people need to be pushed aside and need to learn real truth before they have a platform and spread disinfo. Basically, they're going along exactly what the mainstream media says, and they need to be again exposed and pushed aside.
Yeah, the mainstream narrative is always fear. That's how they always control us. All these fear things that they've pushed this whole time that I've been doing it, and I know the whole time that you've been doing it, they've all been completely fake. It's all just fabricated, and this is no different.
Absolutely.
No
That's
different at all.
the whole thing. That's the whole thing. It's like fake, 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 and nothing about this appears real. If it appeared real to us, we call for what it is. It's like I said before. This so-called virus, coronavirus, starting up in China. It only seeks out the most famous people in the world. None of us know anybody that's supposedly affected by this. It's just these bums in the alley, bums in the street, bums in dumpsters. Us regular peasants, none of us know anybody that has this coronavirus, this deadly virus that's on the loose. It's a complete joke. It's just media mind control. By the way, it just so happens, toilet paper, the big thing that the media is talking about, and everybody's rushing out to buy. Toilet paper just so happens to be in gematria equals to mind control. So that's why they selected this nonsense with toilet paper. Well, you can't eat toilet paper. People should be concerned about food, water, anything else. But it seems like it's the most important ththing in the world. Like it'll save your life.
Oh, it's insane, and that's something we'll get into a lot. Is how these people are acting on a totally different level. Karen, what did you think when you first heard about the coronavirus? I mean, right away. I mean, you knew it was bullshit, right? I mean, it's not. They always do this. It's just like Ebola 2.0.
Yeah, I couldn't even believe that it blew up as big as it did when it did, because I heard about it. It was being talked about there for a couple of months, and it seemed like the other ones, SARS, whatever, swine flu, the other crap that happens over there all the time. And then it just was like, all of a sudden it's everywhere. It's so deadly. We got to shut everything down. And it just didn't make any sense. None of it made any sense from the very beginning. And it's been easy to poke holes in it for the whole time this thing's been going on. For those of us who've been looking at it, it's very easy to see through what's going on and why they're doing what they're doing. So
yeah, let me jump in here with that. That's the thing is when people are panicky, scared over things like this, their minds shut off. They act like wild animals, and they're not thinking rationally. They're not looking at the numbers. Like, for example, you look back around 2009, 2010, supposedly 61 million Americans infected by the N1H1, 300,000 hospitalized, almost 13,000 deaths. These are supposed numbers. And the panic level was zero. And with this, you got a handful of people supposedly affected. And of course, the complete embellishing of this garbage is driving me crazy. And people like Robbie Davidson pushing this as real. Robbie, I hope you hear that. You got to figure this out, man. You got to be, you're steering people in the wrong direction. You got to get this right. It's very important. You have a good amount of followers on your channel, and you're steering them in the wrong direction. So I really hope this gets back to you because you need to know the truth.
Yeah, a lot of fear coming out from over there. It's pretty aggravating. Playing right into the trick. It's and pushing this like it's actually worse than it is. It drives me actually pretty insane. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick. He might as well throw on a Fox News correspondent sweater or jacket and have a Fox News microphone, and he's pushing exactly what they're pushing. That's the way I look at it. So whatever they're pushing, we know it's nonsense. We know it's propaganda. When is the last time? This is what I'll tell anybody. Everybody says, "Oh, Russia Vids, he's an auto hoaxer." Tell me the last real news story that got 24/7 coverage, and no one who calls me an auto hoaxer ever answers that. So
Yeah.
what it comes down to is if they're pushing it, it's their creation. It's nonsense. That simple.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows my opinion on the fellow. So what was your opinion when Tom Hanks was the first celebrity to come forward with the coronavirus?
Yeah, this funny thing is I did a podcast with David Weiss, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole with Chris Jericho. Back, it was recorded, I believe, February 10th. And I said during the podcast, before all these so-called celebrities had this issue with the coronavirus, I said they love to use celebrities with their Psy-Ops. And again, before any of these big names like Tom Hanks came out, the guy from Game of Thrones, the Bond girl, all these people. And I was talking about Magic Johnson. I said, look, remember back in 1991, they used Magic Johnson with that Psy-Op with HIV. It's really about, I should say this first. He talked about with a big smile on his face, don't worry about me. I'll be fine, and I'm going to live a long life. And it was a big joke. It's like he knew he was put up to it. And of course, the people that run this world, they love to use celebrities because, these people are idolized. They're worshipped by the population. So, what it comes down to is we have to look at it this way. HIV and the coronavirus have a lot of similarities where they want to distance us, specifically male and female. Like if there's dating going on right now, a man and woman want to get together. Oh, I don't know. Do you have coronavirus? So just like HIV, it's keeping the population down type of thing where people are not, men and women are not going to come together as much. And that was the whole thing with HIV. And it's not as much with this, but definitely, in the dating scene or something like that, it's definitely not going to help two people come together. You're going to be talking about social distancing 6 feet apart. Well, you're not going to be very far apart if you're in the sack together with someone you like, So it's like a subconscious thing that's not really mentioned. But again, HIV and coronavirus is about keeping people. It's control the population as well.
Yeah, and it's totally hand in hand because the whole. When did people start to get so scared of viruses? Well, when the HIV virus was told it's the virus that's definitely going to kill you, and Magic Johnson has it. So Magic Johnson is part of this Psy-Op. This is all part of the same plan. There's no doubt in my mind that the Magic Johnson part of this and this thing going on in 2020 was all written together as part of the same plan and rolled out, over the course of 40 years. Definitely, dude. Well, definitely.
I'll say this as well, looking at certain aspects, for example, of course, Tom Hanks, the first big name celebrity to come out claiming he has coronavirus in Australia. And here's the thing is on Twitter, if anybody has looked at his tweets, he's in the Australian hospital and he claims he lugged around his favorite typewriter, from the US, and it says Corona on it twice. He doesn't mention it by name. He just says, here's a photo of my favorite typewriter. It has Corona on it. Oh. He's not only going to bring it from the U.S. to Australia. When he's in the hospital, he has it on the freaking counter in the hospital. Like I can see Tom Hanks or his people bring it in the hospital. And also, too, Madonna has an album on the back of the cover. It has a Corona typewriter as well. Two of the biggest names, one of the biggest names in Hollywood, the biggest name in the music industry. They both have a Corona typewriter on the back of her album. It's the Corona typewriter, and she's wearing gloves, or whoever's wearing gloves, these black gloves. Who's typing with gloves on? So it's like a subconscious thing with these black gloves with the Corona typewriter. It's just it's so painfully obvious that this is all set up in so many levels.
He doesn't just have a notes of heavy typewriters. First of all, they're not going to let you bring that in the quarantine. Second of all, he's lugging around this heavy typewriter. Like, it's old school. But he actually is obsessed with the Corona typewriters, and he has like a collection of hundreds of them. There's all these stories about it for people that don't know. Like, if you go look it up, there was this small town DJ like years ago, and he really loved Tom Hanks. You know, he wanted to land him for an interview, so he like refurbished a Corona typewriter and sent it to him. And there's all these articles about Tom Hanks and all his Corona typewriters. It's like, what's the chances? And then he's in that movie, Larry Crown, and his nickname in the movie is Lance Corona. And right in the trailer, he's holding a Crown logo, pointing at it and smiling at you. This is in like 2011. Tom Hanks, Lance Corona is his name in the movie.
Unbelievable. And here's the thing is too, the Corona is the crown. It's also the wreath, just like the World Health Organization with their logo. It has the Corona in it, just like, again, the UN logo with the flat Earth model. Here's something interesting too, with the getting back to Tom Hanks' tweet on Twitter with the Corona typewriter. He also mentions playing gin rummy and the score of being beaten, I believe it was by I forgot he's playing by 200. He says by 201 points, 201, and there's so happens to be Agenda 201. So all these like tweets are coded. He talks about the Vegemite is 33 in numerology. So they're definitely coding all this nonsense, and people need to understand this is their language. And I mentioned before, it goes way back when Masons learned to converse without the use of speech. This is their ancient language of signs, symbols, dates, numbers, and colors. So they're definitely still applying. You know, there's nothing new under the sun, like they say. There's the same tricks being played in the masses over and over. One thing I want to mention too, with the Contagion movie, I should say. That came out. Here's the thing: it came out September 9th, 2001. So it's 9/9/11, the new 9/11. So you have Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who played himself in this movie, speaking in this news studio with Lawrence Fishburne about this virus. And Lawrence Fishburne goes on saying, we need social distancing, wash our hands. It's literally predictive programming. But that, see, I take it a step further. It reminds me of Eric Shawn of Fox News, of course, where he appeared in Gremlins 2. And of course, they have the mics at 9/11. And, you know, and also, of course, the opening scene of Gremlins 2, they show the Twin Towers. So those are two instances where they show like actual people, one from CNN, one from Fox News, talking about one's, of course, the virus outbreak, another with the 9/11 predictive programming, and they put it right in our faces. And the big thing is this: if you look at Eric Shawn, his profile, he's only appeared in one movie only, and that was that Gremlins 2 with the 9/11 microphones and the Twin Towers being shown. So definitely, this is made to play out this way. And again, you know, people need to connect all these pieces together to get the big picture. The more pieces you put together, it's going to be obvious. And unfortunately, a lot of people out there haven't done that. And you know, I don't want to say any names, but I actually was, you know, I had a flat earther contact me through Skype and really pushing me to, you know, to interview someone that was has some inside information and how coronavirus is real. I said, look, man, don't put nonsense on me. Do not attempt to put this garbage on me. I'm not biting. I know how these people operate. I'm not going to fall for this nonsense.
Yeah. Hey, Karen. Let's bring Karen. Karen, you're muted, first of all.
Sorry, that's right. My dog was barking earlier, so I muted. What's up?
No, just, you know, you got me and RV, two motor mouths over here, so just jump in when you want. You know what I mean? Because we'll keep going. I feel bad. I see you just sitting there. I mean, what were your thoughts when you first saw Tom Hanks or these other celebrities rolled out? I mean, you know my feeling on Tom Hanks already. I mean, for a long time, I've been, you know, on top of this guy.
First of all, that was the first time I saw the term flatten the curve.
Yeah.
And also, could that Corona typewriter, like, who travels with a vintage typewriter? Who does that? Why would you bother lugging that crap around? I don't get it. Didn't you say somebody else said that? I think RV said that in his video.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Who does that? It just doesn't make any sense. It's completely staged. And then with his son and his Twitter videos, I mean,
and his tattoos and him mocking us that last video he did. Yeah. Oh my God. He's gonna suck your adrenochrome and your pineal gland and all this shit. I'm like, wow, this guy, man.
Yeah. It's
a family.
Yeah.
Family. Dirt bags. Well, Karen, how about and then we'll get back to RV. How about how the mass hypnosis has really just taken over everybody with this?
Yes.
I mean, it's on a different level than I've seen. I mean, it's crazy.
I'm scared. I'm even more scared to turn the TV on now than I was before, because there's something coming out of the TV that's putting everybody in a mass spell. It seems like everybody's been told to stay home, and everybody must be watching the news or whatever crap they put on TV about the virus, because they're like, oh, we're at home. We don't know what's going on, so we have to go and watch the news so they can tell us what's going on in the world, because we have to hide out. We can't go in the real world by ourselves and see for ourselves what's going on out there, you know? So what are they looking at? I don't know, because I don't turn it on, and I sure as hell don't want to now. That's the last thing I want coming into my house now. What are they looking at? What are they doing?
Yeah,
the TV first.
The way I look at it is like this. You know, of course, we have to look back at the foundation of all this, and people that believe the lies and people that continue to believe the lies. You know, they just spend, you know, their whole lives just watch the news, never took the time to ever look at anything, and it's just that's their foundation. They wouldn't know how to actually look into a news story and try to figure out if they're being lied to or not. They don't have the tools to do that. It has something.
Never bothered.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying they never even bothered to try and learn.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. So, you know, they don't have the tools to do that. They wouldn't know where to start. You know, to them, you know, they're intelligent, they're witty, they're brilliant because they watch the news and they repeat what they're told. That in their minds, they're brilliant. That to them, they're well informed, they're educated just by repeating what they're told. That's not being intelligent. That's just being a parrot, and they don't understand that. They think it's like it's a lot of work to watch the news and to read the paper, and that's real research. And then once I read it all, I repeat it. I'm really well informed. I'm intelligent. That's how dumbed down society is. You know, just like I said, lazy. So that's what it comes down to. Here's another factor too. You know, I truly believe in a creator, and I believe only the creator can open eyes. I believe some people, they're not meant to get it. It's like this. You have to be literally be passionate for the truth. You have to be in the right frame of mind to see this. It's so obvious to us. There's no other explanation. To me, it's so obvious that people should be able to see this. And you know, it's like this one former KGB agent said one time. He goes, "You can show." The programming is so strong with the media and with the news. You can show people objective evidence, objective proof, and they will still deny it. That's how strong the programming is. And that really needs to be emphasized with society where people are just, you know, they're just locked in programming. You could show someone, you know, for example, the wall is black, you know, and if, you know, the news says it was white, they're going to say it's black. They'll argue with you. You just can't, there's no waste. You're wasting your time talking to these kind of people. You know, it's just unbelievable how society is just literally just dumbed down. It's just, here's the big thing too is I talk about a lot too, where people really want to be liked and accepted. They work very hard. They spend a lot of time and effort, you know, men and women, the same, you know, trying to look good, look appealing to the opposite sex, trying to collect as many friends as they can. So socially, they look like, you know, they're superior. They're, you know, they have it going on, that type of thing. When you go in the direction of truth, and it's not mainstream, that just goes against everything they're trying to do, and that's fitting in. So that's what it comes down to. And they will not jump aboard the truth bandwagon that you know that we're on until it becomes more accepted by their peers. That's why it's important for more and more people to jump aboard and not be. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are on board with what we say, but they're scared to go public because they don't want to be ridiculed. I know.
Yeah, not. There's no more time. There's no more time to be scared. Now's the time to speak up, man, because this shit's getting ridiculous, and I'm beyond frustrated. I'm like you, and I know we already talked on the phone about this whole thing. These people that haven't looked at anything for the last 10 years, they haven't looked at 9/11, they haven't looked at Sandy Hook, they haven't looked at vaccines, they haven't looked at nothing. They haven't looked at nothing. This is their fault, dude. This is their fault that we're in this mess that we're in my opinion. Well, that's how I feel.
Yeah, here's a big thing. You just mentioned vaccines, Brian. Here's a huge thing. Prior to 1909, there's this one piece of literature stating by this one doctor in New York about how basically cancer was virtually unknown prior to vaccines being introduced. He was talking about how 200 individuals that had cancer. It just so happened every single
Yeah.
one of them were vaccinated for the cowpox way back when. And he goes, I've never seen a case of cancer with a non-vaccinated person. So that gets back to what I always stress. I believe in a creator. It's not a coincidence. All the fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, grains, all these things have everything enough to sustain us. Like you look, for example, you go to Google Images, you'll look at a list of, for example, cinnamon, caraway seed, turmeric, all these things. It'll give you all the health benefits right next to them. People think this is by chance, that this is just some evolution, we're just a cosmic accident and this just happened. This is, to me, the smoking gun of a creator. All these essential things we need that are in these things that come from the ground that the creator created for us. So, people that are pushing the atheism, we came, monkeys living on a spinning ball, they're completely lost and they'll never get it. That's why they always say, get them while they're young. And unfortunately, these very small minds, very young, again, going along with the program and never question. It's like I said before, a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, 7-year-old that doesn't question things, they grow up to be adults that don't question things. It's the same thing. They grew taller, but they didn't really grow,
Yeah, the television has done so much damage to these people psychologically. A lot of them are beyond help. I mean, what I'm seeing here, I mean, people have shut their lives down based on words of suggestion. It's unbelievable the language that's used in some of these interviews by the governors and mayors, and this whole thing. It's just like 9/11. It really is. I'm watching the whole thing play out. Yeah. Everybody knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. Yeah, my dog's sister's niece, hairdresser, had a slight cough and happened to work in the towers. I mean, this is basically what it's coming down to. These types of stories. And then when you go around, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that you hit the nail on the head there, Brian. What it comes down to is, whenever there's a big news story, these sheeple they love to be part of it. I know someone that was killed at San Diego. I know a father that lost a daughter or a son at San Diego. I know someone that got their leg blown off. How dare you say Boston bombing is fake? They want to be part because it's the big thing. It's like breakdancing or the latest fad. They want to be part of it.
And they're full of shit. They're fucking full of shit. And I deal with these people all the time because of 9/11. They'll come all over my Facebook. Oh, this and so died and blah, blah, blah. And then every 9/11, where are they? Where is all the people all over Facebook? Where's all the pictures to go into the graves? Where's all the pictures to go into the memorials? Where's the pictures of, oh, this is my Uncle Johnny back when blah, 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 blah. Now, where are one of the families of this going to step up? All these thousands of people. Where's all the real families? They leave names anonymous. I just want to get into real quick how this operation has been run, because I know there's some new people here from your channel or whatever. How they could just fool everybody. It's simple. They control the media. They tell everybody there's a virus, when Karen's going to break down that whole nonsense in a little bit. But they tell people there's this virus that's getting passed around, that's killing everybody. People just believe it. Now, what they did is they emptied out all the hospitals, not 100%, but virtually empty. They emptied out all the doctor's office, primary care specialists, everything across the board. But they have these doctors in there, staffed, waiting for people to come in. They tell the people, if you have symptoms, stay home and call this number. The doctor's office I went to, there was nobody there. He's cleared out his appointments for weeks. I recorded him. He says he sits there and does nothing all day. Now, he was starting to see that something's wrong. He's like, oh, they don't want us treating people because we're waiting for the overflow of corona people. So they haven't seen any corona people. They don't want to use the supplies because they're waiting for them. Meanwhile, they got real actual people that need to see doctors stuck at home. But this doctor that's manning an office waiting for the overflow, there's literally signs on his building outside saying, if you have so-and-so symptoms for COVID-19, go home, self-isolate. So they got everybody self-isolating. So nobody's even going to check the hospitals. But when you go to the hospitals, and Flat Earth Falk has done some great work doing this, as well as other people, when you go to the hospitals, they won't test you. They turn you away. And it's unbelievable. And the fact that the coronavirus is really just a common cold or flu, Well, if you go to the hospital for anything, they can diagnose you with coronavirus, send you home, tell you to self-isolate. Then you'll think you have a mild case and you will recover because it's just the flu. And then what are you going to tell people, RV? They're going to be like, oh, I had coronavirus. Oh, well, my friend had coronavirus. Oh, I know a friend of a friend that had coronavirus. They've got everybody tricked by it. And when they do have the tests that come in, the swab tests that not tested at the hospitals, they're controlled privately by the CDC. The people doing it don't know shit. The courier don't know shit. And it goes to a CDC controlled lab, the people that are controlling the whole hoax.
Yeah, and that's the thing is anybody has the slightest sniffles, a little cough, they feel a little weak. It's implanted in their mind. They have freaking corona now. They have freaking corona because it's all in the news. It's completely ridiculous, And here's a big thing. I really need to emphasize here. When you go to your local Walmart, if this is legit, all the employees would be wearing like surgical masks. They'll be wearing gloves. Everybody entering will be handed a mask. None of this is happening. They're not cleaning off the carts. You literally just grab a cart. It's just after everybody touched it, there's nothing thorough what they're doing. People are boarding airplanes. There's no social distancing. You have 200 people crammed in this aluminum tube with wings. And they're all stuffed in there like sardines. Where's the social distancing? You have construction workers all over the place. They're all working. It's not the cleanest environment. They go home to their families. Elon Musk is running his Tesla plant in Fremont, California. 10,000 employees are allowed to work in this plant, and due to Alameda County stating, "Oh, this is an essential business." His electric car company. Give me a break. And And then the mom and pop stores, they're all closed. People, they're hurting. So many people are hurting over this, but the billionaires, of course, are not affected. What an amazing coincidence. It's like business as usual. So it's a total scam.
And it's just like with 9/11 again. And I know people might think I keep going to that because that was my bread and butter, but it's the same thing. They're doing the exact same thing. And it's just like 9/11. They got these reporters. I don't watch the news, not even to see what's going on. I can't do it. To me, it's demonic, dude. The TV's demonic, and the news is like the pinnacle of that. Okay, 24-hour news. I mean, you might as well sit Satan down in my living room, as far as I'm concerned. But because people I live with watch it, I had to see it for like 50 the other day, and within 15 minutes, I 3 different reporters at 3 Boston hospitals, all standing out in front of empty hospitals, nothing going. Just the calm before the storm is the message they're pushing. But yeah. And there's come from around that'll tell you the New York City hospitals are overflowing. No, they're not. They're ghost towns, just like everywhere else. Just like in Canada, just like in Boston. Nurse called in the other night, and she might be here now. Damsel medic, really good call. She called in to say same things going on in the hospitals in Washington. Another thing they're doing too is they're totally taking away the rights to visit people. And if somebody's like on their deathbed, they'll let like one person in, and that's it. And all they've done is they've emptied the hospital floor so much out, they've compartmentalized it. They move these people into secluded areas so they don't see what's going on. And any trickle of people that come in, like I said, they just turn them away, or they get misdiagnosed with corona, sent home with a mild case of it, and then they end up recovering. It's unbelievable, dude, how that they just pulled the wool right over everybody's eyes. They don't have to tell anybody. Here's another part of the fair point too, is they don't even give names. So they tell you, like, I live in Lowell, Massachusetts. They announced 2 cases here. They don't give me, hey, it's John Smith. Hey, it's Mike Jones. So I can be like, oh, I got to stay away from those guys. No, it's just random. So I'm looking over my shoulder at every person in fear that they're going to breathe and I'm going to die. It's the ultimate dehumanization. This whole social distancing thing. Karen, are you there? I want to bring you in. Karen, I don't know. Yes. Maybe she stepped away for a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. What about this? Okay, you gotta get in here. What about this whole dehumanization of us, basically, the social distancing, the breaking up the family that they're really pushing hard here? Let's get your thoughts on that.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing. They want you to be afraid to congregate with your family members because your family members have their own lives. They go out about their business during the day, and then who knows who they come into contact with, right? And then you're going to go and you're going to hang out with your family members who have been around God knows who and possibly get sick. Oh, no, don't do that. Oh, and you can't have your children who go around and touch everything, and you can't have them go say hi to their grandparents or give their grandparents hugs because they could be endangering their grandparents. So they have basically made it so everybody is afraid of social contact, of regular, normal, everyday interactions between family members, friends. It's not even about beyond into you, that it doesn't even have to be that intimate of a contact, just normal everyday behavior. They want you to be afraid of that. You can't go outside. You can't stand in line next to somebody. You can't have a conversation with somebody on the bus or whatever you do. I mean, just think about it. It's just they've made it so nobody wants to talk to anybody. As if it wasn't bad enough with everybody having phones in their faces and being addicted to social media and having everybody having a smartphone in their pocket, and now they do this and tell everybody that the virus gets on the money. So nobody wants to touch the money. Nobody wants to have any sort of, you can't have any sort of exchange between people, like you usually do, where you have just cash transactions between people who want to, two adults who want to exchange money for product, whatever it is they're selling. You know what I mean? Now you can't do that even. I mean, it's just everything. They've changed everything.
Yeah, it's a joke. And I actually, a friend of mine messaged me and told me he was hanging out with like 4 or 5 of his friends, and they're like, sheep, one of the sheeple. And we all, unfortunately, have people from maybe our childhood or, school we still associate with that they might be awake to a few things, but they're sleeping on this. And he goes, they're playing a game of pool, and no one's like high-fiving. They're only doing like the elbow bumps and just he goes, my friends are just brain dead. They're freaking buying into this nonsense garbage. The media is mind control. The media mind control is unbelievable. And Brian, I do appreciate you saying or making the connection with 9/11. That's what really needs to be emphasized. This is the new 9/11. And one thing that really needs to be again emphasized is when you have events like 9/11, where it's in an isolated area in New York, even though people might be freaking out in other locations throughout the world, people are still going to restaurants, conducting business. When it comes to a virus, suppose it can affect everybody throughout the world. It can spread anywhere. So this is really the ultimate mind weapon. A virus outbreak is a definitely an ultimate mind weapon against the masses. And it's happening in front of us.
It's a shot. It's a shot at God's. It's a shot at God's creation, in my opinion, too.
It is. Here's the thing: is, and I said it so many times, as we know, the foundation of this lie is this freaking spinning ball Earth in space, zipping through space, and we're going to get truth after that. With 9/11, Corona, and everything else that they push us. Here's the thing: is too, we have to always remember, and I mentioned this before, but it really needs to be also emphasized where you go back in time. You had the fear of the ozone layer, and the big joke in the grade school was, oh, take that bottle of hairspray away from that girl. She's destroying the ozone layer. That was the people really were buying into it. Or the aerosol cans, all that stuff, and of course that went away. No one's talking about the ozone layer. Of course, you had the of course the killer bees. The killer bees. Oh, they're gonna come in the U.S. and get us all.
I forgot about that one. I forgot all about
these. Acid rain. Oh, it's eating away at it's gonna eat away at us. It's gonna eat away at our house, the car. That's because of acid rain. And this stuff just goes away. Things more recently. This is really important, so people really get a good grasp at how fake and phony everything is in this world. Even something that was a so-called a big story a few years back with the Ethiopian or Sudanese pirates, and they were supposedly hijacking all these frigates, these ships off the coast of Africa. That was like a huge news story. And then it's like it's solved overnight. It's like it's not even in the news anymore. It's just nonsense. They're literally just paying a few guys to act like they're pirates in these little boats, and and going after these big ships. These cargo ships. It was just a made up, fabricated garbage that that this world community is a part of. That's what needs to be understood. Is people really need to understand that people that are dead asleep and the people that are just semi awake is when you see George Bush, of course, back in '91, talk about the New World Order. A few years later, you had Putin talking about it. You have Ahmadinejad talking about a New World Order on CBS News. You see Ahmadinejad give Larry King, a Masonic handshake. People, that's what people need to get. Of course, all these world leaders are working together against us, and that's what really needs to be emphasized. So people that are saying, "Wait a second," but the Iranian health minister, he was coughing and he was sweating, supposedly sweating. Well, they're in on it too, of course.
Dude, come on, man. Yeah. They're all active. Listen, they're all in on it. They're all in on it. All the presidents, all the world leaders, the ones that really get me going, and I know they get you going, and I know that it gets Karen going too, is these people that think they think Trump's gonna save us. They think this Q nonsense, or they think that Trump's gonna like shut down NASA, expose the pedophiles, and all this kind of talk is just drives me mad, dude. I thought we were years past that. These people spew a bunch of nonsense. It's just like the JFK truth is. Listen, if you think a sitting president is what's going to change this world for you, you are fucking delusional.
Brian, I'll say this flatly, pun intended. If you're a truther out there pushing Trump as a so-called hero, he's for us, I'm putting you officially, and I did this before. I'm officially putting those people on the back shelf. I'm not going to invest any time with these people. I'll talk to them. I'll try to educate them how all these. Here's the thing is too, the most powerful so-called president of the world, the most powerful man in the world, is supposedly the U.S. president. You're going to think this man is doing everything on his own and he's against the so-called deep state. So again, it comes to the point where I'm going to, just like social distancing, I'm going to social distance myself from these so-called truthers that are pushing this garbage, Trump and QAnon, and QAnon's been on this, and Julian Assange and Snowden. These are the baby truthers I keep talking about, Brian and Karen. These are the baby truthers that need to stay in the crib until they learn, and they're still pooping their diapers, trying to figure things out. I've had it. I have no patience for these people. We're too far deep down this path, and a lot of nonsense is happening right now, and they're not going to get it. And they're just really, if they don't get it by now, they should just basically retire as truthers, just hanging up, sit in the sidelines, because they shouldn't be out there. It's the blind leading the blind, literally, when you have so-called truthers pushing Trump as some kind of hero.
Dude, I mean, that's worse than Alex Jones. I mean, Alex Jones is pushing fear and putting you back into the two-party system, and it's like that's so transparent right there. But you're actually going to think that Trump himself is like just going to be the fucking savior of the day. And dude, they're not going to expose all the pedophiles. That's the Psy-Op. Thinking they're going to expose all the pedophiles. They are the pedophiles. They're not going to expose them all.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this flatly. I was actually contacted. Eddie Bravo was really pushing me to appear on Alex Jones. It was going to happen. Then Alex looked at my channel. He saw me calling Corona fake, and he's pushing as real. After that, it just was no go. He put me on the back shelf because he's literally selling products to fight coronavirus. We know about this. So after he looked at my channel, he liked my stuff, but then he saw that stuff. He's like, that was it. So that's why I didn't appear on Alex Jones. It was supposed to happen 3 weeks ago, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. But you're going to see me on there. If I go on there one of these days, I'm going to speak like I speak here. I'm just going to be, taught like it is, uncensored type of thing. So that's why it probably won't happen. But they're still working on it. I know one of the people inside, and of course, like I said, Eddie Bravo's advocated for me to appear, but. Like I said,
well, I hope he gets you on, but I have a very skeptical of it because you expose fakery too much, just like me. We both know that is some of the absolute truth they don't want out because they completely control this population with fear. That's the point I wanted to make too with this virus, right? Just like with 9/11. People need to be careful. People don't
want any flat Earth talk on his show anymore.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's one thing I was told before because we actually did a mic test and everything before appearing. I was like scheduled to come on, and so what Alex Jones obviously did. He looked through my videos. He wanted to make sure I'm on the same page. I guarantee you, if I was pushing this nonsense coronavirus as a legit fear, I would have been on there already. I'm not on the same page. That's why I'm not on there. That's why I won't.
Maybe he should give Robbie a call.
Robbie gets on Infowars with Alex.
What's that, Karen? I'm sorry.
I said, how long till Robbie gets on Infowars with Alex? Just kidding. I'm sorry. That was too soon.
Robbie, I want this to pass. You know,
Hold on. Real quick. Live right now. Me and Karen showed that CDC tracker where they're pushing the fear porn with all the red dots. It looks like war games. You know what I mean, RV? Yeah. And he's live right now. Somebody said he's live right now pushing that tracker in his videos again. That's what he was doing the other day when I was like, damn, this guy, man. And then he's in there saying it's worse than they say, and 40 to 60% of America is going to get coronavirus. I'm like, damn, guy, this guy pushing the ultimate fear porn, and then he's twisting the Bible to fit his agenda.
Yeah, was it you that sent me that, Brian? That it was that meme with him. This is biblical. I'm like, man, this, you know, he's just again twisting scripture for his own benefit, and that's the thing is I'm weary of people pushing the fear. Again, the mainstream media is pushing this, so he's on the same page with them. I'm sorry, Robbie. You know, you've been we did a interview together. We had a podcast together. I thought it went well, but it was, of course, regarding flat Earth. We're on the same page, but this needs to be said. This needs to be said out loud, and no pulling no punches. That Robbie, you know, he's gotten into the game a little bit late. Robbie, no disrespect, stick to flat Earth. Leave this stuff alone. This you don't know. You know, truthers such as myself, Karen, Brian, David Weiss, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. We've covered many aspects of truth. We covered, you know, going back in time, Sandy Hook, Boston bombing, the 33 trap marks. We covered many aspects, and all these are fake. So, you know, fake. Then all of a sudden, real out of nowhere, and the numbers don't even, you know, indicate anything that we should be concerned of anyway. So
how is a flat earther you're going to take numbers from the high priest of science and push that in the mainstream media? How does that even work?
Even in the case, the numbers are minimal again compared to N1H1. Here's you break everything down. 15,000 people supposedly die from influenza a year in the U.S. You know, 60 to 80,000 people hospitalized. 250,000 people a year die from medical errors. I mean, this is from literal, you know, doctors, nurses, you know, killing people. 250,000. It's never mentioned in the media. That's not a big deal, I guess. It's perfectly okay. But, you know, supposedly 300 people, 400 people die supposedly from corona. And here's the thing, too. I've seen articles where it's mentioned someone's died from corona, but even the family members say, no, it's a bunch of BS. It has nothing to do with it. They were these are older members of the family suffering from other ailments.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's what they're doing. They're just slapping what they want on the death certificate, the autopsy report, whatever you call it. Well, here's the thing, though. Like with this operation, again, this goes back to 9/11. Avi, this goes back to JFK. This goes back to Sandy Hook. This goes back to all of them. See, you got to be careful with these when people are they're quick to, in this conspiracy community or whatever you want to call it, quick to jump on these different theories like, oh, it's a biological weapon. Oh, it's because of 5G. And I want you to jump in a minute, but just hang on. Yeah. Because stuff like your videos in the beginning that show that it's fake, Here's the thing with all these operations. They all push fear. They're all fake, but they want you to jump down any rabbit trail you want, pushing any different cause of these things, like 9/11, whether you want to say it's directed energy weapons, thermite, mini nukes, all this stuff, Sandy Hook, a guy in the woods, a second shooter at Kennedy, all these different theories, as long as they legitimize the event and make it real and push fear. So you truthers that are pushing that this is real or this is a biological weapon, it's not a biological weapon. It's fake. I mean, right in the beginning, Avi, can you talk about the videos that you showed in the beginning with the boy collapsing or the people coming off the plane that need to be sprayed down? There's no uniformity to it or nothing. They're just kind of casually doing a little circle. People are spraying aerosols on them. It's a fucking complete joke. You can't buy into this if you're really out for truth. You need to know that the mainstream media 100% lies. Everything they push is fear, and anything that has to do with mass casualties and all these things, It's not real. It's never been real. And for the people that say, oh, well, one of them's real, tell us which one. Let's get specific, because I know you hear that a lot, Russian vids, right? Oh, well, they're not all fake, so tell me which one. Which school shooting is real? Which one of these terror attacks is real? And they never have an answer. They just fucking clam up. So the people that are pushing all these different theories of why these things are happening, but pushing them as real, you guys are doing the work of the beast system. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I want to say before I even talk about Ebola and these other events, and of course Corona, getting back to the fakery, people just have to look in these terms. You take away 9/11, you take away the Oklahoma City bombing, another freaking hoax. They just blew up a building just like 9/11. No one died, no one got hurt. It's a government building. You take away, Sandy Hook, Boston, Aurora, Parkland, San Bernardino, London, all these events, you have a different world. The world's completely different. You have people, just living their everyday life. All these laws aren't passed. It's a whole different world. So that's what people really need to grasp, of course, if you really take a step back and look at this. This is classic order out of chaos. And what it comes down to, before I talk about the fakery, is even when this goes away, the world's never going to be the same. This is already, the damage has been done. There's always going to be this fear of another virus. So we have to take precautions, new laws passed. So getting to the fakery aspect, going back to 2014, 2015, I made many videos on the so-called Ebola virus, the predictive program with the Simpsons, like all these events. You had this one situation in Liberia, Africa, where this little boy, I should back up a little bit. Before this little boy collapses, there's these two older men. They said they're naked in the back of the truck because they have Ebola and their diarrhea is so bad they just don't even wear pants. That kind of nonsense. So just don't clothes. It's just like it's like shooting out.
So Ebola was terrible, man. I remember when that Ebola hoax went down, and that was so easy to take apart. And you see the same things. I'm sorry to jump in, but you see the same things. Disease and there's certain people that have protective gear on, and then other people around them don't. And it's just like, dude, this is so ridiculous and over the top. Good, continue.
Yeah, and what I was getting at, after they show these two new dudes, they're like, of course, they're like censored and everything. And they say, oh, they're violently ill, and that's why they're not wearing clothes, making nonsense excuses. Anyways, there's a scene after these two men supposedly collapse. There's a little boy that comes in the scene. This is all CNN, by the way. I should mention that CNN news story covering this. And a little boy, with his eyes like wide open, walking around. He's looking for the director while he's walking. Then you hear someone speaking in English with, maybe a little bit of a broken English accent, saying to the little boy, "Get down, get down." The little boy peers over to where the voice is coming from, and he literally lies down. He puts his hands, between the concrete in his head so he doesn't scrape his little head on the ground. And the CNN reporter says, "Oh, and this little boy, he collapsed. He collapsed. He literally freaking went down to the ground by instruction and went down, just like any other kid would, anybody would just go to the ground, just carefully, slowly." And so these events are, this is really happening, supposedly with Ebola. Why do they need to fabricate this if it's so real? And that gets into the numbers, of course. Before we get back to Corona, you had supposedly these 4 Americans that were supposedly these 3 doctors and 1 nurse. No, actually, it's 2 doctors, 1 nurse, and one journalist. 4 people from America supposedly contracted Ebola. All 33 years old. What an amazing coincidence! What a joke. And here's the thing: is of course it just disappears off the map. Now you fast forward to Corona. Of course, I cover it in videos where you see these people coming out of airplanes, and they're basically being sprayed down with these people in hazmat suits. And literally, they're just spraying the top of their faces, the sides of their body. Not thorough, not doing the legs, not doing the shoes. These women are holding their purses, these bags. People are carrying around their luggage. People are going through it. There could be some contamination. Supposedly, this is real. Nothing. What I'm getting at.
No, it's like a joke.
Legit.
What you see, and when you see any of the fakery of it, it's like it's all fake. And I know that people might say, "Well, that's taking a leap," but that's how it goes every time. How much fake? How much of it needs to be shown to you to be fake before you realize it's completely scripted? It's completely scripted, dude. It's unbelievable.
And here's a couple more run through briefly. There's a scene in this one office, and this freaking guy shows up in a hazmat suit. It looks like a leaf blower, and he freaking turns on this leaf blower. It sounds like a leaf blower pushing out steam, and these people are like literally in this office, and all these like women are seated, working on the computer, and from the vantage point, this freaking guy is spraying all this steam everywhere. And like, if this is legit, you clear out the room. You spray on the people like at the supposed at the airport with the passengers. They didn't spray down. This guy didn't spray on the people. He just freaking sprayed some steam in a room and left down a hallway. It was like a bad SNL. It's like a bad B movie. That's our reality. It's just a freaking bad B movie that's happening.
It really is
obvious. It's so transparent, but the public just buys it.
They don't just buy it; they love it. They love being in the state of fear. They love these little trendy things. They're all making jokes and songs, and they're putting videos up. Look at my self-isolation video. Look at us doing the elbow thing. There's this guy that I did a show with the other day, and he said he called his family, and his family in their own house were sitting in different rooms talking to each other because they were self-isolating in their house. It's absolutely insane. The whole idea, though, of us catching this deadly virus, I want to bring Karen into this a little bit because Karen's been digging, a little more into the whole fraudulent science behind it. Karen, you want to chime in here?
Yeah, there's just absolutely no proof that viruses, one, are alive and living organisms that are able to recreate on their own. That's not what they are. Viruses are protein and sometimes parts of DNA. Viruses have not been proven to be the cause of any disease, which is, that in and of itself is like, boom. Everybody should be questioning that. Why is there no scientific proof that any virus is the cause of any disease? And yet that is what we're all injected with these vaccines for? That's what the whole thing is about? So what are they injecting if we don't even know that viruses cause disease, which they don't know that they cause disease? They can't even single out and identify a virus to properly create a vaccine for it. What are they putting in these things, and what is everybody being injected with?
Yeah, well, I would say this, Karen, to jump in. Everybody that's pushing vaccines, I've been anti-vaccine for well over a decade, showing close back to the 70s about all the botch procedure with the vaccine. Here's the thing: is I tell people all the time that are advocates for vaccines. I tell me list all the healthy ingredients in the vaccines. List all the healthy things that are in there. You never get an answer. They have no clue. All they know is the mainstream media is pushing it. That's all they know. The TV's telling them it's safe. They don't know anything. They absolutely know nothing. Zero. But they're so sure. Oh, but these studies say, and I read this on CNN's website. That's their evidence. That's their proof. And here's a big thing too. I really want to say. I don't want to derail you, Karen. Let you continue on. I'll just say this real quick. I go on for a long time. They already have society mentally imprisoned. Now they're physically incarcerating people in their own homes. Mind control, mentally, physically, they're being controlled physically through their TV to stay at home. So they're being captured in two ways. So literally, there are slaves. They are literal slaves to their TV. It's unbelievable, and it really pisses me off how people are so stupid, so dumb, and even the freaking mail lady. I went to get a letter. Oh, you can't get too close, 6 feet. I'm like, this is all fake. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I just can't believe these people. They're just. You can see the fear in their faces when people, like I said so many times, When people are scared, they're not thinking clearly. And that's what's happening in society right now. I'm sorry, Karen. Go on. I apologize. Go on for a bit.
Yeah, you're right. People aren't thinking clearly because if you think back to 7th grade biology, when they were given they were given us sex education, that's what they taught us about viruses. First of all, that you had to it was that these were sexually communicated diseases, these viruses. And yet now all of a sudden you can get it because it's like living on the side of a grocery bag for a day.
Yeah.
Now it's on the playground. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
virus.
it's all about keeping the population down. That's the whole point too.
Yeah.
Really keep them from procreating. That's a huge aspect. Of course, Bill Gates, pushing the
yuck. I hate that guy so much.
To me, he's the number one enemy. To me, he's the number one enemy of society. This total dirtbag, scumbag, dirtball. I think I remember years ago I made a video on him. I think it was donating 10 million. Was it 10 million? I forgot how much. Maybe it was more. Maybe it was I forgot how much. Maybe $1 billion. I forgot. It was a tremendous amount of money to vaccinate all these people in Africa. Obviously, this is all about creating autism and sterilizing people. And these people are just freaking. They're playing God. That's what they're doing. They're playing God. And he, like I said, he's, to me, in my eyes, he's a number one public enemy, number one, or truth or number. I should say public because most of the public's brain dead. But truth or enemy number one is Bill Gates.
Yep.
Yeah. Brian, share my screen.
Yep. And I'm gonna grab my coffee while you talk, Karen. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So this is sent to me by a friend of mine. Shout out to OBL. This is good. Here is an article from the Daily Mail where this doctor says she's in the ER and they are facing shortages. She said she and her colleagues are facing dangerous shortage of supplies as they treat up to 400 coronavirus patients on a daily basis. Okay. Who is this doctor? What is her name? Colleen Smith. Okay. Dr. Colleen Smith. Dr. Colleen Smith, MD, Assistant Professor, Associate Residency Program Director, Mount Sinai, Elmhurst. Speaking topics, medical education and simulation. And here you can see this is her, her little CV. And here in the corner, it says Simulation, Academy for the Society of Academic Emergency Medicine, Simulation. And she's the one being the spokesperson telling everybody that they're in great need of all this stuff. Because what is it? It's a live, what do you call it? Exercise, right? Just like everything else.
Yeah.
And here in the corner, it says Simulation, Academy for the Society. I can hear Brian.
Brian, your audio. Your audio, Brian.
I'm back. What happened? I'm back. What happened?
You're like speaking a mile away. We can hear like a whisper in your voice, but we hear you trying to talk though. I don't know what happened.
No, I was actually just listening to you guys on my phone and didn't mute my mic like an asshole. Sorry, Karen, if I had disturbed what you were doing.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just showed it. Did you see it?
Well, I did.
Anyway, just another fishy thing that goes on.
Well, everything they're pushing is fishy. This is the big thing. Again, backing up. This is again. The flat Earth is the most important thing we always talk about. This is the foundation of all the lies, of course. Where again, a cosmic accident. From nothing, and there's no creator, and what God has created for us is not enough. We need this stuff. We need these vaccines. We need all this medicine. We need all this nonsense because again, we're the cosmic accident, and all these things are needed, required to supplement us. And that's blatantly false, of course. So again, people like Robbie Davidson, I'm gonna really harp on that. Really pushing the fear, pushing. And what's the solution? Vaccines. I want to know what Robbie's solution is. Has anybody heard what his solution is to all this, or is he just pushing fear?
No,
I have not.
Yeah.
I haven't
no,
listened because I can't waste my time on that stuff. It's just I can't put my energy there,
Well,
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but it reminds me of that piece of crap, piece of garbage, Eric Dubay. The same thing. Flat Earth truth, everything else nonsense. And those people I just tune out. I don't listen to these people anymore. So again, these people are truth. And as I'll say it, for someone that's been at this for a long time, I think it's only the responsible thing to do to tell other truth and push these people to the side. You need to push.
Well, here's the thing. This guy's got like how many subscribers does he have? I think he's got well over 100,000. He's got a lot of subscribers, and he's pushing this fear. He's literally pushing the same graphics that me and Karen was showing how they're pushing fear. He's putting that on his channel as real and saying it's even worse than that. Everybody's gonna die.
With me, if you talk about it, but I heard that he was banning people. Anybody saying it's a hoax, they would get banned. All this kind of talk.
Oh yeah, he's chastising people, insulting people that are like 10 years ahead of him in research. And dude, like Avi would say, you're one of these baby truthers. Back the fuck up. Stop pushing fear and stop scaring people because it's fucking ridiculous. I woke up this morning and seen his post, and I had to blast him on Facebook. I'm like, this guy's a fucking moron. He really is, and I bit my lip for a while, but he's gonna keep scaring people. What the fuck?
Yeah,
that's you're pushing the mainstream narrative. You're doing the job for them. I thought you knew that we were lied to about everything. You think they're telling the truth about the fucking coronavirus? What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah. No, it needs to be said. And also, too, I see Authentic Intent in the chat. Good to see someone out there that's really, very passionate for truth out in the streets, not only Flat Earth, but many other topics as well. Good to see, people out there, such as himself. I seen his last upload being very frustrated about being pushed away. I believe it was at the one stadium where the baseball games are played. I'm not sure which stadium it was, or which game, or football, baseball. I have no idea. But anyways, I saw him out there, and he needs to be commended for his efforts. But getting back to everything that's happening now, it's too late in the game for people that are clueless, trying to like instruct people and trying to like inform people when they're. It's literally the blind leading the blind. And that's Robbie Davis right now. He's the blind leading the blind with this. He needs to sit down. He needs to keep quiet about this. And then I'm going to say it. Robbie doesn't like it too bad, And again, I have no problem with this flat earth stuff, but you have to be well rounded at this. If you're only good at one aspect of truth, then stick to that. And if you're not, if you don't know what you're talking about other topics, you got to just, don't try to put yourself as a truther expert. He's at Flat Earth channel trying to get involved with other things that he has no idea what he's talking about, period.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, one thing I want to get into, and this is a big thing. So they use all this terminology like we see, social distancing, flatten the curve, which we'll get into next, the three of us, because we know that's an obvious shot at. And you know what else that's done too, Karen? I don't know if you've noticed, but just besides the fact that flatten the curve is like a shot, what it's done is it's changed search results on Twitter and whatnot. And you go to put hashtags for flat earth, all the flatten the curve stuff comes up and things like that. So they know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Yeah. They absolutely know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Brian,
and what I want to say,
Brian, if I can jump in real quick before I forget, I apologize. You mentioned flatten the curve. And I need to say this real quick before I forget. I tend to like have something in my head and it'll drop out of my head if I don't mention it now. I made a video years ago. It might have been 2016, 2015. I forgot exactly what year, but early on with Flat Earth, there was this one doctor named Dr. Agus on CBS News. No, it was 2015. This is when Ebola was going on. Oh, no, Zika. I apologize. It might have been 2016 with Zika. And he was talking about, it's the same that's happening now, where they're talking about viruses, but they mentioned Flat Earth. He was talking about, on CBS News about Zika spreading because the Earth is flat. He's talking about He kept.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I remember that. I remember that. I remember that clip. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is they're doing the same thing with Tom Hanks and others talking about flatten the curve. So the flat Earth reference in the viruses. So with the virus, these Psy-Ops, they leak out a little bit of truth. They love to do that, little Easter eggs. And out of nowhere, I think he did it 3 times, maybe 4 times. He just, talk about mosquitoes because the Earth is flat. Mosquitoes are spreading because the Earth is flat. And those knuckleheads in the studio, they're just like, they're just not saying anything about, hey, what do you mean the Earth is flat? It's like just like when Bowie, the elephant in the room with Sky News, when he appears on Sky News a day after he supposedly passed away, and this guy shows up, Jack Stephen looks exactly like Bowie, and you have the newscaster, and you have the what do you call it, the professional when it comes to fashion, the consultant. They never mention anything about, hey, you look just like Bowie, just like these people. Hey, what do you mean the Earth is flat? So it's the same kind of thing, but definitely, yeah, it's complete mockery with the flatten the curve.
Yeah.
They can use
with the language, yeah.
terms. There's literally a million different terms they can use besides that, of course.
Oh, and not just that. When we read a story on it, I think it was it the MIT story, Karen? That might not have been. That was the social distancing, but it might have been in there. Where they say, this is old school etymology, and this is always used to talk about, quelling down the vaccines. This is a phrase that's been said over hundreds of years, and I'm like, I've never heard this fucking phrase in my life. Karen, have you ever heard the phrase flatten the curve until a month or two ago?
Nope, not until Tom Hanks put it on Instagram.
And what did you think when Tom Hanks put this fucking phrase out there? I remember the night I showed you. I think you were on with Mark that night, and you were like, he said this?
Yeah.
Insane. Another thing that they're out there a lot.
Yeah, hold on, bro. I want to mention something that I see Green Bullion in the chat, and I don't know if I posted on Twitter about the this live stream, and he's the one that posted that video that I showed you, where the guy is in New York and he's saying they're being overrun. It's worse than 9/11. That one freaking doctor, that piece of garbage. He's like the Harley guy number 2. I call him Harley Guy Jr. That guy saying it's worse than 9/11. That reminds me, I've covered so many events, these fake events throughout history. I remember some jerk in Paris said he was involved with a so-called Bataclan attack with the Eagles of Death Metal. And he said, he goes, I was at 9/11. And what happened in Paris is 100 times worse. They're doing the same freaking nonsense. They really want to emphasize they like to say it's so bad, it's worse than 9/11, because 9/11 has always been the biggest event that ever took place. But everybody's saying it's worse than 9/11. What the hell? Of course.
And then for the people that can see these other fake events, like you people that are like, oh, why can't people? Because there's people that still don't see 9/11, but they might see Sandy Hook, and why don't these other people see that these shootings are fake? Why don't they see the crisis actors? Why don't they see the obvious bad acting or flat Earth? To be like, why don't they see the CGI? Why don't they see the Photoshop? It's all that's in 9/11 as well. It's all the same thing. It's all been fabricated all along. There's so much bad acting in 9/11. You want to talk about the language, like with the flatten the curve, the language you always heard, and I'll get into the language I want to talk about with this event, but the language you always hear with 9/11, RV, and you saw it with Aurora and all these other events. How many times have you heard people in these interviews say it was just like a movie? I mean, it's like hundreds of interviews, bro. It was just like a movie, but all too real. Oh, the Twin Towers look like they were obliterated with a digital effect in Hollywood, except it's all too real. It's all too real. Oh, yeah, it was like a brute. The guy that comes out with Barry Jennings. People talk about Barry Jennings in the Building 7 interview. He comes out, the guy that he comes out with, the first thing he says when they put the camera on him, he's like, yeah, it was like a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie. I mean, yeah.
The firefighter, too. Remember the firefighter in the studio? He couldn't even say firefighters right. He called them, what do you say? Fighter fires. He's a fighter fire, he said. And he's wearing like pristine goggles, pristine.
Oh, that guy. The black guy, right? The black guy with the shiny suit.
And all these knuckleheads, like on social media, say, oh, he just went to his car. He changed. That's why he's so clean. Are you freaking out of your mind? Just every excuse you're going to make. Like some idiot told me, I'm really jumping off subject here, but like some idiot, my old neighbor, this guy's a complete moron. Like I talked about the freaking Vegas fake shooting. I said, nobody has any freaking cell phone footage. There'd be so much footage of all these bodies. He goes, it's too gory. People are not going to record that.
Yeah.
I said, are you that stupid? You read, and you can also read people's minds, huh? So you're going to answer for people you never met. You're a mind reader, huh? So here's the thing, too. I should mention this, too. Brian, you're talking about people that said it's just like a movie. One Psy-Op that really has flown under the radar that I covered extensively was the fake, was it 2012 or 2013? I covered this extensively. I made probably 15 videos on it. No exaggeration. Was the LAX shooting hoax where supposedly the guy, he bled to death for 33 minutes. They said he's bled for 33 minutes. And like someone had a stopwatch standing over him. Let's count down. Let's see how many minutes this guy before he dies. Let's get a stopwatch. Let's just let him bleed to death. We'll just count down. So what I'm getting at is there's this one woman with her husband outside, and she said, and she's, by the way, she's missing a shoe. She's missing. She's there. They actually, the cameraman went down to her feet, and they showed she's missing one of her shoes. It's a big thing with the size of the missing shoes. And then she seems kind of smiling and laughing off camera to someone, and then she goes on to say, "Oh yeah, I was running for my life. I don't know what was going on. This is all like a movie."
Yeah, every time, dude. Every time. I mean, it's in so much.
Yeah. You know what's funny too is for this guy, right? This Hernandez guy that supposedly got shot. They had a ceremony at the airport for him. And it was at freaking gate 33.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not joking. You can actually see the pillars. There's a 3 and a 3 on the pillars. There's the 33 on the pillars, like Freemasonry pillars. So, and also too, after this all concluded with this bogus shooting in LAX, it was hilarious. They showed all these people going, all these cops and security going up the escalator. Like half of them are laughing their butts off, smiling and joking. And they had a bunch of happy birthday balloons. They said it was his birthday, but they had a bunch of balloons. This guy's dead. They had party balloons for him. So it's like mockery never ends. To me, you know, we get upset at the sheeple. The people are dead asleep. But I come to the point where I start laughing about it because this freaking world's like a clown show. It's a freaking
but me and Karen were talking about this a lot lately. This whole thing, man, they're like on a deeper level of hypnosis this time, Karen. Doesn't it seem that way? And I know maybe two people that were like awake before us with 9/11 and the way we were scared about Muslims or whatever. It's very similar to that. But man, it's been so long, and I don't know how people can still buy it this deep into the game. Karen, what do you think about the way that people have acted with this one? This has kind of like been the line in the sand, really, at least for me. You know how I feel. I've been very frustrated, like RV. I'm ready to just, these people that haven't put in any of the research or haven't shown the desire for truth over the years, I'm not going to bother with them. Now, people don't have to agree with me on all the topics I talk about. That's cool. If you're here, we're here. We're trying to figure out truth. You have a desire for truth. You want to know the truth. And that's who we need to focus on. I can't help these people that are like basically like robots. Karen, what do you think about the way that they're acting lately?
Yeah, it's a little scary how easily everybody is willing to just go along with it, and not, you know, and they're willing to just give up their rights. They're begging to give it up. It's insanity right now.
Yeah.
Based off words.
It's like this, they have their hands behind their back. It's like, put the handcuffs on me. Bring me to the FEMA camp. I'm ready to go. They're literally like, man, they're just like, they enjoy being mind controlled. They enjoy this manipulation. It's like,
love it. They love it. It's like a drug to them. It's like David said, like David Weiss said in the 5-minute video we did the other day. It's like a chemical drug in their brain, the fear.
Yeah, it's and honestly, I think that they're really like these people. It's like to me, I look at this whole Corona thing. It's like I look at it like this. It's a big fad, a big gimmick. To me, it's like the mannequin challenge, or the tide pole challenge. It's just a freaking joke, and they almost love this. Self quarantine. It's almost like fun. Like I'm watching like wrestling, like AEW wrestling or WWE. And they have these empty arenas. It's just we're like living.
Oh, it's a joke. They're gonna do WrestleMania on 2 nights in 2 empty arenas in the Performance Center or whatever. It's ridiculous, dude. Yeah. And they're all It's all the late night talk show shills, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, all these guys, they glorifying this thing with their self-isolation videos. These guys, I don't know if you've seen it, man. They're all making music videos. Will Ferrell, these other hip-hop artists that I don't know, they're all making coronavirus videos. Wash your hands. Don't hug your Karen, what about the one that was like, I just want to be in quarantine with you. Don't hug your grandmother because you'll kill her. What did you think?
Those were disgusting. Disgusting. They were glorifying being in quarantine.
And what's this about? David Weiss brought this to my attention early on with this, that when those people were stuck in the ship, and I mentioned this in a video, this couple from Pennsylvania, they were spotlighted. Out of all the people, this cruise ship holds there's like thousands of passengers, right? But the one couple they want to talk to, the Smedley couple, and they were on their 33rd year anniversary. And that's
like Smedley Butler.
But here's the funny thing is, after that one down made a video, David Weiss told me that they had the Pornhub was giving them all free porn. Like, we feel sorry for these people, so we're going to give them free porn. What a joke. They even have the Pornhub people involved with the Psy-Op.
Hey, somebody sent me a screenshot. Somebody sent me a screenshot of Pornhub a couple weeks ago, and I guess at the bottom they had a banner. It had I forget what the wording was, but it had a hit piece on Flat Earth that had a picture of like a disc in space, and it had some rude comment type of thing, like, we were idiots, but we could use their site type of thing. I forget what it was. Somebody sent it to me. Yeah, they had it on the main advertisement, I guess, at the bottom. Oh, they're all in on it.
Well, here's the thing is, that tells you that the elite are behind this Pornhub thing, so they wouldn't have them and spotlight them and put them in the media about this free service for people. Oh, we feel sorry for you people. You guys are quarantining your room, so here, we'll give this to you for free. What a joke, what an absolute joke, and a mockery. And like I said, this whole freaking world is nothing but a psychopath circus. It's, living on a freaking ball, zipping through space. Coronavirus is going to get us. Some guy in a freaking cave in Afghanistan is going to get us. It's just, Jeffrey Dahmer.
That's what I want to get into that. Speaking of the guy in the cave, and there's this terminology that Trump keeps throwing out there, and I know you guys have both heard it. And it's, Karen, I want you to comment on it first, because I know we'll really get going on this. It's the term invisible enemies. We have a new invisible enemy. Yeah, it's always an invisible enemy, because the fucking invisible enemy doesn't even exist. Just like the terrorists, just like the school shooters, just like the fucking virus. Right, Karen? How often have you heard this term?
Oh, too many times.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I said it on Twitter. I said coronavirus is, I call it the ghost virus or the phantom virus. I said it earlier, where it's affecting. It started out in China, supposedly, and it only seeks the most famous people in the world. Prince Charles, Greta Thunberg, Prince Albert, of course, Hank, all these people. But like I said earlier, we don't know anybody. Everybody I talk to. I talk to people East, West Coast. You know anybody that has coronavirus? No, but they're all the people. The same people are freaking out. The same freaking people are freaking out over this garbage. So yeah, it's but then again, these people that tell me this, like old friends, I show them stuff. I show them, I haven't been in contact with some of these people from years, and since it's gone down, some people have reached out, whatever. And I show them, I tell them it's all garbage, it's all nonsense, it's all fake, and I show them the evidence. Like, wow, there's no denying it. They're like blown away, because they're like, hey, we haven't talked in a while. Oh, be careful, be safe with the coronavirus. They're talking to me about, they don't. A lot of these people, I never mentioned. Some of these people are like, I wouldn't call them friends, like associates from, connected type of thing. Some are friends, but if you're a close friend of mine, you're going to know about truth. But some of these people, I introduced them to this stuff after they see it. There's no denying it. If you just look at it, that's the thing is, you just got to freaking look at the stuff. If you look at the information, unfiltered, look at both. Here's the thing is, what's the big deal about looking at both sides? Why are people that are so insistent of only watching the media, the mainstream media? And that gets back to that piece of garbage from REM, Michael Stipe. He did a Instagram or Twitter video with the orange curtain behind him, by the way. And he was talking about social distancing, listening to the CDC, Don't listen to anybody on social media. They're not experts. I'm like, oh my goodness, total piece of crap sellout. These people.
Yeah, I don't. People don't want to. People literally RV. They don't want to think for themselves at all. They literally just want to sit in front of the screen and just have it flash images at them. And these people think I'm weird because I just sit on my computer all day. It's like, dude, we're engaged in a conversation. We're trying to figure things out. We're creative. We're taking calls. We're helping community. These people, they just sit and take whatever's flashed at them. And it's the state that controls all those images. It's been propaganda, CIA brainwashing from day one. And you're just going to sit there and take it all in. And there's a lot of truth that I'll see, RV, and I know you must see this. And like somebody like me or you, yeah, if we want to break something down for predictive programming, we can watch it because we're so far past that. But there's a lot of truth as to say, oh, I just watched the TV for this or this to see what's going on with this and this. But then you'll see, they'll be into a lot of things. Say they'll be into flat Earth or the Mandela effect or some of these other things. But then you see that they're buying into the fear, like, oh, is North Korea shooting a missile at us? Oh, but you just watch the TV to see what their agenda is, right? You don't think it's affecting your brain. If you're watching it, it's affecting your brain. You don't even realize it. It's subconsciously affecting your brain. It's the biggest weapon ever released on mankind, in my opinion. It's terrible. It's the first thing any person can do is throw the fucking thing out the window and smash it with an axe.
Yeah, 100%. This came from the inventor of the television. He said, this is a very dangerous thing I created, because he knew what he knew. I think without saying, he's saying, it's like, I know the purpose of it. I know what it's intended for. It's an idiot box. That's basically what it is. And of course, we have flat screens, but don't forget, of course, create it as a tube. It's occultic, it's a tube. It was always like a black cube. So that's the occultic side of it. But to me, with this quarantine that's happening, like I said, people are mentally enslaved. Now they're physically enslaved. Now they're stuck in their freaking homes watching the brainwashing box even more. They're sitting there.
Yeah,
they're being
even more.
Yeah.
Big thing too. Karen. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say that's something Karen and Mark were talking about a lot the last two shows. It's like, what's the plan? What are they going to do? Because they got everybody huddled up around the TV now, So what are they going to roll out?
Yeah,
who knows? We don't know. We don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm just saying they're going to do something. They got everybody huddled around that idiot box right now, like zombies, Russian vids. Zombies, it's like heroin.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. Here's the big thing is, it's like the people that are that believe coronavirus are going to believe they live in a freaking spinning ball too. This is the thing is when it comes down to it, with all these events from 9/11 to flat Earth to coronavirus, if you try to explain this to people, all they have literally are insults. They have nothing else. You wear a tinfoil hat. You're an idiot. That's all they have. They don't have anything else. They have zero to stand by. All they have are the insults. So you got an article there?
Yeah, this is an article that David sent, DITRH. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti warns of mass death, condemns false hope, and tells us his city will be on lockdown for another 2 months and to be prepared for longer.
What a piece of shit. He's just pushing so much fucking fear. Is this Robbie's boy?
Well, here's the thing is we have to remember this piece of crap you're just showing there from David Weiss. This is the son of Gil Garcetti, the former DA of the, of course, involved with the O.J. Simpson case. So they're all involved. They're all connected with all these psyops. So it's like literally nepotism, just like you had, of course, Bush Senior, Bush Jr. You have Gil Garcetti, DA. You have the son, mayor. So they're having this control system with all their puppets in place and knowing exactly what they're going to do. And not to deviate, I apologize. It reminds me of Chief Gates when he could have stopped the so-called Rodney King riots, which that was another thing that was put into play. And I remember, and I can't find. I hope someone can help me find this. I had after this all went down with the Rodney King situation, there was like some local unaffiliated news in LA saying they could have stopped these riots, but Gates pulled them all back. And this is without a shadow of a doubt. They could have stopped it, but they wanted this chaos. And that's exactly right. That's why what I'm getting at, this is exactly why they have eliminated these independent news stations. They want everybody just reading off a freaking teleprompter, reading off a script, not speaking their mind. And that's why it's all gone. It's always been national news, international news has been controlled, but they've literally, of course, over the years eliminated this. They don't want that anymore. Any real reporters. And again, I apologize. I just want to throw that in there because it's relevant, because it's the control system of all these events.
Yeah. Go ahead, Karen.
I apologize for going on too long. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. That's fine. I'm just showing the article where he's talking about that. He's just, saying all this stuff. I can't say strongly enough that optimism has to be grounded in data, and right now the data is not good. But what data? Where's the data that shows that it's not good?
Wow.
This will not kill most of us. He said it'll kill a lot more people than we're used to dying around us. And we're just gonna be like New York, and there's gonna be a surge.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I'm not the first one to say that, but what it comes down to is these people want us to live in the constant state of fear. When you're constantly in the state of fear, constantly afraid of dying, you're not living. People are just walking brain dead. They're walking dead, literally. Like that song "Zombies" by the Cranberries.
Cranberries,
yeah. And you also have that one show. What's it called? The Walking Dead. Literally, that's society. Literally, they're the Walking Dead. And the thing is, man, it just kills me. All these so-called educated people, they think they're so smart, but really they don't have a clue. They really don't. The thing is this is the thing is they're very proficient in their job. Maybe if they're in real estate or whatever they do, they think they have a good grasp. They know their job inside and out. They walk out of their job. They're making good money. They think they have a good grasp on things they never looked into, just based on faith and trust into these freaking liars in the media.
Yeah, money's the whole root of evil. I mean, the whole materialistic society, it's really separated people from God and from each other. It really has. And look how easily they control people with money. I mean, that's what everybody's worried about. Everybody's out of work, and rightfully so. I mean, they need to buy food and everything. The whole system, the whole idea of money, it's completely crazy. Yeah. It really
One thing
is.
I want to say too, I really want to say this, Brian, and I said this a billion times, but I'm going to say it again. The people that I really speak with and talk to, people that I associate with mostly are the people that get it. Karen, of course, she's worked side by side with you for a reason. You guys, do your podcast together because you guys are on the same page. David Weiss and I, we talk all the time. Other people that don't get it, I'm just not spending much time. I'm just not communicating with them much anymore. I'm really pushing them to the side. And when I don't respond to them, they're going to get it. They're going to get the message.
We don't have time. We can't focus all our energy on them anymore. We tried for so long, dude. We put our time in. Other people can focus on those people. And if they have questions, dude, I'll gladly answer them for them and I'll try and help them out. But I'm not going to be like, man, why isn't this person looking at anything? Why won't they even see 9/11? Why won't they even see Sandy Hook? It's like, nah, dude, I'm just done with it. I can't. We got more important stuff to do. We have to keep progressing the conversation. I don't mind backing up once in a while and bringing people up to speed. I can't keep doing it all the time, especially now with whatever the hell is going on right now. There's no time for that. We're here now.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, for example, I'm going to be very blunt. Maybe people won't like this, but I have people on my Skype that behind the scenes are arguing with me about things that, like I said, about Corona, whatever. And I'm just like, I just give them short answers. Like, look, if you don't get it by now, you're never going to get it. And then they don't respond for 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, they kind of respond back and almost like, let things simmer down. Now they're kind of on board, that type of thing. So yeah, what I mean is, it doesn't mean I'm going to delete them. If Robbie Davidson, for example, came around and said, hey man, you're right about this, it should be transparent to him or anybody. But it doesn't mean I'm going to delete him off my Skype or I'm going to curse him out, which I don't do anyways. But I just really want to emphasize to people, look, people like myself, and like I mentioned, you, Karen, Brian, David Weiss, These people, us, as a group, we've been at this for a very, very long time. Here's the thing too: is people don't know this, that haven't been around long enough. Guys like David Weiss, before there was a flat Earth, he was making videos on the big three. Of course, 9/11, Sandy Hook, Boston. He's been at this truth for a very long time. It's not like he just came out of the woodwork. That's the thing is, there's people that literally only been in truth for 2-3 years. They don't know the history because a lot of them have been deleted or gone. YouTube.
They don't even know how to. They don't even know how to deal with this information at all. They don't. They go down every rabbit trail. They have what it is, dude, and a lot of it has to come with. It comes with time, but I'm sad to say there's just like in society, there's a lot of idiots in these truth movements, and there's a lot of people without discernment. That's it. I'm not. That's just a fact. It's a fact. There's hardly any discernment in these communities. Hardly any.
Hey. Maybe you want to what David Weiss said right there and highlight that, what he said about him. What he said about
yeah. Hey, I couldn't agree more. This fucking guy was on Alex Jones,
He was worried. Hey, he was worried about me burying him after he appeared. I'm like, no, man. I'm like, like I said, say I wouldn't do it, but hey, if you're going on there uncensored, speaking your mind, why not? If I'm going to go in there and say, oh, yeah, you know what? I think the earth is a globe. Yeah, you could throw Russia Vids under the bus all you want, but that'll never happen. I'm going to speak the same things I speak to you guys if I appear on there. But again, after him reviewing my channel, I was like, no, this guy, he's going against what I'm pushing. So, but hey, I'm going to still try to get on there. We'll see what happens with that. But like I said, it doesn't mean we need to put these people literally on the side. But if they continue to push nonsense, yes. But I'm willing to always leave that door open. Hey, look, we need to be on the same page with things. It's okay for like a little bit off on certain things, but again, whatever they're pushing, it's propaganda. If you watch Discovery Channel and they're pushing aliens and these ancient aliens, all this stuff, it's propaganda. It's that simple. Whatever they're pushing, that's it. It's their creation, their nonsense. If they're talking about anything like flat Earth, of course, they're gonna push the bad stigma, show this freaking disc in space, make it look silly, that type of thing. That's the only time they'll bring up something that's legit is to bash it, of course. So it's very.
They just sent up an astronaut a day or two ago. So how long till there's coronavirus on the ISS? I mean, a week. What's the over under?
I'm just listen. What I'm waiting for is this: a celebrity supposedly exiting the world stage and passing from coronavirus, and also too. Actually, I spoke with David Weiss earlier today on the phone, and we were talking about elections. What's going to happen with the elections? Are they going to have like everybody do it online now? Or are they going to have? We were talking about how they love to show an army of the sheeple at the voting booths. That they want to show them all lined up. It's a real powerful statement. This brainwashing technique. Look, be part of the crowd. You could be on TV even. Look at all these people lined up to vote. That they're showing they have power and they have a say. So that's one thing that will be eliminated. That propaganda of showing everybody lining up, and of course being shown on TV. Everybody wants to be on TV. Look, they're on TV. Maybe if I go outside and I go vote, maybe I'll be on TV too. Let me get out there. That type of propaganda. So what I'm getting at, we'll see what happens. I hate making a prediction with timelines because I haven't read their script, but I don't see it going on too long because they can't carry on this farce too long. I mean, they carried on for a good amount of time. Who knows?
Yeah, here's where I want to interject in that, and something like I said, I don't want to make predictions either, but something that is going on that people should know is, okay, so I explained how the hoaxes work and how they're fooling everybody's in the hospitals, but eventually, because they have these people anticipating this huge rush of corona patients, eventually after so many weeks, the doctors and nurses are going to be like, all right, where are these people? So in come the tents. Now they have these compartmentalized tents outside the hospitals. So now say you have 500 people in the hospital that work there, however many it is, say 100. And they keep asking questions. Well, now, our corona patients are out in those tents, and then you got how many people man in the tent? And the person I live with, I think she's in the living room right now. I don't want to say it too loud, but she was getting trained to work at the tents. I'm like, I'm going to try to ask her some questions, right? So her cousin went to work, post on Facebook the other day. Oh, my cousin is in the front lines of the corona. She's working the tents outside the hospital, blah blah blah. And then I seen her comment, and she's like, oh well. You don't worry, she said. Yeah. How does she word it? She said, like, oddly enough, the way they have it is I don't have any direct contact with anybody. And I'm just like, here we go. There we go. So that could be a positive thing, RV, because that might mean they might stop putting people back in the hospitals. But I don't want to say that's going to happen. But maybe that's a sign of it turning the corner, compartmentalize it down a little more. And I know people are talking about these. Here comes the other compartmentalization. Ready? So people talk about these boats that are off the shore. They're going to be like these medical cruise ships or whatever. All they're going to have to do is then when people are asking, well, where's the corona patients? I don't see them in your tent. Oh, we moved them all to the boats. And then there's really nobody on these boats. That's just fear porn. And then that's where all the victims are. And then who knows? There'll be no services. They'll say they just threw them overboard like Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is obviously we have a scripted, fake, history. And of course, they're continuing that trend. That's what people need to understand is they're continuing the same trend of fakery. It's like it reminds me of that movie I saw when I was young. It was called The Never Ending Story, and that's literally what's happening. And a lot of the lines from the movie remind me. And they talk about fear. There's this one, like I don't know what you call it. It's like a dog that looks like a Wolverine. I don't know. It's this weird kind of creature. It looks like a half dog, half vampire. It's just a weird thing. Talking to this one child, Sebastian, and he's talking about fear and keeping people in fear. These kind of lines.
Gamork.
They what's that?
It's the Gamork.
That's it, Karen. Thank you. It's been years since I've seen the movie, but the point is they're always giving us hints of kind of truth about fear and removing the happiness from people, and they succeeded. Literally, the zombies are all depressed, locked up, incarcerated in their own homes. And again, I go out and I do whatever I want. I'm not going to have no freaking these people, mind control me, of course, and physically control me. Not going to happen. So, definitely the truth in the movies concept, lies in the news, is prevalent. Of course, with The Simpsons and Matt Groening, the creator, I showed in the video where Bart Simpson they're on a ship, they're on a cruise ship, and they're all celebrating. They're all drinking, whatever, having a good time on this boat. Then all of a sudden, you see the big screen TV, and they're talking about a pandemic, and this virus, and everybody's running and screaming and like just going nuts. And Bart is in like the captain's position in the ship. He's like playing with a laptop, like he created this illusion, and he's like saying, they're buying it. They're actually buying it. It's exactly what's happening now. They're definitely just, people. It's like Wizard of Oz. Just, these little people behind the scenes. Just the power of the media. The media is powerful. And I don't want to prop up Jim Morrison because he was a puppet. Part of the Navy, the military with his family and all. But he said it. You could. Those that control the media control the minds. It's 100%. And this is the thing is these people are obviously no heroes at all, but this is the world we live in where absolutely nothing is hidden. They absolutely give us so many great quotes. I hate to say the word great quotes from these Masons, but all these quotes about, what's his name? Mark Twain. If you don't read the newspapers, you're uninformed, but if you do, you're misinformed.
Yeah.
They're always giving these things, and these are all Masons, another one with Gloria.
Well,
the big one here.
It's all done by consent. It's all done by consent, basically. They put everything in our face, just like with NASA, just like with this people staying in their houses. I mean, it's almost all done by consent. I'm sorry. I just wanted to throw that in there because that's what we see. It's all always done by consent. They always put the truth in our face.
Yeah, and that reminds me of the one last quote I'll say is from Gloria. What's her name? Gloria Estefan. What's her name?
Is that the one from Miami Sound Machine? Yeah, that's Gloria Estefan.
No, not Gloria Estefan. The other Gloria. I forgot her last name. She was the one doing the pyramid with the abortion. I just had abortion. She has a big smile on her face, and she's doing the Illuminati pyramid.
Oh.
Gloria Steinem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot her name for a second there, but she has a quote saying, she has a quote, and it's everybody loves this quote, even though it comes from one of their head puppets, where she goes, "The truth will set you free, but first it'll piss you off." You know, this is literal. You know, with a lot of people that I encounter. The thing is this, you know, here's the thing is with me, a lot of people in my personal life, if they actually take the time to listen to me, I freaking convert all of them to truthers. The only ones that don't freaking get it are the ones that refuse to listen. They refuse to look at the information. Everybody else I showed, because the thing about me, the big thing about me is I never, I never talk about things I can't really prove. I have to stick to hardcore facts, visual evidence, showing them like videos, like freaking Atlanta, 1996, that fake bombing where the cops rubbing fake blood. When they see things like that, they're like their eyes open. Like, wow, that's the police, that's the media, that's the government, 3 entities all working together against us. This is transparent. So things like that, when you show them, you could tell them things, but I always show them in video, my video presentation, because you could tell someone something, but when they see it, once they see it, they cannot unsee it. Once they hear something, they can forget it. But when it's visual, it's always implanted in that mind. So that's very important aspect. What I do when I introduce people to truth is I show. I'm not going to just talk. I got to show them with visuals. That's an important aspect too. Get them not just with words, but with visuals as well.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's some of the people that are closest to you are some of the last ones that'll be receptive to it. I know, Karen, you've dealt with that a little bit. You want to touch on that?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, pretty much my closest family member is my mother, and of course, you know, she agrees with me on some stuff, but you know, when it comes to this stuff, she's on my page talking about, Karen, we need to flatten the curve and stay home, and I'm like, oh my God, no. I mean, you know, and people message my mom and they say, oh, well, why is Karen posting that stuff? And then my mom's like, people are messaging me asking me why you're doing this. And I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
Dude.
They went and told my mommy.
Well, you know, the big thing with me is, I said this a million times, you know, you can pick your, I hate to say this, you know, and it's just in general, you could pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. So that being said is, for example, someone like you, Karen, Brian, other people in the chat that I we're on the same page with a lot of these events. I have people in my family that, you know, it took them time, but they get it. But once they get it, they never like go back to they don't want to rekindle the thought of how they're violently, like not violently, but like really almost violently like opposing it mentally. And then when they get to the point, I hate to say, this is just human ego. They'll never go back and say, you know, I used to believe all that nonsense. Oh yeah, I'm not. They're always like, oh yeah, I'm not surprised. You know, and I always knew it type of thing, even though they forget the time that they were really against it. But I'm just glad they're awake. You know, that's the main thing. That's the most important thing. I'm just glad. Here's the thing too, Brian. What's this about this green? Are you doing this? Are you doing some mind control here with the green and the and the coronavirus? What's this with the green?
Oh no. I always have green because it matches my my profile.
I'll give you a hard time, man. But here's something I want to add is
at least it's not orange. At least it's not orange.
Yeah. No, I'll give you a hard time, Brian, of course. One thing I've always talked about is the symbolism in green. Green has always been like, for example, you look at Poison albums, the group Poison, they always have like green text. Of course, the vials of Poison always been green. The Green Lantern, you have Poison Ivy. She has a green outfit. Yeah. Like Money's green, like the serpent. So they're always using like what I'm getting at is with the coronavirus first supposedly broke out in China. I remember they had this headline with this one female, and she was wearing like a white and all green outfit. Like literally, it's like that color coordinated, you know, color with the virus. So it's really mind control. And the thing is this, of course, people have seen these TV shows, these music, these music albums with poison. So it's like in the subconscious, they know this is poison, and they're not even saying out loud, but this is poison, and she has it, and she has a corona, and she's wearing green, and it all wraps in with the mind control. And it's good to see Patricia Steer with the kitty cat and the kitty cat face. Good to see you in here, Patricia.
Oh, hey, Patricia.
And speaking of that, I need 5 minutes. Karen, do you want to do shout outs? And then you can take a break when I get back, or do you guys all want to take 5 minutes here and play a song? What do you guys want to do?
I think we should all take a break.
Yeah, RV, let's take a 5-minute break for coffee, okay?
Sounds good. All right.
All right, guys, we'll be right back. You're listening to Russian Vids, Brian Staveley, Karen B. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys.
Tell us they're exploring outer space, but it's all fake. It's fucking fake. $60 million every day is what we pay. They fucking take, 'cause we're brainwashed, trained to believe man-made dark cosmology, a trap set by evil fuckers many centuries ago to dupe the population and take control of the world. Seen it all before, it's the oldest play in the book, fishing for souls by baiting the devil's hook. Wizards and warlocks practicing evil and magic, cooked up a plan and they called the plan science. Sprinkled all their bullshit with some formulas and math to make themselves look brilliant, 'cause only they understand. Gain the faith of the masses as they push theories and lies, trying to make us slaves and feel God lives inside. God lives inside. So they try to make us God lives inside. So we all roll over and say, go ahead, NASA, have your fucking way. Why can't we see so much farther than they say? 50 miles plus across the ocean on a clear blue day. Why would they say it's a mirage you're looking at? Yeah, right, that's not science, that's just a load of bogus math. Use your eyes and a zoom lens, spot an object far across the sea. That's all it takes to prove there's no bend to be seen. Look for any curve and it just leads you to the fact. We got hills and valleys, but the rest is flat. It's fucking flat. Ooh, it's fucking flat. Ooh, it's fucking flat. Ooh, it's fucking flat. Forced into my mind this made up glow. Now I've set free my mind. I let it go. If this life should last forever, at least we are together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. Anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. I know
everyone. Welcome back to Unveiling This Realm with Brian, Staveley, Karen B, and our guest today, Russian Vids. And just so everybody knows, I do have a couple links pinned at the top of the chat. Caller, I seen you say that's getting in your way. If you just tap that, it'll minimize. Russian Vids channel is there, so please make sure you sub and bell. Karen's channel is there. Make sure you sub and bell. And anybody new here, I have 3 channels, and those are in the show notes. So make sure you sub and bell. Karen, are you back?
I am.
How about we give this recognize this chat and give this chat a quick shout out? And RV, are you here? You want to throw your new Twitter in there because your Twitter got taken down, right? You want to throw your new one in the chat so everybody can follow it if they didn't know?
Yeah, Brian, I'll do that. Yeah, thanks for that because I've been shut down on YouTube probably over 24, 25 times since 2008. Around that time frame, I've been shut down on Twitter. I've never been over like 4,000 or 5,000 followers on there because I've been shut down so many times on Twitter. They follow me like a hawk. I mean, I have no doubt because, for example, I mentioned Sandy Hook and they freaking just banned me. They give me a warning, then they ban me. Other people can mention all they want, but when I do it, it's just forget it.
Yep. Oh, I know. Some of the channels that can put out all the what's that?
Yeah, I just call it Sandy Hoax. Even then, they see me, they removed me. They removed me for putting. I said Sandy Hoax. They saw that and they just removed me for that. So they're fully aware of me. I know that without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Like I said, even back when I'll put that link in a moment here. But one thing I want to say is, myself being covered, all the way, even Australia, ABC News covering for my videos on Sandy Hook and the pole shooting. They used my soundbite from one of my podcasts I did years ago. Of course, Daily Mail had me shut down for back in 2017. My channel had like 83,000 subs. My backup at 72,000, all gone for covering that London attack. That Snoops, they covered me for basically exposing when Elon Musk first started launching those fake landings. The launches, we know the launch just launched
perpendicular rockets.
Yeah, and it was only like a 3-minute video. So I said it was Ball Earth a program because every time they show the freaking rocket, they always show it's never like the center of the ball Earth. It's always the side, so you can see the curve. They always show that the supposed curve of the Earth with every shot. So, and then what happened was Snoop's covered that. One of my videos have almost 4 million views because of that. And then it was covered by Earth. So what I'm getting at is this: when it comes down to Twitter, all these things, they know who I am, type of thing, and so they're onto me. And I can never get over 100,000 subs on YouTube. Every time they just chop down the channel, and I got to start from the beginning. Right now, my channel is. I should have mentioned this. I don't really want to say it too loudly so people don't try to give any people a funny idea. But my current channel, I have a ban for the next 5 days from uploading or streaming. I did create a backup channel as well with the same name, Russian Vids. It just has a different banner background artwork. One has an updated by Carlos Paerga. He created my current channel, that banner with the blue background, and then in my backup channel has the actual day live backdrop with the street view. Stay asleep, watch TV, all that stuff. So that's the difference. The same name, both Russian Vids. It's just what I'm getting at is the both of the channel artwork background's different. But again, not to go on too long, I'm gonna drop a link to my Twitter in the chat box. Thanks so much for that.
Yeah, go ahead. And drop your backup links and whatever else you want. And Karen, you want to give the chat a shout out? They've been waiting all night to hear your voice.
Sure, I can give some shout outs.
Thank you, and thank you guys for the super chat. And I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the super chats. Shout out to Ted Summer for super chat. Also, Alex L. and Justin Redden. Thank you. And there goes Russian Vids link to his Twitter account. So go ahead and click on that and follow Russian Vids, and also follow his backup account on YouTube.
I'll drop a link for that too.
Okay.
Thanks, Karen. I appreciate that, Karen, very much. You too, Brian.
All right.
Mhm.
Shout out to the Nyakus, Aaron Rocha, Aaron Rocha, Steve JMO, The Truth Seeker 69, Ronan the Voice, Julie Bronson, F.E. Nelson NZ, Ceiling Fan Man, Need Input, Fast Steady Flathead, Fathead, sorry, Blue Wagon, Alex D, Alex L, Christian Knapp, Bit of Venom, Flat Soda Jerk, Dated Truth, Mr. Anderson, Brittany McCullen, Flat Earth, OBL Music, Damsel Medic, Zepzo, There Was Me, Salted Cedar, Mountain Scooter, Carla Red Pill, Spirit Sealed, Push Button 62, Joey Butts, Flatdella Effect. Let me go back down to the bottom. E-Greens, Ronan the Voice, Mr. Law, Ryan Donovan. I'm seeing some names I didn't see before. Good Vibes and Good Flower 420 NJ. The Real Truth, Singe Man, Mark Wood, Emma Ware, Kathy Collier, Jay Zimma, Sandman 369, Frankie Aponte, Zilran Rocha, and I think that's it.
That could be good. So,
Going Dax.
well, thank you, everybody, and anybody we didn't get to. Thank you. There's just too many names. We can't do that all night, but I appreciate you guys all for coming. And I see a lot of awesome people in here. With David was in here. We see Patricia in here. Just a whole bunch of people that dedicate their lives to truth, and we don't all agree on the same topics or whatever, and that's fine. Because we all care about people and we all care about truth, and that's what the ultimate thing is. Karen, why don't you start the conversation? Because I know it's kind of hard to get a word in with me and Russian Vids. Where do you want to go with the conversation now as far as this coronavirus? What do you want to touch on? What do you want to get into?
Yeah, can I interject something real quick before Karen, you say anything here?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say this real quick. You say we don't all agree. Here's the thing is, of course, through our lives, we all have had different experiences. We all looked at different information. So the research I've done might not, of course, been the same, obviously, that someone else has done. No two people I've seen all done the exact same research, seen the exact same things. So we're going to come to different conclusions. So that gets back to people that really look deeply into things. And that's where I came to the conclusion of we're being lied to. And I hate to say this, like I'm bragging. I really hate to say it, but literally a decade before Trump said fake news, I said it. I said news is fake. Literally hijack that type of thing where they take it. It's literally speaks the truth. And when Trump says, like when Corona first came out, literally he was like, kind of like making fun of it. And then when it comes down to literally just 3 weeks ago, he says it's the latest fake news. And what I'm getting at is this is not by accident. He's literally telling us the truth. This is the latest contrived fake news. So with all the lies, they're actually giving us the truth. What Trump says, it doesn't mean he's a hero, of course. It's just their methods of through all the lies, they're going to drop us the truth. Before the real breakout starts, he said it's all fake. It's fake news, the latest fake news. So sorry about that, Karen. Just want to throw that in real quick. As far as people doing research and not being on the same page, it's literally impossible because we all just haven't seen all the same stuff and haven't researched everything exactly. It's literally impossible for people to come down the same road. But as long as we're like nearly on the same page on most things, that's where really
just about anything both of us have put any type of time into, we pretty much agree on almost all of it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
And the important thing is not only do we know we're lied to about everything, we know that they push all this fake stuff. It's all fair porn. It's all propaganda. Yeah. So Karen, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I apologize.
You guys are funny. You guys keep talking, and then you just keep saying, "I'm sorry."
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself. I never do. Hey, I'll say this real quick. I never mute myself. So I'm always ready to say something.
All we do now is add photo helix in here. All right, go ahead, Karen.
All right. Well, anyway, what I just been sharing on the screen is just some sites here and some reports and some documentation about the how these viruses. Now, SARS is one of the viruses that was or diseases that was quote unquote supposedly caused by the coronavirus. So here, this is a report from about the SARS virus and about how they falsified information to make the situation seem worse than it was. Then you have these toxicology reports talking about how the SARS disease symptoms are identical to pesticide and air pollution disease symptoms, and these poisons correlate in time and place with SARS epidemics. So then it goes on to say, you know, they've been the airline pesticides, their airline pollution, industrial emissions. The greatest SARS epidemic region in the world is the Guangdong province of China. That heavily populated province also vies for position as the most highly polluted region on Earth, due to the presence of oil refineries, metal smelters, and other chemical industries in a country with lower environmental standards. Okay, then you look into the toxicology and virology. As we've stated earlier, viruses cannot be singled out and identified. Even if SARS virology could have isolated and properly identified it a real virus, questions still remain. A SARS virus may be a natural indigenous virus from within, serving a normal adaptive function, which might not be the infectious exogenous virus from without as described by media hype.
Exactly.
And so this is all the stuff that these doctors have been saying, that when the body is excreting a virus, it's excreting toxic material. That's what the virus is. The virus is your body healing itself from excreting something that is non-self.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way you're really going to get sick is if you let them poke you with their vaccines. That's when you're going to get sick.
Yeah, so here's another thing, dismantling the virus theory of the measles virus. This is the one by Dr. Stefan Lanka. This is the guy who took this all the way to the Supreme Court of Germany and won, because no one was able to scientifically prove that there was a virus that existed that was causing disease in people. So this is part of his report. And this little section right here is let's see if I can blow it up. About the proof of alleged pathogentic viruses, the bacteriophages, which is, if you read this, if you can download this PDF, it's free for everybody to get. We'll put links in the show notes, but you read it and it talks about what bacteriophages are and how it's just different forms of the same virus. So it's all different material. It's called pleomorphism. That's another reason why you can't really single out one virus, because it's always changing. Even the same thing looks totally different. Okay. So the many spores and building blocks of the bacteria have been scientifically isolated, while the supposed pathogenic viruses have never been observed in humans or animals in their body fluids and have never been isolated and subsequently biochemically analyzed to date. None of the researchers involved in this kind of work seem to have realized this. So, and it goes on and on about, reports and all the data and why he says that and blah, blah, blah. So there's that. There's also this book called Virus Mania that you can get a free download to, which also talks about the same thing. Let me go back to the beginning so I can show the cover. Whoops. Let's go 0, 1. There we go. Virus Mania. Avian flu H5N1 cervical cancer, HPV, SARS, BSE, hepatitis C, AIDS, polio. I mean, these are all very big things that we're talking, billion-dollar profits. How the medical industry continually invents epidemics, making billion-dollar profits at our expense.
And they get to cover up things that have been caused by their fault and put them under these things like we caught them from other people, right?
Oh wait, yes, I'm sorry, what?
Well, people have these conditions that are caused from things that they have done to us. Big pharma, the food industry and stuff.
Yeah.
So we have health problems that then they classify as made up viruses from external sources, right?
Yes. From poison in the food, poison in the water, poison in the air, bad habits, people on prescription drugs, anything you're doing that is not good for your body. Over time it could build up and then it's going to manifest itself in different ways. I mean, even AIDS, what exactly is it? Even the definition of AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, is anything but coherent. In contrast to other diseases, there is no universal definition of AIDS that could be used as a basis for sound statistics. So this just goes on to talk about how all the different things that they attribute to AIDS can be the result of something else that is going on with this person's health. So what is the proof of HIV? Here it just goes on to talk about it's believed to be part of a retrovirus. HIV is a pure virus it would be necessary to have HIV as a pure virus available so it can be imaged in a purified form with an electron microscope. But all electron micrographs of so-called HIV taken from the mid-'80s on come not from a patient's blood, but from a souped-up cell cultures. In some cases, the cells have been cooked up for a week in a lab in a petri dish. So-called AIDS experts didn't even try to make scientific sense of their cold culturing techniques until 1997 when Hans Gelderblom of Robert Koch Institute in Berlin took a stab at it.
Wow.
Okay, so there's a lot of information here, but this is all, we can provide links to all this stuff and you can download it and read it yourself. But yeah, basically this is all just made up just so that they can have control over us, make us sick, mind control, make you afraid of everything, do what they say, jump when they say, you say how high. Like what's going on right now. If anybody wants to know why they would lie about a virus, look what's going on right now. Look what just happened. They collapsed America. They folded up the world. That's why they would lie. Look how easily they did it. Everybody just handed it over. Everybody just went inside. Okay, I'm going. Don't let the invisible bug get me. The invisible bug that there is no proof that it ever even exists. It doesn't exist.
No, another invisible enemy. It's crazy how cowardly people have become. What do you think about that? I mean, it's just insane, man. Insane. It's very frustrating, huh, Russian Vids? I mean, it's terrible. I mean,
that's the thing is, this real indoctrination by the television, telling people, obviously making fun of anybody that goes against the mainstream narrative, calling anybody that questions any official story a conspiracy theory, which has become, of course, a very ugly word. So anybody that has any critical thinking, they're nuts. Anybody that has a mind their own, you're crazy for thinking on your own. How dare you have your own original thought? How dare you actually look into things? How dare you question what scientists say, that type of thing? And that's the problem with people is they're always like in society, like there's people much smarter than me on TV, so I better just keep quiet, listen to them, and regurgitate. It reminds me of Bill O'Reilly after 9/11, telling everybody to shut up, don't question the government in these times, and just support them. This is, of course, he's reading off a script. That's exactly what they want with all these situations. Just shut up, just be a good little pawn in the game, and that's what's happening. And like I said, people think they have a good grasp on things, and these people in society with all this nonsense we're being fed, and anything you tell them anything different, they kind of roll their eyes when these people are really locked into this lie system. The ego can't handle that they've been fooled on so much.
Yeah. Well, it really hurts. What really hurts, and Karen, I want you to touch on this. What really hurts is we do this because we love people. Like and you made that post on your Facebook wall, Karen, something about like you're gonna speak the truth no matter what because I love you. Like it's literally because you love other humans, and we're meant to be out as crazy and bad people, and it's really so backwards. It's frustrating.
Right, I want to touch upon that real quick. It's like if I see like a little child or even an adult like walking towards a cliff and they can't see, and I know they're about to fall over, I just can't sit by and say nothing. I'm the kind of person, hey, you're gonna fall over, that kind of thing. So it's just when we see things for what they are, we want to wake people up to it. And of course, what's really aggravating is we see what's going on. These people that like fight us, they're usually heavy into like gamers. They love like they're like infatuated with like pro wrestling. They're like they play the board games or the card games. They're like so infatuated with this fake world that has absolutely nothing to do, no research involved with the actual truth. But usually it's the big time gamers, big fans of pro wrestling, big fans of celebrity TV shows, all this nonsense. They're the first ones to scream idiot when they don't realize all this is just garbage that they're invested so much time and energy into. I mean, just think about this. People sitting on a couch watching a football game or baseball game. It's literally 3 hours of seeing multimillionaires play a sport. You're sitting there not gaining anything from it, just a colossal waste of time. And people are just, wasting so much time, never researching anything we look into, but they're so sure about things they never looked into because some guy with a fancy suit told them that anybody that questions what they say are crazy. So again, it comes down to people shouldn't be so hard on themselves and just sit back and say, oh, I'm just going to sit back and listen to some guy on TV tell me how things are. And I'm not going to use my mind because use my mind is too difficult. The experts already figured everything out. So I'm just going to listen to them and regurgitate. And anybody that disagrees, I'm going to call them an idiot or a moron, or they would wear a tinfoil hat.
Somebody smarter than me figured it out. That's what they say. And then if you disagree, they call you stupid. Well, you just said somebody smarter than you figured it out. So aren't you the stupid one?
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what's happening. And again, it's just here's the honest truth too. It's like flat Earth. Anybody first get involved with flat Earth after believing the globe for a long time, there's of course going to be a natural uncomfortable feeling that because due to the bad stigma, you're going to feel like, oh, this is kind of weird because this is, these people, flat Earth has been called stupid, idiots, nut jobs. So there's always that initial, that's just being honest, the initial, when you first get involved that, oh, now I'm going to look like, a real idiot to these people. That's what people threw at me when I first started doing flat Earth videos back in 2015. They go, Russian Vids, what are you doing? You did tremendous work, busting a lot of these hoaxes, covering Hollywood. This now you're dealing with this. What are you doing? I'm like, look, I just didn't fall out of bed and just become a flat Earther. I have something I've looked into behind the scenes before I made my first video. It's not like yesterday in 2015. It was 2015 March, April. I just didn't wake up one day, so I'm going to make a flat Earth video. I've actually looked into it tremendously before making my first video. So I said, look, this is going to be something that's going to be difficult to absorb and to due to the bad stigma, but I wouldn't be making this video unless I was certain we're being lied to. I said to myself before making a video, we're being lied to about everything. Why are they faking all this, NASA faking all this stuff? I said, they're lying about all these things. Why would they be telling us the truth about living on a freaking globe? Why would they be telling the truth?
Yeah. Well, it was a natural path for me because of 9/11 and all the fakery and the media fakery. And then it went to Gabby Giffords in like 2011 and then Apollo in 2011. And then after that, satellites, the ISS, and there was the flat Earth. And the first thing that hit me was this disinformation video. There's a channel called Stuff They Don't Really Want You to Know, or at least that's what they titled their video series. Stuff They Don't Really Want You to Know. And basically, it's every conspiracy theory you can think of. And it's basically a 3 to 10 minute hit piece on everything, right? So there's this flat Earth hit piece, basically. And this hit piece is actually old. It came out in 2012. So they were ahead of the curve, if you will, with this hit piece. And I didn't catch it until the summer of 2014, which, as we know, is still early for Flat Earth because nothing was really out yet. But this hit piece was out, and I seen it, and it was what's up?
Yeah, I was going to say, so that was really your waking up point when it came to Flat Earth. Mine was really, I mean, I've always questioned the globe. You know, I was never officially a Flat Earther, but I always, you know, thought it was nonsense that the Earth was spinning at 5 years old. I looked at globes, you know, back when, you know, back in the 90s, saying, how does all this water stick to the sides? I was like at a public library, like just, you know, I always looked at it like, it's amazing. This something doesn't seem right, feel right. Driving to LA, I said, when is the freaking, I used to say, when is this freaking Earth supposed to curve? Not that I was, again, a official Flat Earther, but to make a long story short, in 2012, around 2012, a guy named Benjamin Donkey, who made a lot of, he did his solo videos, he would do podcasts, then he do solo videos, and he'd talk very slowly and softly, but what he said was very firm. And at the end of his presentation, one time, he showed the blue marble. He called it the people worship this imaginary blue marble in space. I'm like,
Yeah,
wow, something I thought about, and like, wow, this guy's really smart. I love his work, and that was the guy that really had me put that in my back pocket, like the ace card type of thing. He's the one that really like had the balls to really come out and say to me, for me anyways, that I seen in 2012, talking about the nonsense of the imaginary blue marble in space.
yeah.
So,
Well, the guy I saw was like I saw was showing a video of like a spacewalk or something. I think that's what it was. And he's like, yeah, flat. First they showed the disc in space, and they had it real crazy. They had the disc in space floating up, water off the edge, the sun circling around the top and the bottom. So the sun was going underneath, dude. They had the whole disinfo going. And then he shows like a spacewalk footage from NASA, and he's like, well, flat earthers, you know, they think all of NASA's imagery is fake. And I know some imagery photos can be fake, but they think all of it is fake. And I'm just like, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, hold on. Well, I can definitely believe that because first off, I know all the 9/11 imagery is fake. I know Apollo's fake. I know there's no satellites in space. I know the ISS is completely fake. So why wouldn't all their photos be fake? So that was kind of my door in, and then the flight routes. What about you, Karen? Let's hear from you. What was your first awakening moment to that, and your root in?
My first awakening moment to what exactly?
Flat Earth.
Into flat Earth.
Flat
Like,
Earth?
what was that really got the gears going in your head?
Well, I think I was watching a My Perspective video because he used to make those videos where he would model it out and he would say, well, if you were on a ball, then this should happen, but on a flat earth, this happens instead. And I was like, oh my God, he's right. He got me pretty good. But I forget which video I watched to begin with that made me even start looking into it. I mean, it was pretty early on. It was 2015. It was like the middle of 2015. And then I just started diving into it and watching everything I could watch. And there was very few people out there at that time making flat earth videos. Russian Vids was one of them.
Yeah.
There wasn't very many.
You know, it was me. I remember it was myself. There was David Weiss. There was Dave Murphy. There was the Morgado, of course, Mark Sargent. And there was a guy named Stars or Souls. And one or two others, I think. I said Mark Sargent. And, of course, one person we don't want to mention. We don't need to even mention that person's name because he's a piece of
Right. No worry.
One thing I would say, I would really emphasize, you know, over the years we were first making flat earth videos, you know, we're still learning it as we're making it. We're trying to figure things out, and more pieces come together that are just like smoking guns. One huge aspect that I talk about in podcast is we can see, of course, Venus and you know, in Mercury, you know, at night it's pitch black, and they're of course closer to
very bright lately. A lot of people have been talking about it.
Yeah, I've been mentioning that. I've been hammering that point. I did a live stream with David Weiss, and I showed that in a clip. And I did a solo one actually. I showed it to my last live stream. But that one, specifically, people will say Venus, but Mercury even further, supposedly closer with the heliocentric model. I mean, it's really checkmate, and you're seeing video footage, pitch black. It's not like people say, well, it's only dusk or dawn. No, it's night. It's pitch black.
Yeah.
And they show Jupiter. You see Jupiter, you see Mercury, you see Venus, all in the same frame, like all like close to each other, pitch black. And that's just literally checkmate on this nonsense, heliocentric model. There's so many. It's just, it's like this. When I first started making flat Earth videos, I said to people that didn't believe me, I said, look, this is gonna be a really hard one. The uncomfortable feeling, you have to get past it. But I said, if this isn't true, it's gonna go away rather quickly. I said, this is not going away. It's gonna get larger. And one thing I said, this is something that you're gonna see celebrities talking about too. They're gonna be talking about. But I did say is this is the I said 9/11 is getting a little bit stale. So this is something that's like,
oh, big time stale.
Yeah. So what I said
was terrorism.
Yeah. So what I said was, this is definitely what you call a semi-release, because I've actually heard about it, of course, before. It's nothing new, but I said to myself, there's an aspect of it where this is a controlled release, where this is the truth. We're going to tell the world we live on a freaking spinning ball. Then we're going to have actual people talking about it. It's the truth, but people can't go where the truth is because they've been completely brainwashed. And literally a year later, the first major celebrity was so-called major celebrity was Tila Tequila. Then, of course, you had B.O.B. the rapper, Shaquille O'Neal, or Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving is actually before Shaquille.
Well,
a few others.
What people need to understand with controlled release, it's not that they want the flat Earth truth out. It's that they know it's coming out, so they're gonna have to they want to put it out themselves and put their people in position and steer you in those directions. And it works like a charm. They do it every time. I mean, just like 9/11, obviously they planned that and they put it forward, but they're the ones that set up the truth movement. This is how this type of thing. It's how gatekeeping works.
Yeah, they have known shills right before, and like any of us, get the movement going. They're going to control that movement and misdirect, of course. But again, it's about this is the truth. But we're going to have people spinning wheels, fighting and arguing over this. And I'm fully aware of that aspect. It still needs to be dealt with and discussed. But we need to know deep in the back of our minds always that they want us to be fighting about these things, because truth is a huge divide. And of course, the people behind all the deception, they're the ones fully aware. Of course, they're the ones behind it. They want families to be destroyed over is 9/11 real or not, or was it done by terrorists or not? Is the Earth flat or not? Is coronavirus real or not? So they want this divide too. So we should bring up our points, but not lose family over it. And unfortunately, it's going to happen at times. That's the unfortunate thing. I don't think we should silence ourselves. I think we should speak our mind. And if it ends up that happening, screw it. That's the way I see it. I'm not gonna filter myself to appease people that are completely brain dead and brainwashed, and just to make them happy. I'm gonna say it in with family in a polite way. If they're gonna get rude about it, I'm gonna throw it back at them. We don't want to lose. What I'm getting is we don't want to lose family or friends over it. But ultimately, if they're gonna get nasty about it, what needs to be done needs to be done. You need to speak the truth. That's how I see it.
Yep. And I lost my father over it, and I didn't even directly bring the topic to him. So, when it's funny too, because lately people ask me, "Oh, Brian, where's your Sandy Hook videos? You don't have any Sandy Hook videos on YouTube? You out of your mind? You can't have Sandy Hook videos on YouTube if you're saying that it's a hoax. That's the first thing they're going to take down. I mean, I'll be lucky if they don't strike this just to me saying the words. They don't let me say anything about Sandy Hook or 9/11. But people are like, oh, do you have a show on Sandy Hook? I'm like, yeah, I exposed Sandy Hook the day it happened. But what happened is, I got really loud on Facebook about it. And my own father, who doesn't talk to me on Facebook, he was my father. He called me on the phone if you want to talk to me. So, and this is, 2012. Let's go back to 2012 when this happened. And, he wrote on my wall and tagged me. So on Facebook, for people that don't know, if you tag somebody, like everybody that's subscribed to that person sees it in their newsfeed as if that person posted it. So he tags me in it, and he wrote, I'm so ashamed to be your father. This nonsense you're pushing about Sandy Hook, and lose my number. You're uninvited to Christmas and lose my number." And he was dead serious. And I
Yeah,
didn't go over.
that's
Didn't talk to him for years.
well. That's the thing is, obviously, it's revolving around children. So that's why they love using children at their sides because that's
Well,
taboo to.
let me butt in real quick also before you go on, just so you know. He's also a cop of 25 years.
Yeah.
So
So
there's that.
yeah, and that's really obviously his position. He has to stand up. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, Brian. We talked about this before offline, but are you sure maybe one of his fellow officers maybe saw your post or say, "Hey, you better talk to your son." You think anything like that might have happened?
No, I don't think so because he was the captain. The only person above him was really the chief at the time. So
Okay.
I don't. It's not like he'd be getting pressure from any superiors at work. You know what I mean?
I would
It's
think
just
you would.
complete.
Yeah.
He's
I,
completely brainwashed. Not just like these doctors and these nurses. They don't see it because they're so close to it. And if to even question it at all, I mean, everything they've ever learned it comes into question. Their degrees, everything. It's just
yeah.
it's
Well, that
crazy.
reminds me.
He put.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brian.
What?
That reminds me back when I was making videos in Boston, the Boston smoke bomb, that fakery. Um, PK and I would make a lot of videos on that. David Weiss as well. He's covered it, and some others. Obviously, you've covered like we were just talking about tremendously. I remember I made a ton of videos on it, and this one guy, he was an EMT in the Boston area. He goes, "Look, I'm an EMT in Boston." He posted this under the video. "I'm an EMT. I didn't want to believe anything you guys were saying, you and PK, but you two guys really have convinced me in my professional opinion. Everything you guys put out, there's no denying it. I didn't want to believe. This is a very hard pill to swallow, but this is no doubt. In from what I've seen, the information you guys provided, and I want to thank you guys as an EMT. I do this for a living. There's no doubt. When we showed the tourniquets, the one big thing that people didn't really show too much, what I really hammered was the one woman missing a shoe in a wheelchair. She had like freaking 12 tourniquets on her and not a drop of blood. Her pants cut, all the shredded pants. There's one guy with a beard. We all know who that guy is. It's like someone got some freaking scissors and cut it up in the back of his trousers. I mean, it was just. I mean, people are so blind. I'm like, this what gets me really irritated when it's so obvious, it's so transparent that it's so fake and people are so blind to it. And that's where the real butting of heads come out because we see it for what it is and they can't. They have literally been blinded. I mean, it's just unbelievable how they can't see the fakery with all these events, not just Boston, every single one to me. Yeah.
Boston was so ridiculous. I mean, look at Jeff Bauman with the guy that looks like Kenny Powers next to him in the wheelchair and his legs blown off. And then that dude's out. He's out at Bruins games and Red Sox games like a month later. And it's like, even if he could have survived that, which he wouldn't have, he would have bled the hell out of his legs. But even if he could have survived that, tell me the last place he's going to be. Oh, I don't know, a crowded sporting event in Boston. I mean, give me a break, dude. Give me a break. And that whole scene was so fake. They obviously, the whole thing with the bomb that was supposedly outside Lenscraft, as the glass is blown out, though. You got the flags don't match in the footage. And then the entire whole chase scene was just completely ridiculous, dude. I mean, the whole thing the next day through the streets of Charlestown, throwing pressure cooker bombs out the truck and all this. And then they made a movie with Marky Mark. I don't know if you've seen that movie, Patriots Day. Complete propaganda film with Mark Wahlberg. Complete piece of shit.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
You seen that?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. And the main point I was going to make with that is, and I said it many times, when they make a movie based on a true story, it's fake or it's going to be presented wrong. And like, for example, Natalie Holloway, all these Apollo 30, all these movies, Trap 33 Miners, you name it, Alcatraz, they're pushing the propaganda. Titanic, all these events are fake, fabricated garbage. And one thing people can't grasp definitely is the Titanic, with everything matching up, with, like I said it before, like the actual hour that happened near midnight, the both British-made steel ships, unsinkable, hit by the iceberg on the starboard side. Again, sinking in April near midnight. Everything's like identical from the Titan book to the Titanic. It's literally identical. And this is predictive programming before they did it with movies like 9/11 and the Boston bombing with the Family Guy. So they've been doing this predictive programming forever. It's just even before freaking TVs were in people's houses with the Titanic. So I'm looking for this one photo of that freaking piece of garbage, Jeff Bowman. And if you can share this,
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to send to you here. Yeah.
Aaron's gonna grab me.
When you see this, hey,
yep.
When you see this, guys, when everybody sees this photo, you're gonna laugh your butts off. I'm gonna put it here in the I don't know if this is the private chat or whatever, but if you can just share this, Brian, that'd be fantastic. And yeah, I'm putting it right there right now. Look at the freaking hands of Jeff Bowman, and this is what the actor that played him in the movie. Share that. You're gonna. It's just flat out mockery, pun intended, with the flat. When you see that,
it's on the screen now. Oh Jesus!
Look at the hands. That's all you need.
Yeah.
A freaking legless Mason. I don't want to put it in those terms, but
ew, that's creepy.
Yeah, that is. And it reminds me too, when I made videos on Boston, I made so many. There's so many aspects. And one is I showed the CNN crisis actors. Yeah, it is creepy. Look at you can see everything is dyed like an actor. His hair is dyed, his beard is dyed, and he has the Masonic hand sign. It's just so freaking. I'm sure they grease his palms. I mean, he's like set for life. Nothing. He has to pay nothing. Everything is just taken care of. But what I'm getting at too is many other aspects of the crisis actors with CNN. They show these prior amputees in the video, showing them used in crisis situations. Remember, I forgot her name. Her name was, I think, was it Adriana something? Forgot her last name. With her husband, it was like 4th of July in Boston, and they're lighting fireworks in the Boston Harbor. And the husband calls and demanding the fireworks stop because my wife lost her leg because of the Boston bombing. They're recording themselves.
Oh,
remember that?
No, I don't remember that story.
Okay. So I'll start up again. So what happened? Yeah, it was 4th of July, and they had fireworks going off, and it was a documentary on CNN about it. And then they what happened was they were in their home or their apartment or whatever, and it was Adriana. I forgot her last name, but she was supposedly lost her one of her legs, one of her limbs. Obviously, it was prior. And the husband's calling 911 and yelling at the operator, the dispatch, to tell them to stop the fireworks. And you don't hear what the person because there's no real call. You don't hear anything said from them, but he's like yelling. He goes, "Did your wife lose her leg like mine did in the Boston bombing? Stop the fireworks now!" And they're like, it's just no tears. Like she pretends like she's crying. It was just a colossal joke. That's all I can say about it. And there's many other aspects. You mentioned LensCrafters. I had footage of that where it didn't match up. Like after the bombing, you see the sign was intact, and later on they showed it where it's damaged. One thing people that they didn't really show that I showed in my videos, where you see a man pick up some type of device off the ground and run off with it, like it was the actual device that the freaking made the freaking smoke bomb. And I showed this. Remember from that window view from inside a building, and we see all these snapshots. He's literally running with some type of contraption, like it's the device that was the Hollywood production smoke bomb. And that's one thing that I found like later on after all the emphasis on the Boston bombing was gone. But if I would have released a video when it was really on the hot period of time, it would have been a major thing. But it wasn't like towards the tail end, and that story was kind of dying off. And yeah, that was a big thing too. But there's many aspects too. of all this nonsense. Oh, the big one is the I forgot the family's name, the Gerard family, where the guy he's lying on his back with one foot up in the air and he has the tourniquet. And there's a guy without a shirt on tying the tourniquet, and the daughter, she supposedly broke her ankle, but you see her running through the street, pushing. Yeah.
Yep.
Just so many things about them. There's so it's like it's been a while, but there's so many holes. I mean, a ridiculous amount of holes. But then again, all the stories have so many holes. You know, just it's all it takes is someone with an open mind and someone that's not in fear and someone that just looks at the information with the unbiased, no preconceived notion of what you're told by the media, and you'll see it. But people like, I already know it. Before they even look at the evidence, they're going to reject it before they even look at it. And that's what happens every single
Yeah. Not only are they going to reject it, you already know the exact words that are going to come out of their mouth because they're all programmed by the same TV. They're all programmed by the same source. They all say the same thing. This is like, we just keep seeing it. It's crazy lately. Hey, I want to play a clip real quick from Karen B from this morning because there was this nurse that wrote this really good post on Facebook that is spot on with exactly what we've all been saying about this hoax of the coronavirus.
Okay.
And how people want to know how they're pulling it off on the hospitals and whatnot. So I'm just going to play this clip real quick. All right.
Okay. Perfect.
Just a couple minutes. It's just a little reading that Karen did this morning.
Okay. Perfect.
You guys hear me?
I hear you, man. I've been waiting for the freaking video.
Yes.
What's going
What
on?
happened?
I crashed, and now I'm in here twice. Look at this two of me. There's two of me in the back studio. I don't know. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna try the screen share again.
Oh, you do it.
sorry.
I'm gonna fill in the void until you get it working. I'll just say this: I have a friend that went to a local. I've been waiting for the freaking video.
Yes.
What's going
What
on?
happened?
Whoa! I crashed, and now I'm in here twice. Look at this two of me. There's two of me in the back studio. I don't know. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna try the screen share again.
Oh, you do it.
sorry.
I'm gonna fill in the void until you get it working.
Okay, are we normal now? Is the echo gone?
Yes.
Yeah, that's. I hate
Sorry. Wow, I hate this shit when that happens. What were you gonna say, RV? And then I'll get that video back queued up.
you know, like I said, I have friends that took a while to get to get really awake to what's happening in this world. Some people take longer than others. Some people take years. Some people take months. Some people take weeks. This one friend of mine, basically really rejected a lot of things I said in the beginning, but definitely was awakened by a lot of things I said. Didn't take that long, a few months. And then what I heard was in this one local grocery store, literally over the intercom, it's like a freaking movie. And I hate to say that, but it's like a movie. 6 feet apart, 6 feet apart, stay 6 feet apart. They're literally repeating this over the intercom to the freaking shoppers at this grocery store to keep 6 feet apart. I would freaking go off. I said, it's all BS. I said, I would yell at the person saying 6 feet apart. I said, do you know anybody affected with this coronavirus? No. I said, yeah, there you go. It's just nonsense. Okay, you get your video there, huh?
Yeah. So this is a little read that Karen did this morning from a nurse that posted on Facebook that I found, and it's right in line with what. Now I was describing the hoax earlier, how it's run, how the doctors are fooled, how they're not having patients in, but the ones that do trickle in, they don't have tests for, and then when they do have a swab test, those tests are just controlled, and they'll just misdiagnose anybody that's on their deathbed with coronavirus, and it's easy to send people home that have a flu and tell them they have coronavirus. And these people that work in these emergency rooms and whatnot, RV, they have the TV on all day, just like my doctor's office did. They're getting all the fear. So when let's just say somebody comes in the emergency room, right? And you're working there at the hospital right now and you're a nurse and they come in with flu-like symptoms, but you have all this fear pumping through you and this whole pandemic around you, you think, right? If they have the flu-like symptoms and you don't have a proper test for coronavirus or the doctor, and you're just going to diagnose them, you're going to diagnose them with coronavirus. And you'll probably diagnose them with the mild case. You'll send them home because that's what you're told to do. Tell them to self-isolate. They'll get better and they'll be fine. But here's how the trick is working inside the hospital and how brainwashed people are. And I'll just shut up and listen to the clip.
All right.
Say
it. Should I share the text? Let me share the text. I copied and pasted it into a document. Okay. If you want to put it on screen.
Oh, I didn't even see that you had it ready. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, from a nurse in New York. I work in New York State ER and ICU. There is nobody getting sick. Being infected with a virus does not mean anything, i.e. getting intubated. Anybody that walks upright and is over the age of 20 has had a cold sore, commonly referred to as a fever blister, that is caused by HSV, herpes simplex virus. You are infected, period. For the remainder of your living days, you will have outbreaks every so often under times of stress or illness, and you may go many, many years without an outbreak, but you are infected forever. Just because I or anyone else tests positive for a virus does not mean they are ill or are becoming ill or will become ill, period. I asked some regurgitator staffer yesterday because he's spewing all the Cuomo bullshit about 30K vents needed. So we have 6 positive C-19 patients here right now. How many are intubated and need a vent? He said, I don't know. I said, 0, none. They are not even symptomatic. They are here for other reasons and just happened to test positive. They did not come here because they were sick and C-19 was the cause. In fact, these patients are going to be discharged to home quarantine because they are not sick. He stared at me, slack-jawed and unbelieving. I said, so tell me how many of the positive people on the earth are on vents right now? He said, duh, I don't know. I asked, how many infected have become sick at all? He responded with the usual, Durfee, I don't know. He then followed up with, but we need 30,000 ventilators right now. I predicted that this bullshit would start fading in about 2 weeks, right after TARP 2.0 on steroids and nitro got passed, right after creative destruction could occur. The CEOs cashed out, people get laid off, only to be brought back with their far less wage capacity negotiating power, because being employed at half your previous wage is better than trying to get unemployment in New York. And people are now afraid of each other because the old tried and true being afraid of those little brown people who are terrorists living in mud huts in the desert isn't working so well this time around.
Exactly.
I love her.
Spot on. Yeah, she's awesome. Keep going.
Cuomo is positioning himself as the Rudy of the 20s. Don't see the comparison? Nobody remembers that trusted general holding the tiny vial of white powder and convincing the world that the US had to invade Iraq or there would be mushroom clouds all over the globe. How about Bushy passing the Patriot Act in record time after the bullshit that was 9/11? Cuomo needs to shut his pie hole. because people on the ground are getting really effing tired of his spewing garbage about things that are not happening. Morgues are not overflowing, period. I laughed my ass off at that dipshit Snyder's recent article about recovery from this virus is some stupidly low number. The number of infections is 250,000. The number of dead is 200, and I still have not seen any type of autopsy reports that prove to me that it was this virus that killed anybody at all. But he touted some stupid number of recovered as something like 500. So what about these other 249,500 people who tested positive? They aren't sick, yet they aren't recovered. What a bunch of bullshit for retards. Get out of the house, morons, and go look for yourselves. Oh yeah. Cheeto has the hospitals locked from any visitors so nobody can actually see what's going on. That's what we've been saying.
True. And we've been showing people that. They're turning everybody away.
Yet me and my coworkers are not getting tested. In fact, we ran out of N95s a few days ago along with ISO gowns. Anybody give a shit? No, because they know there is no danger. I don't wear a mask at work. I don't wear ISO gear. Neither do any of my ER colleagues.
Neither did my doctor. Neither did my doctor when I went and seen him and recorded that conversation with him. No mask, no gloves. And he gave me an exam.
All of these pics you see are for publicity only. Nobody is wearing it because nobody is in any danger, and the hospitals aren't providing anything extra anyway. The money in TARP 2.0 on steroids and nitro is paying for the stockholders for their losses. This is what this whole bogus virus thing was about. Cheeto says, economy is to be reopened by Easter. He should know he and his buddies manufactured this whole thing. So Cheeto must be Trump.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even get it. Yeah, when I first read it, I had no idea what that meant. I just kept reading. Awesome. That's awesome.
I think that's it.
There you go.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that real quick, Karen. I saw this one tweet by someone that's down in Los Angeles, and they said this one friend of hers works in billing with Kaiser, under basically 15 hospitals in the LA County, LA area, and literally there's like no patients. And like they're wondering, where is all these in the quote Chinese virus? Where's this Chinese virus? And like I call it a ghost virus or a phantom virus that's supposedly loose, that's so dangerous and it's so devastating, but nobody's seen it. Nobody knows anybody that has it. And that's what it comes down to. It's just besides if you remove the media, this is what I tell people, you remove the media, you go outside and you wouldn't know anything's wrong with this world. It's just that's the power of and this is the thing too, what really gets me is all these people out there, and I said, look, you're just brainwashed by the media. Goes, oh, I don't watch TV. Then why are you so afraid of then where'd you hear about this corona? If you never watch TV or you don't look at the news on the internet, then where do you hear about it? It doesn't matter if it's on CNN online or CNN on a TV, it's still CNN on either media. So they try to deny that they have any type of mind control by the media, but they're getting it offline. They're getting off their phones, off CNN website or Yahoo News. So it's all the same thing if they watch TV or not. And that's what they don't realize. You just again, you remove these contrived events from 9/11 to Corona to Ebola to all these fake shootings and bombings. You have a much different world. They create this world through chaos, and obviously through the chaos they create, they're bringing new laws. And again, I really have to emphasize this. Even after this nonsense coronavirus goes away, this world won't be the same. It's just more rights being stripped from us and bring us closer to being literal slaves. And people are being actual literal slaves today. How many millions upon millions of people are quarantined in their own homes? And
they're fucking days. They piss me off. They're being such cowards, dude. Such cowards. Yeah. I will say this though. Today there were people, and I filmed it across the street from me in the park. A bunch of people with their kids. There were people walking their dogs. So there are a lot of people that are ignoring it, but there are people that aren't. I went to the bank the other day. This fucking jackass comes out of the lobby because only the ATM's open. So he comes out the lobby as I'm going in, and he's holding the door open with his fucking elbow, dude. I wanted to smack him. I'm like, this is so. You guys look ridiculous. You're so ridiculous right now just to buy into something like that. Oh. And here's the thing. I understand that you might not agree. You got to look at these things, guys, but like
Yeah.
you should never default to fear. Don't default to fear. That's what they want you to do. Don't ever default to fear. Why would you put yourself in that position to default to fear? And that's what everything is. And everybody does it, right? Oh, well, they'll think it's real and they'll be scared until for me, it's the other way around, RV. I mean, it's all fake until proven otherwise. And there's a very damn good reason because it's all been fake. It's all been fake the whole time. All the fear.
Yeah, it's just simple. You know, if we see something real, we're going to see it in our faces. And there's nothing about this from the start. From the start, before it supposedly hit the U.S., I saw these freaking fake videos from China, from Africa with Ebola, and it continued on the same thing. If this is so real, they don't need to freaking fake all this garbage. And one thing I didn't mention that I covered in the video was that gurney scene in China where you have a cameraman. He's like in the distance. There's another cameraman at closer to the so-called operating area, and they're all filming this one gurney being pushed across the hospital, the tile flooring. And once they reach the doorway, they enter the doorway with the gurney and all these medics. They're all just casually walking around. The guy that was filming it, there's multiple angles. The one guy that was filming it, he literally just stopped filming. He walked up to one of the medics. They're having a normal conversation like it's nothing. So it's like you could tell it's just a freaking production. So if it's so real, why do they need to fake these things? So right away, you know, red flags everywhere, and I'm not buying anything all they do is lie to us. So I'm not buying anything they sell. Period. What do you got here? Exercise video?
So this is part of what I did the other night. I showed a bunch of songs that they got. There's channels with millions and millions of subs pushing this. This channel's only got 30,000 subs. This guy's teaching a Corona dance where he teaches people. Watch, he's gonna sneeze in his arm, then he's gonna go to shake somebody's hand. He's gonna pull his hand back because he's social distancing. He's gonna say no, and then he's gonna like shimmy away from them, and that's the dance movement. He's got a whole dance class doing this.
And I bet there's millions of goons out there copying this in their living room, you know, while they're freaking scared. When the mailman comes, they probably have the disinfectant for all the mail. You know, they have their masks on. It's just ridiculous. And this guy's a complete idiot too. I mean, it's like I said, this is like, to me, I put in the same categories the ice bucket challenge. Just stupid nonsense. And all these idiots, they're just basically freaking drones, mindless drones, just going along with the program. And I don't want to be with these people. I don't want to be part of society, really, when it comes down to all these. What the heck is this?
This is TikTok, so they have all the kids doing it. So there's a whole. So it's cool that there's a pandemic and they're making a dance out of it. So all the kids start by sneezing in their arm, then they clap their hands off like their hands are dirty, or they wash their hands, and they all do a dance. It's all over the internet, dude.
They're not 6 feet apart. What's going on here? It's just the biggest gimmick ever. This is ridiculous, you know. Oh no.
Yeah, it's disturbing, bro. And I'm not even gonna play the songs, but this big artist. I mean, Neil Diamond did a song. This person, JoJo, I don't know who she is, some sort of hip hop artist. She redid a song, all talking about stay by yourself, stay away from your grandparents. You know, don't touch anybody, social distancing. And then you got these shows out there like Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel doing their shows and promoting this whole thing. It's fucking absolute nonsense. Absolute fucking. Look at this. This is. It's crazy, dude. There's so much of this. I did a whole video on it.
Again,
So
they're not 6 feet apart. If they're really into it, and this is legit, they're concerned. Why aren't they freaking 6 feet apart? They're like 2 inches apart. So they know, you know. It's just like I said. It's people just want to like gravitate. I don't hate to use the word gravitate, but they want to gravitate towards towards the big story. They want to be part of it. This is their way of being part of a big story. This is history. I'm part of it. This is society. How dumb they are, you know? Oh my goodness.
yeah, these masks are like it's like the American flags after 9/11. This is the new little prop. These masks, it symbolizes fear. Oh, dude, you don't even know how bad this is. There's so much of this. It's nonstop.
I'm
It's
glad
all
I'm watching. You know, now this is the first time I've seen this garbage. I'm glad I never looked it up because this is just really annoying. And they're like,
yeah.
Let's take this. We're informed. We also have talent. We're going to show ourselves off, and it's just dumb. This is just.
Oh, even Bono has a song. I mean, that piece of shit. I mean, oh, It's so over the top, dude. It really is.
Well, you know, when Greta Thunberg, when she's involved with it, you know it's a complete scam. She's pushing, of course, the so-called climate change, global warming. Said it a million times. Only the global warming a hoax. The globe's a hoax. It's all a lie, of course. So yeah, this is just a sad state of society, and it's getting dumber and dumber, you know. And like I said, it reminds me of that scene from that one movie, Men in Black, with Will Smith and that guy Tommy Lee Jones on that park bench.
Yeah. When they're on the bench, yeah.
Yeah, and,
Yep.
and the funny thing is they show the Twin Towers. You hear a bunch of laughter, like a hyena laughing, kind of like a Joker laughing, showing the Twin Towers. They're talking about how scared and people are dumb, stupid animals. The person is intelligent, but people in general are just dumb, stupid animals, and that's exactly it. I was like, hit it out of the park. And these people that run this world, of course, they know this. It's so easy. I mean, literally. I mean, like I said earlier, why is toilet paper the big deal? In gematria, it's 137. Gematria, toilet paper is 137. So is mind control. So if the news said, you need to get your toothpaste and dental floss, or kept harping on toothpaste and dental floss, there would be none in the stores. If they said banquet TV dinners are what you need, they would be sold out. That's just society. and I knew that for the longest time. Whatever fad, whatever fashion, whatever fear, everybody's going to follow. Fear and fashion, everybody follows. It's just society. They just gotta,
So easily manipulated. It's sad to watch, especially when you've been doing this sort of thing like a decade, like you and I have, and you see the psychology behind these people and how they're just manipulated. It's crazy that they just all go along with it. And again, this time around, though, this one feels different, man. I mean, the way that they are so brainwashed at this level, man, maybe because I had a personal experience and I went to the doctors and I talked to them and I seen, like, how could they fall for this trick? I mean, how could you fall for the trick where you're clearing out your offices and appointments for weeks? You're sitting there waiting for people that never come. They tell you we're all coming, so don't use up the supplies. And meanwhile, right on your building, there's signs that tell people if you have the symptoms to turn around and go home and self-isolate. Like, where is the disconnect there? Like, how is it that deep? It's that deep. They can't question anything they thought. And the first doctor I saw her, and she's like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" The receptionist says, not in those exact words. She was a little more polite about it. I'm like, I'm here for my appointment. And she's like, "Well, didn't you get a call?" I said, "No." She's like, "Is your voicemail full?" I said, "No, I didn't get a call. Why?" "Oh, well, we're only seeing corona patients." Now, this is 2 weeks ago, And I'm like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I've had an appointment for like a month trying to get in here." And she's like, "Oh, well, we can only see the corona patients." Now, grant you, there's not even people that think they're sick overflow in this doctor's office. There's nobody there. And they're not going to see me because they're going to keep the place empty. This is what's going on in the whole world right now. Okay, literally. This is the magic trick. And I said to her, I said, "Well, how many corona patients do you have?" And she looked at me and she said, "Well, 0 confirmed cases." And I said, "So you're going to turn me and other sick people away based off patients that you haven't even seen at all come in?" And I said, "When they come in, how are you going to test them for coronavirus?" And she got triggered and like walked away from me, dude. Like, it's so crazy that they're putting their orders from the CDC and their faith in this system before morals. Like, you're supposed to help sick people. Like, but it's so fucked up, dude. It really is. It's disappointing.
Yeah. And there's so many angles too, besides the hospitals, where they're really putting panic in people's minds. Like, and I know obviously this is a fake, contrived thing. It was, I believe, it was at a CVS or Walgreens, where they showed this guy, this guy with dark colored hair, and his girlfriend or wife, and he's loading up all this like medicine, like, I don't know, it's Tylenol, Advil, whatever it is, in this bag, this reusable bag, and he's stuffing it. And there's employees standing there, and the guy's just like right there filming it all. And he just walks out of the store with this big, huge bag full of stuff. I mean, literally, this guy's not even looking at the guy filming at him. It's completely staged, like every show on TV. So it's like, wow, look, even, it's such hysteria right now. People are getting away with robbery, and the police are not even, if you have a call, that unless it's a real emergency, they don't even come out to you. So they're putting real fear, like, oh, if something happens, the police won't even help me. If I have a, something major emergency, they're not going to help me over this. And like you said, being at the hospital, they're not even helping you, even though you have an appointment over this, something that's not even real. I mean, that's the worst part of it. It's just,
they don't see the trick. How can you work there and not see that? I mean, it's such common sense.
Because
it's
they're always going to rationalize it some way, somehow in their own mind. And they're going to they've been, my upper authorities told me this. So that's the way it has to be. That's what we're told. It's just like all the people, 10, 12 years ago that I would post on social media a long time ago about vaccines, and someone that works, that's a nurse that actually does, inoculate people or administer the vaccines to children. And she got really upset. I said, you can get upset all you want. I said, all you're doing is reading off a pamphlet from the CDC or you're being ordered to do it, and you don't know what you're doing. You're doing damage to children, and you think you know what you're doing. You think you have a clue. You have a lot of faith in your government CDC, but you're poisoning people. I don't care if people like that. I just same thing with fluoride. Something simple as fluoride, where someone that's a dental assistant got mad because I said fluoride is toxic. And they got really triggered too. I'm like, look, it says on the freaking side of a tube of toothpaste, poison control, call poison control if ingested. What don't you get about that? And they they don't have any answer. So, well, we're just putting it in our mouth. I said, look, it's in your mouth. There's poison in your mouth daily. There's a certain amount that goes down your throat. You do it day after day, sometimes 2 times a day. It's like and that's one thing I want to mention too, not to jump from fluoride to 5G. This drives me crazy when many people are talking about, the people that have coronavirus. It's not actually from the coronavirus itself. It's from 5G. I'm like,
yeah. Well, here's the thing. They don't even have symptoms of coronavirus because it's fake. That's what my problem is with it.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm telling them too. I'm like, look, no one has this freaking thing, and you're actually legitimize it through another fear. And I look at 5G as this. It's simply something that might affect people slowly. Whatever method they harm the public, they're going to tell you it's harmful, and it's up to you to either you're warned. For example, you go to Disneyland, they have signs all over the picnic areas. This facility is known to have chemicals that cause reproductive harm and cancers. So they're literally telling you foods at McDonald's, at Starbucks, they have warning signs everywhere. And people just look at the signs. It says cancer, reproductive harm. They still stand in line. They go eat the food. And obviously, it's not going to do anything overnight. It's just like cigarettes. Cigarettes are not going to kill you overnight. It's over a period of time, they will have an effect if you abuse it. If you smoke one a day for forever, maybe not so much. But these freaking people smoking a pack a day, 2 packs a day, it's going to catch up with you, So, everything in moderation. I know people that are social smokers. If you do it constantly, anything, food, anything, it's going to catch up with you. So we all have to be very, very aware of all this stuff. And that's how I see it. As far as anything that's going to affect us, what I'm getting at, it's going to be known. They're going to let us know. They're going to have warnings. Like for example, that's why they have doctors, that are anti-vaxxers on TV. They're letting you know there's a controversy that some doctors are saying it's actually harmful. So if you actually go through the process and get vaccinated, well, you've been warned by actual doctors on CNN, on Fox News, that it's not safe. But they'll have the majority saying, of course, there's no worries. Of course, Dr. Oz, he's telling millions upon millions of his followers to get it. He admits his own wife and children don't get vaccinated. That's the biggest red flag there can be, Besides that one other doctor, I forgot his name, Dr. Lawrence. I forgot his last name. Dr. Larry, Dr. Lawrence. I have him in videos where he's a doctor and giving vaccination to kids, and he didn't know there's actual mercury in the vaccines until a parent asked him, that there's mercury in there? He goes, I didn't know that. He's back in 1998 because I didn't know. And this is the freaking doctor. He didn't know. He just, that's what I'm getting at. The doctors literally, just, all they're doing is reading off. They look for symptoms. This is what
They're not doctors because they're not doctors because they're critical thinkers. They're doctors because they're expert regurgitators and repeaters and non-critical thinkers.
Well, I've experienced, like I said, I haven't been in hospital in my life or anything for myself, but like I brought my cats to the vet, and every time they're freaking wrong. They're wrong with what the issues. They want to do a billion tests, raking the money, and the solution I figured out myself on both occasions. And now it's like, why waste your money? Just try to do your own research and try to find what's best for them. The only thing that's beneficial is the blood work. I'll admit that. Go there for the blood work, get to the root of the problem, but don't use their medicine. Bring them home. Like one of my cats, I used apple cider vinegar. She had liver issues, and after the apple cider vinegar, she got a lot better. So yeah, and the medicine is just gonna freaking, it's gonna take the money from you, and it's gonna just maybe mask the problem, not solve the problem. And so, yeah, natural means, apple cider vinegar is really a miracle thing.
When I went to the doctors the other day, one of the first things they asked me, of course, is if I wanted to get vaccinated, flu shot, and then they asked me if I had any guns in my house.
What
Yeah, and I'm not the only one. I know they asked Zulu that. I know they asked a few people that. They literally asked me that out the blue for no reason.
Probably they're worried about you coming back and shooting them.
Yeah, well, it's insane. They start off like that. And I'm just like, wow, you try to jab me with a vaccine and see if I have guns. And hey, listen, I need a 5-minute break. Is that cool? We take one more break?
Yeah, no worries.
Stick around for like another hour. Is that good?
That sounds good. No worries, man. 5 minutes is good.
What's up, Karen? I see you unmuted.
Nothing. That's cool.
You've been very quiet. Do you want to say something? Do you want me to not take a break, Karen?
No, it's fine. I was just saying that this break is fine. That's all. And just letting you know that I'm still here.
Yeah, we're wondering if you fell asleep. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm still alive.
Karen, I just want to say one thing before we go on break. I'm glad you're letting us speak because you've been hogging up the whole show. Just messing with you, just of course. Yeah, no worries. We'll take a break and then we'll let Karen talk. We're hogging up all the time, Brian. Gotta let Karen speak.
That's okay. It's not like I have anything super important today to say. I mean, I already kind of went over it with the virus stuff.
Yeah.
If you guys want to go over the more stuff with how we know the coronavirus is a hoax.
Yeah. Yeah. This is extremely important podcast we're doing, and I really hope people pass it around because this is very important that people like it gets back to Robbie Davidson and others. And if he has an issue, I don't have a problem because I don't think it is. I know it is. I know it's a freaking hoax. So not to go too long, we'll take the break, but definitely hammer the point of this needs to get around. People need to know that, or on the fence, or listen to Robbie's propaganda.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm not gonna lie. I was actually triggered this morning by that fear porn.
I've been triggered for a while, since I heard this. So definitely needs to be this point needs to be hammered 100%.
All right, cool. We'll be right back, guys. It's about 5 minutes.
Hello, are you spinning on a big pear? Stuck there with gravity. Perhaps you're chilling in a dome. Come on now, I don't believe you feel you're tricked. Well, I'll try to explain. You're probably living on a plane. Relax, relax, relax. Got some information first. Just basic facts. It ain't no ball, this thing called Earth. This isn't truth you are receiving. The distant ship shows on the horizon. A spinning ball don't rip the waves. I was a child, I had a feeling the astronauts look like such buffoons. Now I got that feeling once again. I can't explain, you wouldn't understand. This is not what God planned. They lie. You become comfortably done. They lie. You become comfortably done. Okay. Just a little pinprick. 'Cause you need your shots so they can keep you nice and sick. Why can't you stand up? I do believe it's working good. This NASA phony show. Come on, it's not a globe. It isn't true. You are receiving. We never went to the moon. You never really were an ape. Stand still, but check out that balloon. When I was outside, I caught a 15 glimpse out of the corner of my eye. Frozen plane parked in the sky. I turned to look, but it was gone. I cannot put my finger on it now. The truth is known, the dream is gone. I have overcome, I'm no longer dumb. Watching the sun bake, thinking it looks fake. All of the skies outside are covered in goo. Smoking a big dew, watching the YouTube. Time to go in now, but what can he do? Staveley's going live again in Centerville, searching for truth, taking some calls. Some people claim there's something wrong with his brain, 'cause he knows we don't live on the ball.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to Unveiling This Realm. Brian Staveley, Karen B, and our guest today, Russian Vids. And thank you, everybody, for being here. We've had around 400 people pretty much the whole night. I appreciate it. A lot of information to take in, I know. For people that are new to this channel, I cover a lot of things. I've been covering this hoax nonstop since it's been going. I cover Mandela effect to no end, flat Earth, really whatever comes up, all different topics. My main things would be Psy-Ops, flat Earth, Mandela effect, and this, which would obviously go under the Psy-Op category. This is one of the things you couldn't ignore. I completely disconnect from. I don't bother covering the shootings, and you guys are both muted if you didn't know. If you are back, I don't bother covering the shootings and stuff anymore. I used to do that all the time because it's so stale. I mean, I did look at Vegas a little bit for a couple days, but obviously we all know these things are completely fake and scripted when you get into it. Something as big as Vegas, you had to touch on because everybody was talking about it. And every time one of these things happens, you see the same thing with the truth community. They'll be like, 40% of them will be buying it as real until the smoke clears a little. Then there'll still be a lot of people that push them. And that's the big problem is people need to realize that all this stuff is scripted and fake. They use fear to control you. And when people say things like, oh, well, 9/11 or pick your event, too big to fake. Of course, people died in New York. You got to think about it. We know that they've wanted to divide us for a long time. They want us to think everybody's a bad human. Everybody hates each other. But in reality, we know that's not the case. Now, granted, police officers, FBI, these people, they're severely brainwashed, but they're not going to just sign off on murdering people in broad daylight in New York City. And if some of them did, there would be whistleblowers through the roofs. It makes all the sense in the world to fake and simulate all these events. It's the only way you get people to participate in it. If you approach people and you're like, hey, these 20 school kids are really going to die, or 3,000 people are going to die, but it's for the good of the country. We're going to compensate you, yada, yada, yada. Nobody's going to go along with that. But you take out the deaths and it's just a hoax. A lot of these people are so brainwashed, you don't even have to compensate them extra. You see how they act now. Look at the way they act now. They're self-quarantining on suggestion. They've been doing it for a week. They'll do anything. They're completely manipulated. But they won't sign off on murder. Some will. I don't know if you heard what I've been saying, RV, but I've been saying the reason that these hoaxes work, because there's a lot of people that, they'll always come with the government doesn't care about you, so of course people die in these things. They don't care. But that's why these things work, because as much as they want you to think every human's bad and we hate each other, humans aren't going to sign off on murder. And if they did, if people really died in these events, there'd be whistleblowers through the roof. There'd be real families to deal with. It makes no sense to really kill people when they get the same effect by not having to deal with any of that. And I do think they get their jollies off on it. I don't really know how else to say it. I think these sickos get their jollies off of simulating death and putting us through real trauma and fear based off it. What do you think about that?
Well, I look at it this way, Brian, and everybody else listening in. Like I said earlier, they're always going to give us warnings. I've been really emphasizing that. So they're not going to outright kill us. They're going to manipulate ourselves to do it to ourselves, as in the vaccinations. Like all the red flags, all the warnings. We know about this. So now it falls upon you. You've been warned about the dangers. You've seen all the, all these documentaries. You've seen even they have, like I said, doctors, anti-vaxxers on Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. So with all the controversy, if you decide to take it, you've seen all the controversy around it. Now it's your fault. So they never outright kill anybody. They'd rather have, like, for example, like they'll like fabricate something like Mike Brown and have like a race war or people, racial issues between, people over something they created over fabrication. So it's literally through manipulation, we're going to create this chaos. And if you buy into this, our lies, we're not liable because it's obvious. It's just a transparent manipulation, propaganda, lies, hoax. And that's how they do it. So like I said, getting back to people say, well, these people are evil. Like you said, they're really doing this. And they're the ones that spread the virus and trying to kill us all. That's not how they operate. They work on a different level.
Wait. And remember, people know they've done any type of, any type of truth research, we know that we're basically collateral to them. We're money to them. They want to control us, not kill us. It makes no sense to kill us. We're their slaves. We're their debt slaves.
Never kill us instantly. A slow, like slow death where we need the hospital when we're older. We have all these ailments from high fructose corn syrup, aspartame, MSG, all the other nonsense in our foods, all the preservatives that are slowly killing us. But again, everybody's aware of the dangers of this stuff, so it's not like it's a secret. But people are like, oh, who wants to live forever? That type of attitude. And I've heard a million times from people that are dead asleep. They'll say, well, I'm going to die anyways one day. I'm not going to worry about it, that type of thing. And then here's the thing is the sad reality is this, like I said, not to be too repetitive about this, but at 46, I've never been in the hospital in my life since birth for myself, never been to the doctor. And I know many former classmates who've had cancer, who have died. And they call me, they're the same ones that would refer to me, someone like me, as a conspiracy theorist. And I'll give you, this is something worth repeating, where I know someone in my life personally that used to mock me about conspiracies. And they were trying to keep their weight down, drinking diet sodas. And I said, that stuff's bad for you, man. Don't be drinking that. Oh, you and your conspiracy, just kind of like that. I said, okay, go ahead. So what happened was, I think it was 8 months, a year later, whatever it was. He was working for the airlines. He was having issues with his one of his eyes that wouldn't stop blinking. All right, and he went to 3 doctors. They couldn't figure out what's wrong with him. He was freaking out. After 3 doctors, he's missing work, working for the airlines. He thought he's going to live with this the rest of his life. He's freaking out, like really devastated. 4th doctor, after 3, can't remember, he went to a 4th one, and the doc said simply, "Are you chewing gum or drinking diet sodas?"
He knew right away. Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah, I'm drinking." He goes, "Stop." He goes, "It's the aspartame in them." After that, literally within a day or 2, all the symptoms went away. After that, he's looked at me completely different. He's changed his whole outlook. This is what it comes down to. People have to sometimes have to experience these things for themselves to get it, and not until they're not going to listen. So unfortunately, he had to learn the hard way. And after that, he's really listen to things I say. And
yeah, sometimes it's hard to accept that people have to learn the hard way when, so we know, for instance, we learned the way of really piecing things back together 10 years ago. There was nobody laying out the fakery for us, right? But now we've been doing this so long. We've been laying out the fakery and the Psy-Ops and how these operations work to people. We've been laying it out step by step, and they're still not getting it. It's man, it's very frustrating because they actually have somebody to lay it out to them. You know what I mean? It's how do they not see it? I mean, my God, I mean, some people are just so blind to it. It's unbelievable to me.
Well, the thing is this, we see it, we're passionate about this truth, and we see it. They look at it, they might see something that doesn't add up, and they're scared at the truth you present, and they just run. Because they know once they go down that path of, Brian is telling the truth here, or Karen's telling the truth, or David Weiss is telling the truth here, they run, because now it opens a door to, I'm being lied to on many other things. It's going to turn my whole life upside down. I can't trust the media anymore, which I depend on because I'm too freaking lazy to look at the news because I rely on them. So a lot of times, in some instances, they'll say well, I know they do lie about something, but not still. They might be lying about this, but everything can't be a lie. That type of thing too. So it gets back to, they'll jump on board okay, 9/11 was done by the government, but not everything else could be a lie. I'm like, dude, if they're lying about this most major thing, you can't trust them on anything. If they can make you believe this, they can make you believe anything. Do you understand that? They don't get it. They're because it's even a lot of truthers that are calling me out in videos, calling me the original auto hoaxer, which I'm proud to be labeled that. I have no problem with that, but that's exactly what's happening. And they're like, some guy said, I know for a fact they're killing people. I know for a fact. I'm like, how do you know? From your grandma's basement that they're freaking really killing people. It's factual. And trying to rip into me. I said, look, man, they're just, if they're not doing anything new, it's the same thing with all these events, just contrived nonsense garbage. And again, that's the sad thing is when truthers are actually, this is what I'm getting at. They want to seem rational to their peers and their friends. Look, this is fake. All these other events are real. Like Trayvon Martin case, that's real. The OJ case is real. All these other things are real, but I'm going to point out one or two things they're lying about supposedly. So they want to they're riding the line. They have their nuts on the fence, type of thing where they're calling the obvious, moon landing, 9/11. It's not what we're told, but everything else is freaking real. That type of thing, those people are the worst. They just want to they want to have one foot in truth and one foot in society still, and fit in kind of like just fit in with their friends still. And that's just mind. They're still under that mind control phase. They're playing both sides of the field type of thing, and those type of people, again, they're just basically useless to me.
We don't have time for them. We don't have time for them anymore. Like you said, we don't have time for those type of people. I mean, it's times are too important right now. So with everything that's happened in the last few weeks, I mean, what do you see as might have been the jumping off point for them? Why do you think they pulled it now?
I honestly believe this is a test run. I think things still need to go down. I think this is gonna go away. But again, it's really about creating new laws from this. They're gonna have we have to take the proper steps to make sure it doesn't spread and it doesn't start. So we're gonna restrict this, restrict that. And, it's just, but again, it gets back to they're not doing everything properly now to even suggest that. Like I said, they're still cramming people in airplanes, these aluminum tubes with wings. And, it's just, but the whole thing is this, just like after 9/11, the world wasn't the same. After this, the world will definitely not be the same either. They're really clamping down on things. And I think it's going to be, it's almost going to, I hate to say this, but it's almost going to be like society is going to get so used to it. It's such a slow process of taking away the rights. It's just, they're going to just roll with it. They're going to roll with more of their rights being stripped. And well, this is the best for us. Of course, it's the best for us. They're going to do this because it's the best for us. They're trying to protect us. And of course, the stimulant packages, they're delaying with the doing your taxes till July 15th. They're paying themselves as heroes. Look, we're trying to help them. But these little things they're doing is just to make themselves paint themselves in a good light when they're behind, of course, all this garbage. So, they're trying to seem like they're the good people. We're trying to save you people. But, obviously, I'm
what I
say that
people in the beginning. They bring out Neil deGrasse several weeks ago, and he's out there saying how we just have to trust science, because their fake science is going to save us from this fake virus. So they're going to be the heroes in that aspect. And then, of course, the whole economy is everywhere crashing and all that. Obviously, that's done by design. Nobody's here is going to doubt that. So that's done by design. The whole economies and everything crashed. So then what do? They bail us out with their fake money. So now Donald Trump's the hero, Tom Hanks is the hero, and Neil deGrasse Tyson's the hero. Fucking awesome, man. What a great time this is. I'm ready to puke. This is disgusting.
And we're the enemies of society because we're speaking the truth. We're like people for example, after David Weiss and I did that Chris Jericho podcast, people are saying, oh, these guys, these people that they're wrestling fans, a lot of them are just basically brain dead. Oh, these
your boy. Go ahead. I was just gonna take a shot at your boy Disco because.
Oh yeah, Disco. I'm on the Disco list with Conan. Yeah, those two guys are another two guys that are brain dead.
Hey, when you're done this story, can we bury them real quick?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They both deserve to be buried. They're both, like I said, brain dead. But Conan is not. Conan's only 80% brain dead, where Disco's 100% brain dead. And what it comes down to is with this whole a lot of these wrestling fans, what cracks me up is, they're they know who won, every single championship belt. They know the ins and outs of wrestling, every single move. But as far as this, they're freaking buying it, but they don't understand the parallels of professional wrestling in the news. They're both scripted. They're both made up. And I said this. There's bookers for all the events this on the world stage, just like there's booking. there's bookers for pro wrestling, and that's exactly what's happening. And what kills me is pro wrestlers are actually buying into this fake world. That's just unbelievable to me. But yeah, that's what's happening. But getting back to what I was saying about this, these people like saying, "Oh yeah, Russian Vids and David Wise, they're paranoid." I'm like, look, we're not paranoid. What's paranoid about telling you people that it's fake? Don't let the fear control you. How is that paranoid? And they don't have a response. They just want to sound like,
dude, they're the ones that are paranoid. They're walking around with fucking surgical masks on, saying 6 feet away from loved ones, calling us paranoid over a virus that doesn't exist. They think they're gonna catch it out in the air, and that can't even happen. Unbelievable. We're not the paranoid ones. They're the ones that have been afraid of invisible enemies their whole lives.
yeah,
right.
exactly.
The invisible school shooter, the invisible Muslim terrorist, and now the invisible virus, as Karen put it so well. Viruses and the new terrorism. The terrorism and the school shootings got pretty stale. Now they got the virus. Ultimate fear.
Well, we should also touch upon like fake wars, fake battles, like the one that really opened my eyes to the fakery, because we know this world's a stage, of course. When it comes to like all these ISIS events, fake, everything involved with ISIS, beheadings or shootings, or 3 ISIS members were killed.
Dude,
all fake garbage.
While we're talking about ISIS, while we're talking about ISIS, so in all the beginning, I know in the end they ended up actually faking, like they cut somebody's head off, but in the beginning ones, they actually didn't even show anything. They would just cut the camera away, and there were people that were like, "Did you see how gruesome that was?" And I was like, "Oh, really? You saw the video?" They're like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so what did you see in the video? Oh, how they cut that guy's heads off. And I know that they didn't show that. They just reporters told you that's what happened when the camera went black. But they're explaining it to me like they watched this guy's head get sawed off.
Yeah, like that Nick Berg guy, completely fake. Yeah. No blood whatsoever. Just Hollywood fakery, just like exactly like 9/11, just what happened, literally a couple of years prior with the fake planes. It's fake this, fake that. But what really needs to be emphasized is when it comes to Saddam Hussein, who's definitely part of it, because when they show him being basically supposedly found Saddam Hussein in Iraq hiding in that manhole, that little cave he had.
That didn't even look like the same guy they always caught it out on TV.
Well, yeah, but the main thing is the problem with that supposedly went down December 13, 2003. The problem is that time of the year, the problem is this: there's a date tree behind them, date palm, and there's fruit on it. And literally, I deal with agriculture. It's literally impossible for there to be date palms on that tree in winter. Literally, it's like if anybody lives in California, you're not going to see a freaking apple on the tree in December. It's not going to happen. It's not the time of year that you're going to see. They're going to be all gone. It's literally impossible. So that tells you they filmed that segment like a wrestling segment, or like a movie set scene prior in July or August, because I looked at the actual charts from Iraq when dates are right. They go from June to August, and that's the cutoff. So you might have some stragglers on there in September, but literally in October, every single date is going to be off that date palm tree. So literally, what I'm getting at is they filmed that during the summer, that segment of the fake Saddam capture. So they had their the people in the military, they had their one little segment, that special operations dealing with the fakery department, like they all do with all these other events, supposedly capturing Saddam Hussein. But here's the thing is, I have those photos of the dates on the tree. Here's the thing is, I've seen documentaries like on CNN stuff, they cut it out, they edit it out. They edit out the date palms in the back. So these are little things that people can key on. It's going to go over their head unless they understand anything about agriculture. So what I'm getting is Saddam had every chance to say something in court. Hey, they lied about capturing me, in December, happening in July. He never said anything of that sort. He just went along with the program. And of course, we've seen all the video footage with Saddam Hussein, with Donald Rumsfeld and other U.S. officials. They're all meeting. Basically, they're just it's like a Booker's meeting. They're all just planning the event, getting it all together. It's just a big joke, and that's what people have to understand. Not only the Iraq, the first Gulf, second Gulf, go back in time, these civil wars. I'm sure there's no freaking, like we always see these dramatic paintings and of soldiers facing off like in the battle. Just part of our fake history. There's no freaking.
Oh, they go. I live in New England, and they do these full blown recreations of the Revolutionary War, where people go out in all these costumes and these muskets and all types of shit. And it's like, think about that propaganda. People go out and watch it, and I've done it as a kid with my parents. We've gone out and watched them do their fake battlefields, and I mean, how much of that is totally fake? All of it. I mean, you know what I mean? It's completely scripted.
Well, we know the whole point of the U.S. and the 13 colonies. 13 is the number of rebellion, and they were scripted to play out with 13 colonies. And of course, this is why, the illusion of being free from England. So they always been like under the thumb, and it's the illusion of sovereignty when there's no sovereignty, and all these governments are working together. So this is the illusion they created with all these fake, phony sovereign countries, the U.S. included. Why is it every time they freaking princess die on TV, and everybody here in the U.S. is worshiping her? And they're always spotlighting. Like I remember, even as a child, watching. My sisters were crazy about Princess Di, getting a freaking haircut like Princess Di, and all this stuff, and watching the Prince Charles and Princess Diana get married. What a complete joke! It's just these are the blue bloods, that are high powered people that they make people worship them. Like I don't care about it's on TV. These must be important people. So let's worship them because they're being paraded around like they're powerful people. So let's worship them, that type of thing, because that's the programming of TV. Like for example, literally no one in the U.S. knows anything about them, but they're propped up as these powerful people and famous, and let's worship them. That type of thing. And they really know nothing about. They really show not much about them other than that. And of course, that fake car crash in the tunnel with Dodi Fayed and Princess Di, and they had the Illuminati Princess Di card. So yeah, just part of our fake gimmick history, and it's sad to me. People live and die in this. They live their whole life, they die, and their whole life was nothing but a lie. They didn't know until after everything's over. This whole thing was a freaking illusion. It was all smoke and mirrors my whole life. So what it gets down to is, I would not, people. I've heard people in truth say this, sometimes I wish I was back to being a sheeple.
I don't know. I hate that. How could they say that? Like, how could you even say that? How could that come out of your mouth?
Exactly. To me, it's like, it's freaking pretty amazing what's happening, with all this stuff. That the conclusion, and like I said, here's the thing: is really when it comes down to it, there are very, very few people on this this level of truth, because there's so many people I talk to in person that claim they're awake or online, but again, they still are Trump supporters. They're still posting fake news like it's real. Like in social media, I have friends like they love my stuff, and then I see them freaking post things about Trump or things about how to stay safe from Corona, that type of thing. So, and they're supposedly, awake, but they just can't help it. They got to go back to freaking asleep, because not everything can be fake in this fake world, according to them. That type of thing. Like, oh, great, you point out that's fake. You point out that's fake, but this is real.
Yeah, this is real.
It's happening.
Yeah, and it's usually that they're always anytime something's new, they say it's real. They're afraid to come out and be one of the first ones to say it. They have to wait until it's accepted by a certain amount of people. Like, look at all the people that waited a couple years to say Sandy Hook was fake. I mean, how transparent was that fucking event? Or the people that waited 4, 5, 6 months to say Vegas was fake. It's like, how did you not see it on the first day? You've seen all the fake videos on the first day. You've seen the people milling around. You've seen the guy talking about it. It sounds like gunshots is just coming over the speakers. I mean, this was all pointed out right away. You guys waited until a big channel you follow said something, and you could jump aboard, or a bigger group of people in a truth movement or a large group on Facebook was started, because you're cowards and you're afraid to come out and say what it is. It's fake every time until proven otherwise, in my book. And they're the little boy who cried wolf.
That's 100% spot on, Brian. That's why every time I do a live stream, I always mention you, because you freaking get it. And the main thing is, you're talking about Vegas here, and I literally got 3 video clips of people saying fake effing gunshots. One guy, another guy, where the police actually I have footage with police wearing their body cams. They show up at the scene. This is all has to, of course, be released to the public. And when they arrive, and some guy's saying, it's all fake. They're fake shots. They're not real. It's fireworks. And then there's a third person in this so-called mosh pit. I wouldn't call it a mosh pit. Just a bunch of people like kneeling down. They're afraid of. Yeah, they're on the ground. And one guy says, "Those are fake gunshots." And the other guy says, "What is it?"
Yep.
And he goes, "I don't know." And then they all start running. And then they come to the point where one of the guys says, "Stop, stop. It's just fireworks." So I got 3 clips from people at the scene. You don't see any freaking dead bodies. This supposedly was the largest mass murder in U.S. history. And the freaking thing dropped off the map like nothing. It's unbelievable.
And again, the Illuminati card with the exact tattoo the guy that's in the band had on his with the exact tattoo. I forget what card it was. If it was a joke card or an ace, whatever the hell it was, you probably remember. And then also all over the grass, there were other videos too. There were these 2 girls that were on the grass. And okay, there were some people leaving. Most of the people weren't even leaving. Okay, there were some people rushing out, but you got to remember that doesn't mean the gunshots are real. All you need is a couple people to cause a little panic, and you got the audio going out over the speakers. Yeah, some people are going to run out, and most people weren't buying it. And in fact, these girls are like, "I don't actually see anybody injured," and she said it like 3 times. "I don't actually see anybody injured." And then there was also a cab driver. Did you see the cab driver video before you 2 pulled it?
Yeah.
The cab driver went to the Mandalay, and before he got there, he got called over the speakers from the cab company. "Don't go to the Mandalay. It's completely shut down. Blah, 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 shooting, this, that, and the other thing." He gets to the Mandalay because he's already almost there, and there's nothing going on. It's like the hospitals right now in all the cities.
How about that one reality star? He shows up at the freaking scene, and he has his like friend film it. This is the most hilarious thing. He shows up. All these cops are running behind this like little barricade area, behind like a log or something, right by the parking lot. And he keeps trying to ask a cop for his gun. And like the guy's like, "Get the F away from me. Get out of here." And he's like, he tries to show him like some ID or some gun permit. He goes, I'm licensed." He goes, "I don't care. You should know better. Get out of here." You got to see. It's absolutely hilarious. This one reality star is pushing, trying to like be like Rambo, try to borrow a cop's gun and start shooting people.
Yeah. Speaking of that, somebody mentioned Eminem, and I remember I made a video on. I said, "Hey, did you see what Eminem did?" I remember I hit you up on Twitter, and he did a full-on music video recreation of the Vegas shooting where he actually turns into Sam Paddock, and it's such propaganda. It was like the heaviest propaganda I've seen until that Criminal Minds hit piece on the Mandela Effect. But that Eminem video is just so over the top. I was like disgusted by it. He's such a piece of shit.
You know what? It just proves, which I've been saying for over a decade, these so-called musicians in the music industry, they're like actors in Hollywood. They're not freaking coming up with the lyrics. They're giving these the looks, the music videos, the lyrics to their songs, the album covers, everything. They're just it's no different than American Idol, but a higher level of talent when it comes to their voice or their performance ability. But literally, they're nothing more than actors, and that's a perfect example. Eminem had nothing to do with producing this and singing this song. He's just freaking told to do it like a good little puppet that he is, a good little Muppet. And it reminds me, back in the 80s, I remember this one interview. I forgot which band it was, but this one musician was interviewed and asked about a particular song on the album, and he was asked, "What is this? What do the lyrics actually mean?" And you can see he's like doesn't know how to answer because everybody assumes these bands create the music. Goes, "It's whatever you want it to mean to you." It's just the most generic, canned. Like, I didn't make this. I'm just going to give you a generic answer and like just whatever it means to you. It's just telling you. None of these people come with their songs. People think, "Oh, just the Monkees were manufactured," when the Beatles, Elvis, all of them are. Period.
Yeah, not even just the full-on recreation of the Vegas shooting that Eminem did that shows you he didn't write it.
Yeah.
Like even deeper propaganda in the lyrics, talking about like, well, I was able to buy all this ammo because I have no felonies, type of thing. Like, he was like the whole thing, dude. He was pushing the whole gun, gun ban type lingo in his song. Like this, the whole reason this went down is because gun owners have rights, basically, is what he was saying in his lyrics.
He's a real piece of garbage in my book. Marshall Mathers, the MM33 and all that stuff. But yeah, it's a complete joke with these with the propaganda. And what's very frustrating is, like I said earlier, of course, is we can see this for what it is. And you tell this to people again that are just completely brainwashed and the people on TV I never met, they know exactly what's going on. But here's the thing is, I said it a million times, where all these people they're talking about, for example, all these people talking about the Vegas shooting or Boston, they're just literally in studio talking about it, reading off a teleprompter. None of them been there, but they act like, oh, these news people, they're giving us the real truth. These freaking news people, they're all getting it from one source. That's from, for example, Vegas, where this is a controlled operation. They know they're experts on nothing. They're just reading off a teleprompter and not going off script. If they go off script and say, hey, this looks suspicious, they're done. They're fired. They're going to be done from so-called quote journalism, which is not journalism. All they are is just state-run TV and just obviously just reading off a script, just like a freaking actor. They're no different than actors. These news clowns, they're not journalists at all. That's why they're just garbage people, in my eyes.
Yeah, people idolize them because they have a fancy suit on and they're on TV. The idol worship is crazy, and we see it everywhere. We see it in the truth movement as well. Idol worship needs to stop across the board. Everybody needs to have their own independent thought. Have some fucking courage. Once you see something wrong or you believe something's a lie, then call it out and tell people what you think. Because you know what? There's a lot of other people that think what you're doing, what you think, and they're all being cowards too and staying in the closet. Now in these times, we need everybody to stand up, man. I don't really have much tolerance for these people that are closet flat earthers or whatever it is anymore. I mean, get the fuck up, man. You know what I mean? Speak up.
Yeah.
By being silent, we're just letting them rule over us. Like, what are you gonna say? Oh, I always knew that we were lied to about the globe, but you kept your mouth shut the whole time. So you really helped. You really helped us. Oh, thanks a lot, asshole.
Yeah, I just seen like a few clowns. Like after the Flat Earth, get back to Flat Earth for a second here. I remember this one clown, after a lot of us were making Flat Earth videos in the very beginning, he came out like months later saying, oh yeah, I always knew the earth is flat. I just never mentioned it. It's kind of these people, just these really dinky channels, 10 subs and those type of people that just, there's unfortunately a lot of jealousy in truth. And this is what happens too. I'm getting off topic, but it's important too when it comes to truth. It's like this. When you have people out there that have really small channels, they think they have a good grasp on things, they're producing good video, good work in their minds, and they might have some good points actually in their videos. But when they don't get the views or they don't have the amount of subs, automatically all of us are shills because we have more subs than them. So we must be. I speak better truth than you, so you must be a shill. That's why you have all the subs, and I only have 250, that type of thing. So there's always, it's like we're fighting against the people who are dead asleep. There's a lot of fighting in the so-called truth movement as well. It's just, that's the major issue is, just the fighting and on all ends. And that's where it comes down to is the people I trust, such as yourself, Brian, Karen, guys like David Weiss. I'm always going to prop you guys up because you guys, I really have a lot of respect for what you guys do, and you guys have been consistent. When I see someone new in the scene come up, I'm very leery of promoting them because there's a lot of backstabbers out there, a lot of people that might present themselves as good in the beginning. Like, for example, Dell, when he first showed up on the scene, I thought he was okay. Then he completely turned into this freaking maniac and a raging maniac in his shed.
I love what you say, though. It always comes down to him in his shed.
But listen, I said it before. I go in there and I give him a hard time because he's like a monkey in the cage. Like when I was a kid, any little kid, they want to get a stick and poke the monkey at the zoo. That's Dell. He's easy to trigger. So I get kind of like, I kind of get like a laugh off of that, when it comes to him. But like I said, I'm really sticking to people that really get it. The people that don't, I'm not that I'm pushing them to the side completely. I'm just focusing on people that get it. It's not time to be teaching people. People should get it by now, especially people that have been involved in truth for a while. They should have a good grasp. Look, if it's spotlighted 24/7, it's their production, their creation. They're not killing people. Okay, it's all very simple. But people want to. I think it's more exciting. Oh, they're really killing people. Oh, this is a government operation. They're releasing this virus to the public, and people are dying. These people are like, man, it's like you might as well just be back to watching CNN. Don't bother coming to my channel talking about this garbage. Go back to watching CNN and Fox News and push the same garbage they're pushing. And that's how I see it with these people. And but at the same time, there could be some of these people who are newer to truth. But if you've been at this for longer than a couple of years, you should know by now. And like I said too, I think again, what it comes down to is people want to sound rational to their peers and their friends, and their family, calling these other fake events real, because they're worried like, oh, if I call everything fake, they think I'm nuts. Well, it's a crazy world. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it's too bad. It is nuts, and you got to call it for what the fuck it is, man. Man up.
And that's the problem. People are cowards. They can't do that. And it's like like I said, it's a dramatization of real life events. That's what's happening. Here's the funny thing is, when you hear Elon Musk talk about we live in a simulated computer simulation. There's one.
Don't even get me going. I have so many videos about debunking that and that nonsense. They all push it. Neil deGrasse did a video about it just the other day. He came out and said it again, and he went on and on how nobody's been able to convince him that we're not in a computer simulation. I'm so sick of them and their bullshit, their magic CERN, the whole thing. I hate it, and I have to deal with it all the time. Because a lot of the people in the Mandela community, they believe that, and I think it's another big anti-God agenda. And what more to take away your soul than to think you're a fucking computer simulation, dude?
Yeah,
how insignificant at that point?
Yeah, who created a computer if you believe in this nonsense? But the point I was getting at is, Brian and Karen, everybody else listening in, is the point is what I'm getting at is he said that on Vox Media about 1 in a billion chance we're not living in this computer simulation. Then literally like 2 weeks later, he's freaking launching so-called Starman, which is just a regular car in space with you can see through the spokes. It's just complete garbage. And so literally what he's really saying is we're the simulation. There's no computer simulation. We're the ones simulating your reality with the hoaxes, fake shooting, fake bombings, fake space launches, fake coronavirus. Everything's fake in this freaking. Well, if you here's the thing, it's so simple. Like I said, if you believe you live on a freaking magical spinning water ball zipping through space, now they're going to tell us truth about all these other things? No, this is the hugest lie, and now they're going to give us freaking truth about some garbage coronavirus? No, and like I said, it's just few people can get it, and few people can go where the truth is. Because, like I said, they're cowards. You said it too. They're cowards. They can't go where the real truth is. They're just sitting on the fence type of thing. They want to, like I really have to emphasize it. They really want to be like, they want to be part of truth, but they want to sound rational. They want to still hang out with their beer buddies, go to the baseball game, and not jump full aboard the truth where the truth is. Because they're worried about.
Yeah, they want the truth when it's convenient, when it fits their schedule, and when it doesn't cramp their fucking lifestyle and their petty shit. That's when they want
to. Another thing too is what really kills me is this is what I can't stand. It's happened so many times over the years where people are bored. All the exposing videos I do about all these events throughout a recent history specifically, and then when a freaking event supposedly happens, like in San Bernardino, I had this one woman. She was a huge follower of mine, and then I made a video exposing the San Bernardino hoax for what it is, that fake shooting in San Bernardino.
Yeah.
She goes, no, I live here. I know it's real. I said, guy there? Yeah. And she just flipped out this, and this, because I live here. I know it's real. The problem is this: people hear sirens. People see ambulances going down the road. That's part of it. Yeah. what really gets me is well, they say, but they had a funeral. I'm like, do you think they're gonna have a fake shooting, a fake press conference, and just bypass the fake funeral? They gotta go from A to Z with their fake stories. They can't bypass the fake funeral. They have to go along with this closed casket, or like Kobe, a private burial in Corona del Mar, with the Corona, just like the coronavirus, So it's just all nonsense.
Yeah, there was a plane crash that week as well on the 22nd of January in Corona, California. A small plane crash. I mean, the program is just ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to is how far back are they scripting these things with these events? It's pretty amazing, and definitely, like I said, it definitely the coronavirus. Going back to the Contagion movie from September 9th, 2011, the 9/9/11. Man, that's just 9 years. It even goes back further than that, even with this predictive programming, and way back, further back. We know this. For example, you look back, and when it comes to these events, to me, the one that's the most scripted, the furthest back was the Pentagon. It's literally 60 years to the day with the groundbreaking on September 11th, 1941. 6 years of the day from groundbreaking to being supposedly attacked. So that just tells you right there. I mean, literally, they're telling you that Pentagon, we're doing the groundbreaking on this date. We're planning to have an event happen 6 years of the day, just like the towers, 33 years from the groundbreaking to 2001. All these events, and really, what I see moving forward, we're talking about these events that are happening in the past and now. I'm looking forward. What's a major event I think might happen is I've been saying this for the longest time. I've seen so much predictive programming with the Golden Gate Bridge, and I believe one day, I'm not the first one to say this. I believe one day the Freedom Tower, that's going to be coming down too. It's just a matter of time. That's a huge symbol for this. So I think that's going to be coming down. Golden Gate Bridge, something's going to happen. Built in 1933. There's so much predictive programming. I mean, it's just unbelievable the amount of predictive programming when it comes to the Golden Gate Bridge being destroyed. That means it's a fact. I don't have a crystal ball. I haven't seen the script, but to me, the writing's on the wall type of thing. And one thing that really stands out is this past Christmas, when you had in the White House, they really emphasized on the ornaments, and the ornaments showed the Golden Gate Bridge in the White House in DC, the Golden Gate Bridge. They also had like this cake on a table where Melania's walking towards it, and they show the Golden Gate Bridge on the table as well. So they're really pushing that. And of course, it's all occultic, going back to, not only the Vatican, but Egypt with the gold and silver gates. So it's very occultic. And like I said, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the Golden Gate. And one thing too, living in the San Francisco area, kind of weird is they have the Bay Bridge as well, and they have the troll. It's like a demon, a little devil that they have underneath, or actually right in the side of the bridge. It's like a little demon or devil, and they have like a weird ceremony. I made this video years ago about it, the occult of San Francisco, and they had this really weird ceremony across the bay in Oakland with this the Bay Bridge troll, and they just showed they're going over the history and why it was created and all this stuff. It's just a bunch of weird stuff. These people, of course, San Francisco, California is basically the satanic capital of the world when it comes down to it. That's where the Satanic Church was founded, of course, with Anton LaVey on California Street. The same.
He's a real piece of work. That fucking guy, man.
Yeah, that's the thing is. Well, here's the thing is, he's on his Satanic Church, which is a house, is on the same street with the Masonic Lodge in San Francisco, the the one on I think it's 1,000 California. I forgot the exact address, and right across the street from the.
I still remember. Remember, he's got them pictures with Joe Rogan. They look like they're buddies in there.
Yeah, and also, this goes back living in the Bay Area in San Francisco. Years ago, Sammy Davis Jr. He was a warlock in the Satanic Church, and there's a old theater called the Circle Star Theater in San Carlos, California, right by the 101, where Sammy Davis Jr. There was a ceremony, and the Circle Star is of course occultic. The star within the circle. They had a ceremony to raise a level in the Satanic Church to a warlock too. So yeah, there's here's the thing is too, even Brad Pitt, it's not on YouTube. I think it's on BitChute, where he talked about, he says it's an actual like interview press conference type thing where a lot of reporters are there. He said it with a straight face about him getting involved with Satanism, like with a straight face. Then everybody started laughing like he was joking, so he went along with a smile with it. So all these people, they're like freaking occultists, and this is like literal with the vial with Angelina Jolie carrying on the vial of blood and drinking it or taking a sip. It reminds me of that movie, little things that people do not catch on to. If you watch like Pulp Fiction with that scene with John Travolta and Uma Thurman at the table at that 50s cafe, and they can order a burger from that Buddy Holly waiter, and they're asked, "Do you want it bloody as hell, or burnt to a crisp?" And they both order it bloody as hell. The blood, it's all the ritualistic drinking of the blood. You're not supposed, according to the Bible, you're not supposed to drink the blood type of thing, and that's exactly what they did. So yeah, it's just everything they do. There's little hidden Easter eggs in movies too. I know I'm kind of getting off course here with Corona, but like if you watch Pulp Fiction, every time Samuel Jackson shoots someone, he's always, before he does it, he's reading a Bible scripture. Like it's like blasphemy. And then right after reading out Bible scripture, he starts shooting people and killing them. There's all these little things they're doing. And also, I made a quick little short video on it. When you have the director Quentin Tarantino making coffee in the house, behind him there's wallpaper, and there's 33s coded on it. And when you look back, at John Travolta and Samuel Jackson, when they turn around, the same wallpaper, and you see the 33 against the wall. That the car that the guy drives, what's his name? What was his name again?
Isn't it like Jimmy?
There's Jimmy. Jimmy isn't Jimmy Tarantino the other guy? The guy that comes to help everybody. Maybe it's Jimmy.
The Wolf, right?
Mr. Wolf. Yeah, when he drives his car, look at the license plate. In numerology, it's the 33 license plate. So there's always this occult symbolism hidden in plain sight, and they think we're a bunch of idiots and no one's going to catch on type of thing. Just like a really important scene that's really underlooked is from a movie called The Game with Michael Douglas. And like there's a scene where he's sitting at a desk for this job, and he's asking about the job, and the guy that's hiring him said, "It's just a big game. It's a game." And he goes, he doesn't understand. It's like society. It's just all these Psy-Ops, everything they're doing. It's just a big game. Anyways, you go later in the movie, he's quoting a Bible verse. Once I was blind, but now I can see. Right when he says that, a car pulls up, and you see the license plate. Once I was blind, now I can see. The license plate, right when they says that, is 33 coded in numerology. So people are not going to get it. They'll just think, oh, it's just a license plate car. A car driving up, to the scene. They pen in the license plate. That license plate is 33 numerology. So it gets back to Manly P. Hall. It's not seeing things. Wisdom is not seeing things. It's seeing through things. And definitely the other quote Manly P. Hall is famous for is when it comes to symbolism. Once mankind, or men, women, whatever, learn to the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of people. So that's definitely it. People understand that. That's a big thing too with me, not to go on too long. with me covering a lot of hoaxes and psyops, I would always touch upon the occultic side. People like, he's a good friend of mine, PK in Australia, but he'd only focus on what we can see with the fakery. And I would like do podcasts talking about numerology and stuff, 33. He before he went live, he said, don't bring it up. It's nonsense. But now he's covering it.
Remember, you told me that, yeah.
Yeah. Now he's covering the videos. Now he's talking about it. So, there's a bigger aspect to this all. These are cultists running this world. It goes deeper than, like, for example, people see one thing about a logo or one thing about a psyop, but they're missing 2, 3, 4, 5 other pieces. They're there as well. There's multiple things, and with signs and symbols, a lot of people try to break down into one meaning when there's multiple meanings to signs and symbols, and that's what people really need to grasp. And once you, it's like that song by I hate to even quote this band. They're just puppets. They're just Muppets. Is Ace of Base. I saw the signs. I opened up my eyes and saw the signs. Life is demanding without understanding. Obviously not from them. These are Masonic writings. And a big one was with Depeche Mode, of course. Enjoy the Silence on Top of the Twin Towers. And the lyrics of My Little World Come Crashing Down, crashing in. Literally, of course, the tower's coming down. Was it 10 years? I think it was actually filmed in 1990 by a French film crew. So it was 11 years prior to the towers coming down. But other lyrics of Enjoy the Silence, words are meaningless. Enjoy the silence. This is all Masonic, the code of silence, don't tell secrets and, just communicate through their language. And this is the problem. 99% of society, less than that, 99.9% do not understand. This is their language, and they don't understand their language of symbolism. And that's why they'll never get it. They're like, it's like these people are speaking Chinese to them. They're not going to understand it until they understand this language of symbolism. It's so very important. And again, until people grasp it, they're just going to see the obvious that, if they get there, they'll see the obvious signs if they actually look into things. But again, it goes much deeper.
Yeah. Hey, how about can we take one more break and then we'll come back and kind of start to wind it down? Is that cool?
Sure, sounds good.
We have a little more time, yeah.
As long as you want to go, I'm good.
Karen, how you doing? Tired?
I'm okay. I'm a little tired, but I'm still here.
You're very quiet. I feel bad, but you're enjoying listening, right?
You know why? The problem is you're hogging up all the time, Brian. All the airtime's going to you.
No.
I'm the worst. I'm sorry. Of course I'm just messing with you. I'm the worst. I go on forever, and I apologize sometimes. I tend to do that. I'm thinking I fall in the realm of my channel where I just keep going forever, and I forget I'm on your channel, Brian.
No, that's why we have you here. People hear me 3 times a day. I'm live like all the time. They hear me all the time. So
all right, man. Cool, man.
Cool.
Thank you.
I just don't. Karen, we're gonna take a quick break, okay, and then we'll come back and our last segment. We'll get back into the coronavirus and start to wind it down, okay?
Okie dokie.
Sounds good.
So if you have anything you want to get into, okay, get it ready because that will be the time. All right, guys, we'll be right back in about 5 minutes.
I'm a flyer. I'm a flyer. I'm a flyer. My name is Tristan, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. And she couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. And she couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
All right, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us during the break. We are going to we're gonna wrap it up in a little bit. We can probably go like a half hour, 40 minutes or so. I don't know if I can do another hour. We'll see what happens. Once we get it talking, we get going for a while. For people that are new to the channel, I'll just do a quick couple of plugs. On my page, if you go to my channel, all my videos are on the Dose of Reality list, which is the first playlist you see. For looking into this Corona thing, I've really been covering a lot of it, the disinfo, all of it. We've been covering all aspects of it, really, me and Karen. We haven't been covering the some of the predictive programming and the other stuff that you've been covering, Avi. So that's perfect that we're kind of all here on the same stream. And people do know I talk about other topics as well, just like Karen does and RV. So I have other playlists. I have a My Awakening playlist where I interview everybody that I find very interesting. And so I interviewed Russian Vids actually a few weeks ago, and it's basically people's personal journey. I get their own story. So check that out. And if you want to check out my Mandela Effect work, a great place to start is my short list, where each video focuses on one effect and a ton of evidence towards it. So check those out. What do you want to get into on the last leg of the race here?
Yeah, I would say just the overall aspect of, look, obviously those that control, our past, control our present, and control our future, the same people, might be, handing off the playbook, whatever you want to call it, but we have to be looking what's moving ahead, moving forward. The problem is this: people always say, "Oh, you talk about predictive programming. Well, why can't you find it?" Well, literally, there are thousands upon thousands of movies. Someone can't sit down and watch every single freaking movie and get it all. And even movies going back in time, and books and other publications, magazines. So it's not so easy to predict these things. But what it comes down to is they're not doing all this for no reason. It's definitely leading to something. And what I see really happening is they're using OJ. If you look at OJ on Twitter, he's definitely still under their wing and still push the propaganda.
What's he saying? What's he been saying?
Well, he's been talking about, he's been shopping, he's wearing the mask. There's a lot of symbolism, like him shopping. It's hilarious.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Go on Twitter and take a look at OJ. It's a riot. He's like he's at Costco. He's wearing one of the surgical masks. He has like everything's like 33. He has Arrowhead. He has all this toilet paper. He has Arrowhead water stacked on top of it. Arrowhead's thing is 33. He has the toilet paper like stacked in a way like there's 30 rolls per bag. So he has it perfectly flipped where it's like a 3 and 3 with 30 rolls per bag. The orange push cart. I mean, it's a joke. OJ's 33. So it's all this nonsense. It's an actual riot. And also, too, they show him in his backyard cleaning money. If you keep scrolling down, there's one video of him in his backyard. Yeah, I don't know why I hear that. But if you keep scrolling down, that's him in the store. But they show, if you scroll down more, I think that's the one where he's cleaning. Yeah, where's the right there? There he is. That's the one. Now, if you click on that, you'll see it. Yeah, click on that one. No, the one with him with the mask. Yeah, that one there. And you'll see if you zoom in, you'll see the 3 and 3 on the cart, the Arrowhead water. This is all just freaking programming. Just nonsense. But yeah, scroll down. If you zoom in towards the bottom, and you'll see that 33 with the toilet paper. He has it perfectly positioned. Here's the thing about OJ while we're talking about him. He was, of course, in that movie where he supposedly went to Mars. They faked, not went to Mars. They actually faked going to the Mars in Capricorn 1, a movie based on faking. The tagline of the movie is the most important event that actually never happened. And he is wearing the astronaut suit and everything. Here's the funny thing is people have to look at these.
He's also the star of a movie called Naked Gun, 33 1/3.
Yeah, I seen that in a drive-in years ago at the Burlingame Drive-In in California. The funny thing is people don't realize when you think of the aspect of numerology, like Simpson is 33 numerology. Astronaut, he's playing an astronaut wearing an astronaut's outfit. Astronaut is 33. So it's like the dual 33s type of thing. Of course, OJ is orange juice, 33. So there's so much symbolism that people they don't want to focus on that. They don't want to talk about that. But they're losing a huge aspect. Even that tide list is 33. So all these little things that he does, that's just going to go over everybody's head. The white Bronco that he drove, it's the white horse, the biblical white horse in the Bible that was scripted to play out that way. And with the white horse of the OJ's Bronco, and just so many things. Of course, being sentenced to 33 years in prison for stealing back his own merchandise. 13 years of the day after being acquitted, he gets sentenced. So it's all by the numbers, man. People need to really understand that when it comes to even the Goldman family. The civil lawsuit was $33 million. So yeah, it's just a bunch of garbage. And everybody, of course, involved with that OJ sham of a trial. Marsha Clark, They all had books. They made multi $1 million.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and here's the
They
thing is too, you had Marsha Clark in a movie on TNT called Pretty Little Liars. You had Christopher Darden in Liar Liar with Jim Carrey, just a cameo appearance. So everybody involved, Gil Garcetti, the DA, like I said earlier, his son's the mayor of LA now, but now Gil Garcetti, the father, he's a producer, a writer in Hollywood. So you go from a DA to a movie maker. It's because the whole OJ trial was a movie basically. It was just a big sham of a trial and just a big joke type of thing. And people think it's real because but I saw the Bronco on the freeway, but it was a low speed chase, very safe. In a real life situation, they're trying to get away from the cops. Of course, they're going to be burning rubber type of thing. Yeah, so that's part of the illusion of making it look real when they're actually just like Boston, it's happening in a public street, so it must be real. The same effect. So that's what they really push is having things seen with public's own eyes or hearing. Like, for example, you hear a siren, that means the event is officially real in people's minds. And getting back to people that used to follow my channel and agree with everything I said about the hoaxes, but then when a hoax happened in their city, it must be real.
That's that fake emotional attachment. That's why people don't understand why one of these big ones could work, like 9/11. Oh, they could have faked 3,000. It's easier to fake 3,000. Now you got 60 people spread out in each state. Now everybody knows somebody in the next town. Now it's definitely real.
Well, the big red flag to me about the fake deaths with the towers is I forgot the name of the show, or it was a website, but it was a podcast. It was more like a radio show, not really a podcast, years ago. And these guys were going over all the photos, and they did some encrypting and how all the photos were dated back prior to 9/11.
Yeah, the EXIF data on a few of them actually showed that they were last edited before 9/11, and those ones that were last edited before 9/11 actually had it had like the obituary part of it, the cause of the death already embedded in the photo pre 9/11, like what flight the person died on. And one of them, I don't know if it was Mark Bingham or Todd Beamer. It was one of the more prominent known victims. So it's a complete joke. But yeah.
And I remember Mark Bingham, of course, the famous mother smiling and laughing about, he said, "Hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham." She's like laughing, and like the whole story about, of course, let's roll. What a joke. Let's roll.
Dude. And there you go. There's your social distancing, like these little terms that they come up with. Let's roll became huge. Let's roll was a huge thing, dude.
Like the huge tagline. And the thing is, everybody knew this at the time about cell phones not working. I remember I posted this in a video years ago with George Bush and his Air Force One, and they're talking about how there's real serious issues with getting his phone to work, his cell phone to work, and make actual contact, call people, how it's so difficult and how it cuts off. This is like a total separate entity, separate documentary. And hearing that to, all their phone calls went through with CC, that woman CC for being 33, being the stewardess, the flight attendant, and all this nonsense. But
the Barbara Olson, Ted Olson call.
Yes, that one too. There's a few others, but And what really kills me is what I used to always show people was the from the Zachariah Massawi case, where they show the box cutter, those yellow and black. These are satanic colors, of course. When it comes to Satanism, it's like the bumblebee. They try to steal, of course, what God creates with the black and yellow. But the bottom line is, you had the yellow and black box cutter. You had supposedly the pilot scarf, but there's no freaking plane. It's been disintegrated, but the scarf's in perfect condition. The box cutter is in perfect condition, used in trial for the Massawi case. And you show this to people. This is way back when, about 2005, 2000, whenever it was, 2006. I forgot what the exact years ago. And even though you show them, look, how can this freaking, the box cutter is one thing, but this is material. It's like it's complete mockery. where this was the bandana, it's perfect condition in this plastic bag used as evidence, and you people actually believe this?
What about the engine, dude? The engine that at Church and Murray, supposedly fell fucking 90 stories, and it's on the pavement, like taped off underneath the scaffolding, and the pavement it's on doesn't even have a fucking much as a pothole in it. Like this thing fell. This thing supposedly fell from the the 79 to 81st floor area, like way up. It supposedly fell down, and it's just laying on the street. And it's not even the right size engine, and we know they do these. They leave some of these mistakes on purpose, of course.
Yeah, and they probably had that. They probably had that engine also, like in like a garage, a nearby garage, or just literally feet away and just roll it out.
Yeah, well, just a couple years ago, I know you probably know this, but the people will believe anything. Just a few years ago, I don't want to put an exact date, but it wasn't like a long time ago. It was like 3, 4, 5 years ago. They announced that they had found a tire from one of the airliners in New York, wedged in between two buildings.
What a joke! It's just hilarious, man. I mean, literally, these people are laughing. It's like we're faking all these things and they're believing it all. Even truthers are buying into it, and it's. I gotta admit, it's a long road too, because 9/11. In the beginning, of course, what's his name from Clues Forum, Simon Shack, when he first said no planes, a lot of people are like really upset, like, oh, he's making the movement look bad. But I said it many times, he's smelling like roses, because a lot of people thought they were actual planes. When did you actually, did you always believe no planes, or did you like catch on later, or how did that?
I knew pretty much like 3 months in. I started my journey in 2010. About 3 months in, I realized there was no planes, and then because I realized there was no planes, it only took me maybe a few weeks or a month after that to realize Alex Jones was a complete fraud, because his agenda against no planes, the way he would paint you as crazy lunatics. I mean, the sound bites I could play of him trashing no planers, it's some over the top shit. So that really was a big awakening for me. And the no planes resonated with me right away. I had Simon on like 8 years ago, so it was like 2012. We did a show together and we broke it all down. Now me and him don't see eye to eye anymore, not just because a bunch of bullshit.
Simon Shack gets mad at everybody because I hate to say it, because he's not really on YouTube, and I mean, of course, he released some videos, but he has like a real chip in his shoulder. Like he's really like upset. Like a lot of people are talking about planes. I don't think
they did 35 pages on Clues forums about how I'm a shill. So, they can go fuck themselves, basically.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, that's the Clues forums. They're really like nitpicking at every single truth. They said the same thing about me as well.
They're a joke. There's a really good research there. The rest is a joke. And Hoi Polloi is the biggest piece of shit. And he's like Simon's right hand man. And he's talked so much trash about me, calling me a simulation. And they're saying I'm a simulation with an automated talk show. And they're like saying this like 3 weeks after Simon was on my show. Like, what do you people, you're making the fakery look stupid. And I'm convinced that that's what they're trying to do. Eventually reel everybody in that. And then they make it look stupid by saying like, I'm a simulation. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. I just remember Simon Shack saying a few things under my videos, just something like sarcasm. I don't know, like just years and years ago, he said something. But the bottom line is, I'm not sure the deal is, but obviously Simon Shack's not his real name.
His real name's Simon Heighton, and Hoi Polloi's real name is Max Conradi. They use fake names and they call me a simulation. No, his real name's Simon Heighton, and his brother actually works for the Bin Laden family. Now, whatever they're into and how legit they actually even are as a real family, there is a family called the Bin Ladens, and his brother works for like a race car team that they own or some shit.
Yeah, so that just tells me is they're the ones that are they give you this nugget of truth with no planes, but they're obviously agents. Like I said, they attacked David Weiss as well brutally, and many others. So definitely,
Well, they do the same exact tactics you see Eric Dubé do. Clues Forum is very much like Dubé's website with their shill wall of shame. It's the same thing. Same type of tactics. You see really good information on the one topic, and then it gets into like they're very Simon is so against those guys are so against flat Earth. They talk so much shit. He's actually come up with his own cosmology now. He has his own model now of how the universe works. Yeah,
I didn't even know he's still around. I thought he was like they just did the clues and then the Boston, and then they were gone. I didn't know they were even still relevant.
I didn't either. And he's pushed in this new thing called like the Tychos model or something. And it's like people like, oh, you got to see. I'm like, I'm not reading anything from these guys. Fuck these guys. You guys want to talk that shit about me forever? I'm all set, dude. You know, I don't go out of my way to do it, but since it's brought up, yeah, I'm all set with those guys.
Yeah, basically, he's if Simon Shack hears it, he's basically a one-trick pony. That's all he is. He just no plans. Okay, that was not that's just a piece of
and honestly, I think I'll call it right out. I think Simon Shack, Phil Jahan, and Let's Roll Forums, and Willie Rodriguez are all working together, and they're all
William Rodriguez.
They're all working against me.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I'm on social media. I was friends with William Rodriguez, and I remember which event was it Sandy Hook? I think it was Sandy Hook, or could have been Boston. One of the two, and we actually conversated back and forth. But I called one of the two fake, I forgot, or hoax after it went down, and he got angry. He said something, and he freaking blocked me I think it was Sandy Hook, or it could have been Boston, one of the two. But I'm trying to remember exactly. But yeah, he was friendly until I called the event a hoax, and then boom, just like that, he went off. And then same thing happened with Dylan Avery. Dylan Avery did the same thing to me. I just remembered. I called
Willie's a complete liar. His whole story is a complete fraud. He thinks he's fucking Superman running in and out of the towers with the magic key. And he even says he was in a caged elevator that filled up with water. Caged elevators were outlawed in New York in 1936, dude. And we all know when the towers were built, and it wasn't 1936. Okay, the guy's complete fraud. He called me in the middle of the night on my cell phone, dude. I didn't give nobody at 911 my cell phone number. I give very few people my cell phone number. He called me on my cell phone, not Skype, which we all used back then. My phone rings. It's Willie trying to convince me that I'm wrong about 9/11, saying that nobody died, and he's going into his whole story. And I'm like, Willie, I know about your whole story. You dove under the fire truck under ladder 12, and then they pulled you out hours later, even though we found that fire truck up the street. The whole story is completely bogus. And then there's the whole thing with Kenny Johanneman. They supposedly, the bomb goes off in the basement, and the elevator door opened. This is Kenny outside giving the interview, and him and Willie supposedly pulled this guy out, and he was so covered in blood from the explosion, they thought he had a red shirt on. Meanwhile, Kenny's out there, just like that fireman with the shiny suit. Kenny's out there with the pristine white, like, catering shirt on, not a drop of blood on him. Yeah, him and Willie are the fucking heroes. Fuck Willie. And how did he get my phone number? And he called me twice, and he was trying to, like, get me to team up with him and take down Phil Jahan because they have this fake feud. The three of them. It's a joke, dude. It's a joke, dude. There's so many gatekeepers in 9/11. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and also, too, didn't William Rodriguez have a photo with George Bush or something at some point? Or
Yeah, he definitely does.
You definitely
touring the world with the key, the magic key. He's the last man out of the towers. Why is the last man out of the towers calling me to tell me how wrong I am? Like, why would he even be calling me?
And what about Dylan Avery? What run-ins with him? I've had mine.
I did not. I luckily, when I kind of got on board, my old co-host Justin, he was really good at sniffing things out. He already been around. He used to go down to Ground Zero and all that, in the early days. So he had been around 4 or 5 years before me, and he already told me about the whole we what was it? We Are Change? Is that what they were called?
Yeah, but there, what I remember too, back in the early days with there's a few people that I known shills. Ken Dock, that was one. He would get furious. Yeah. He got furious when I said no planes. He got really upset. And the other one was a guy named Brian Dowling, and some other guy. He looked like I don't know, Middle Eastern guy or whatever. He lived in Oakland, California, and he seemed like a cool guy. But then I saw him hanging around with Mark Dice in front of Bohemian Grove, with the megaphone. I'm like, dude, these guys are all fakers. And what happened was these guys were like infiltrators in all the 9/11 groups on Facebook. And what happened was Brian Dowling and that other guy that lived in Oakland, I think, like I said, he was an Indian guy or Middle Eastern. I'm not quite sure. Dark skinned guy, and they literally disappeared like the same time. They just were like gone. They were like all over the place talking about all these events, and then boom, they're just gone. Like they're like on the payroll, and someone probably gave them their pink slip, and or you got their walking papers, and they're done. And they literally both disappeared at the same time. And another thing too is I hope Alex Jones doesn't hear this, but because I might be on his show later. But one thing that really raised red flags about him was that crying on 9/11, the broadcast. Everybody's heard that. You heard that, of course, Brian.
You talking about Alex? You talking about Alex?
Yeah, he was remembering like, oh, those poor souls. And he's like, and it was like total. You heard that, right? His 9/11.
Yeah, of course I heard it.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, after that, you hear that, you could tell it's a complete act job. And then, of course, Mark Dice, that piece of garbage. And there's a few other.
How about Peter Santilli? You ever running with that fucking ass?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and there's that guy, Pete Santilli, and another guy. He's a Puerto Rican guy, or maybe he's Cuban or Puerto Rican. He's the one that really got me, Alex Jones, Bill Hicks. What was his name?
Manny? His name Manny?
No, is it Caliber Hitter? Is that Manny? That's his real name, Manny, right?
I don't know. Manny's the one who says he has the uncle that was a firefighter. I forget his last name.
But there's a guy named Caliber Hitter. Yeah. No, Felix. His name is Felix. What's his name? Felix. I forgot his last name, but his first name is Felix. Anyways, he was he used to do videos on Alex Jones. He actually had a channel called Alex Jones is Bill Hicks years ago. But
can I answer? I want to answer a question. Somebody's asking you, but let me answer it. Okay.
Sure.
They say, why go on Alex Jones? Well, just like, here's the thing. We're trying to get these messages out. So somebody like Russian Vids or myself or David Weiss, we can go on these shows and we know what these people are about. We're not going to let them manipulate us. Sure, they can edit it up. They can cut us off as much as they try, but we're not going to let them manipulate the conversation. So if we can go on there and get some truth out there, then why wouldn't we do it? Why wouldn't we do it? So go ahead. You want to answer that, Russian Vids? You agree with that?
Well, I'm going to say this. I don't want to get in too much trouble from the people that work on the inside, but I'll just say I'm friends with someone on the inside there. And here's the thing is, what I was told was this: Eddie Bravo really liked my work, and he wanted me to appear on Alex Jones talking about the Kobe incident, Corona, all these things. And at first, the person that I'm in contact with InfoWars, basically try to push me to be on the show for a long time, and Alex just kind of push it aside. That when Eddie Bravo got involved, I said, "Dude, you got to get him on. You got to get him on." After that, he's like, Eddie was telling him what I'm covering, what I'm saying, and Alex said, "I'm crazy." He said that Russian Vids is crazy. He thinks everything is fake. Let's get him on. Then what I understand is Alex, he flip-flops. 1 second, he'll say one thing. He's like scattered. Like, that's what I'm told. He goes like 1 second, like, okay, let's have him on. Next second, he's like, no. So I was put on ice. I was supposed to appear 3 weeks ago, almost a month ago. But like I said, what it comes down to is you would hear the same Russian Vids as I'm speaking now as I am on Alex Jones' show. I would have to be careful too. I'm going to be very honest. If I appear on there, I can't be going there swinging, and just
like somebody said in the chat earlier. If you go on Alex Jones, are you gonna tell him that he's Bill Hicks? It's like, dude.
Well, I don't want to say it, but this is what I would have done, and I'll just say I don't care if they hear it or not. I would say, Alex, and by the way, Bill, and like Alex, say, Bill, and like when I'm telling a story about something, just rolling the bill out of nowhere type of thing. But yeah, I want to thank Eddie for that, trying to help me out, and someone else too. I don't know if I can mention their name, but they're the ones that really, really been on my side to really trying to get me on. Like I said, it still could happen, but the bottom line is what I'm getting at is, if I appear on there, if I just shoot from the hip too much too soon, they'll freaking just cut me off. So I gotta be concise, get to the points. Call vets what they are. I'm not going to go in there just to start a fight with Alex. I'm going to be gone very fast if I try to do that. So I got to be, I hate to say it, almost diplomatic in a way, but I'm going to freaking call things for what they are. Hoaxes. These are hoaxes. Corona's a hoax. Oh, everything, Kobe, all this stuff. So it's his platform. I can't be going on there and just start yelling at him and calling
No,
him.
you can go on there and call things hoaxes and stand your ground, but you're not going to go on there and be like, I know who pays your check, motherfucker.
Yeah, if you do that, then I'll be gone pretty quick.
Yeah, that would be stupid. That'd be a waste of time.
Faster than a rabbit, that type of thing. So, yeah, so I have to be smart about it, but we'll see what happens. It's still maybe in the works. I'll tell you right now is, and I even mentioned this to the person that's connected inside. I said, I know some people inside internally with InfoWars, they took some of my work over the years, specifically that the operation in New York. What was it called again? I forgot I made a video 2017 about it. Operation, what was it called? It was all over the United States, actually. I forgot. Yeah, it was the operation taking place. Like it was in the southeast near Arizona. It was going through New York. And basically, I made a video about it, the cult of Batman, Gotham. Gotham means the town of goats, and all these connections with Freemasonry and Batman. Like, of course, you have Skull and Bones in the Batman episode number 33 back in the 60s, where Bruce Wayne's great grandfather was the founder of Skull and Bones. So that's why you have all these events, like Aurora, the Batman shooting.
Oh, yeah. Look at all the ties with that and Sandy Hook and the Aurora and the Batman movie.
Well, one's right in front of our face that people don't even see. Is the bat who supposedly created the coronavirus. It came from a bat. So just like Bataclan, just like a Joker, like the Joker, Tsarnaev.
They also mocked us with the Lil Wayne video that came out a week before the Batman shooting. It had 12 skeletons in the movie theater, and then there were allegedly 12 people that died at the movie theater in the Batman shooting. Yeah,
and also too, one thing people forget is Jared Miller being a 33 name Miller, and Amanda Miller in Las Vegas, when he's also dressed up, like the Joker, just like James Holmes in the courtroom. So yeah, they love their Batman theme with all these types, and of course, Joker's a psychopath, so that's the theme of Batman and the Joker. And also, too, we can't forget the CIA is located in Virginia, and they had that one fake shooting with what was her name? Something Parker, Allison Parker.
Allison Parker was the reporter. Yeah, fake reporter.
The thing is this: the cameraman was named. It was a play on names. I always get this confused because there's Adam Ward and there's Adam Ward, Burt Ward, Adam, whatever it is. But the cameraman's name was like a combination of Batman, their actual real names, Batman and Robin. What was their real names again? Was it Adam West?
Adam West and
Burt Ward, wasn't it?
Burt something. Yeah, I don't know his last name.
So it was a play name.
Burt Ward, right? WARD.
Yeah. So his name was Adam Ward or something like that. I don't know the exact details. I made a video about it years ago. But what I'm getting at, it was a first name from the actual Batman, his real name, and Robin, the last name. It was one of the two where it was a combination of both of them. And of course, the guy that did the supposed shooting, it was like Freemason duality. He had two names. He went by this guy named Visor, and I forgot he was a newsman. He had a newsman name, and he had another name. It was just a weird thing, but it had some strange names. Like I said, I covered so many topics over the years. I can't remember exact details of the names, but it was just complete nonsense. And of course, Andy Parker. What's that?
There's been so many fake shootings, and they use the same names. I mean, like Parker, Allison Parker. It's so easy to confuse with Emily Parker from Sandy Hook. It's like, dude, it's
Parker's a 33 name too. Parker's a 33 name, and also there's a Parker with Orlando with that heavy set girl.
Oh, yeah,
I forgot her name. I forget, she had a weird name too. They always have these weird names with these Psy-Ops. And also, I forgot the Townsville shooting with that little kid. He's in the coffin with a Batman suit, and everybody showed up like Ninja Turtles and X-Men characters. It was a complete joke.
Crazy. That was crazy.
That was another Batman one, and it was weird because the camera angle, like they had the kid, you could see the Batman ears. They literally propped up this freaking fake outfit, like you can see the Batman head sticking out. Literally, this is a young child. He would be laying flat. You wouldn't see anything. But the angle, they purposely made it so you can see the part of the costume sticking out. It was just ridiculous. And the guy that was reading off about the supposed death of the child, he's like wearing a turtle suit, a Teenage Mutant Ninja. Oh no, he was dressed up as. I think he was dressed up as Batman himself as well. But like I said, it's all the whole Batman theme. And also, too, a lot of these signs people have to realize, of course, Freemasonry, Skull and Bones. And if you look at the SFO plane crash, that little kid, the Asian kid that said he supposedly survived the plane crash, he was wearing an orange shirt and it had the skeleton on it, the Skull and Bones. And other shooting, like another school shooting, this one woman's wearing like a skeleton jacket. It's like a jacket with the white skeleton bones. It kind of reminds me of Karate Kid. Just came across my mind. The Karate Kid during Halloween. That guy's the one guy, the one bully. He's wearing the Skull and Bones skeleton outfit too. So they love to fit in, and also pirate too. Like I said earlier, earlier in this podcast, where you had the big story a few years back, was the Somali pirates. The pirates were raiding all the cargo ships. In Pirate is 33. In Pirate is Skull and Bones, like the Jolly Rogers. That's on the jet fighters. All this nonsense they're doing is all about their symbols. They put it right in our faces. And like I said, the whole thing, like you hear nothing about any of these Somali pirates raiding any other cargo ships. Would they kill every single one? So, yeah. And talking about Somalia, that's another one. Another fake story is that Black Hawk Down. If they make a movie based on a true story, like I said, it's just reinforcing their fabricated history.
I mean, that spawned movies, video games. That was a big deal. But hey, listen, I'm ready to crash, so I'm gonna wind it down. All right, brother.
You can't. It's only been 5 hours.
Well, you know what?
I just
yeah, but no, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
No worries, man. It's my pleasure. I appreciate you guys having me on, and Karen as well. Just Karen, she's just she's always talking over us. We can't get a word in. just mess with you, Karen. Thanks, Karen, as well. Karen's awesome, and she's putting up with both of us, Brian. So she deserves an award for that for sure.
Anything you want to say, Karen, before we go?
No. I just want to thank Russian Vids for coming on here, and I thank Russian Vids for all the work he does, showing everybody the pieces to the puzzle and how they all fit together. And it's really important for everybody to look at this stuff right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Karen. I'll say this real quickly because we got to get going, I know. But it's like this. When we speak to people that are awake, it's like it's either people are all in, or for the most part, I shouldn't say all in. Most people are all in, or most people are all out. Like it's either people look at what we do, all of us here, as you guys are spot on. People are dead asleep. You guys are nuts. It's either, you do amazing work or you're freaking out of your mind. So that's the duality of this life system. So yeah, not to go too long, we're closing out, but yeah, that's one thing that we have to really key on is people that are dead asleep, and the people are just speaking half truths, and people that are really know that we're being lied to on a grand scale. We're just trying to figure out all the lies, and we know whatever they push is a lie.
Yep, exactly. So, all right, everybody. I want to thank Russian Vids, thank Karen B. Just so everybody knows, I know most people that are here I recognize, but anybody that's new, I have been live streaming as much as possible during this whole whatever the hell is going on right now. And I've been doing a lot of videos breaking down this hoax, so all different aspects of it. And I'm just pretty much constantly covering it. And I'm covering other stuff too. We're covering Flat Earth. We're covering Mandela Effect. We're covering whatever. Obviously, this has been dominating things, but we discuss a lot of things over here. And if you're not familiar, Karen is on here all the time with me pretty much. So we do a regular show every Thursday. So next week, this show will be on her channel. We alternate every week as far as our Thursday show. So make sure you sub and bell Karen. Make sure you sub and bell all three of my channels. Russian Vids, can you tell people your new Twitter one more time before we get out of here, and what's going on with your YouTube channel as far as when you post again?
Yeah, thanks for that, Brian. Yeah, just my Twitter got shut down just for mentioning Sandy hoax, and it's just simply Russian Viz, just like you see my name. If you type in Russian Viz, and you're gonna see, you're gonna find my link to my official YouTube channel. It's building number 7. It's an old channel all the way back to 2010. One of my original channels. All the ones from that era are gone except this last one from 2010. One's prior gone too. And also my current channel is currently suspended from uploading for about, I think, 4 or 5 more days. I can re-upload due to a coronavirus video. So I have a backup channel as well with the same name, Russian Vids, and it has the actual banner, just like the city streets, where it has all the billboards. And my main channel, of course, has the blue background with Roddy Piper. So, yeah, that's what's happening.
Well,
And, when I get back to my main channel, I'll put up some more videos for sure, and more than likely a live stream explaining, a lot of details we're talking about here as well. And I'm sure by then a lot of news stories will be coming out with the corona hoax.
Yeah, there's just tons of stuff to cover every day, honestly, if I want to cover the disinfo. And again, one more time, I think we should reiterate, stay away from people pushing fear on this. Stay away from people that are supposed to truthers pushing this as real and even worse than the media is projecting, because that's not helping anybody out. So
Yeah.
I'll leave that if you want to.
Yeah, I want to throw this in real quick right before you finish off. Social distance yourself from people that are social distancing.
That's right.
So stay away from the people that are social distancing. Stay away from them. So it might sound like, hey, that's kind of a contradiction. No, we're just staying away from people that are sleeping. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah. And hey, when I end the stream, Russian Vids, can you just please post your YouTube backup channel? I'm not even sure if I have your backup channel. Could you post that in the chat as well as your new Twitter?
Right now. I'll do it right now while you're closing out. I'll do it right now, real quick.
There you go. And I have Karen's channel and Russian Vids channel in the pinned comment, and they are both also in the show notes. But he's going to drop his new Twitter, and he's going to drop his backup YouTube channel as well into the chat. So besides all that, Russian Vids, how about in a few weeks, maybe we catch up again, and we'll do it over on your side.
Absolutely, man. You and Karen are definitely welcome on my channel anytime. My channel is your channel. You guys, you both are awesome. You guys are, putting the work in. You guys, live stream, always quality. I hate to say it, and I don't want to go on too long. And I just, what I think is what I say. There's people live streaming just to live stream, and it's just, I'm not gaining anything. I just shut it off. When I listen to you guys, it's always packed with good information. Some things need to be emphasized and restated. There's always new stuff, but the foundation things need to be restated. And you guys do a great combination of both. And so I always plug you guys on my live streams because
I appreciate that. I mean, I hear you do. I hear you promoting me all the time, and I really appreciate that.
Well, I'll say this very quickly because we're trying to wrap up, but I need to really say this. I look at it this way. I have friends in real life, but and they some of them make videos, but if they don't do quality work, I cannot promote them just because they're my personal friends or whatever reason. I've always been that way. We just happen to get along great. There's some people that I don't get along with great. I still promote their work. If I find they're doing good work, it's never about just hating on someone to hate someone. For example, here's a good example. Dave J and I, real quickly, he challenged me to a fist fight at one time. We didn't get along, but we kind of like put that behind us. And I like his work. It's really, deep stuff he talks about. It's beyond the human mind. Some of the things it's hard to comprehend. But what I'm getting at is, again, when I see someone do good work, and one thing I really enjoyed was your one podcast with Patricia Steer. You did that was a really good. That's like when you first came back from your hiatus from Truth, right? I'm not exactly sure about the time. I could be off by a year or something, but That was a
those are
fantastic-
early on. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. So when I said, I'm like, man, this guy, he's freaking like my brother from another mother type of thing. It's like everything's saying boom, 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 boom. Everything I agree with. So that's exactly the truth. And I wouldn't be saying if it wasn't the truth.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Well
And
deserved, man. Well deserved.
definitely appreciate all the work you put in, and most important is I appreciate the discernment that you have, because that's what I feel I have as well, discernment. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that, guys. Use discernment. Don't push fear.
One thing, Brian.
And
Yeah,
RV, please drop your backup channel and your Twitter stuff in the
putting it
chat.
right here. Yeah. One last thing. I apologize for cutting you off. It's so important. As you know, this is just being very brutally honest. When we're first new to truth, you know, we're learning as we go type of thing. We're learning from our mistakes. In the beginning, we make mistakes here, make mistakes there. But as we move forward, we learn from our mistakes. We learn what's actually going on. We really minimize the mistakes over the years. Like years and years and years ago, maybe 2010, 2009, I make a video. I have to pull it because a gaffe, error. But that doesn't even happen. I don't like, once I make a video, it's like, boom, it's pretty much there, because we really double check our work. We're still, you know, human. We can make mistakes here and there, but we really keep it to a minimum. And that's very important, very key, because there's people, even though they might not make videos, if they spot something that's an error, they're like, oh, I can't trust this guy anymore. This is a major gaffe, major error. So that's one thing about us, is we make sure we you know, through all of our research, we're pretty good at eliminating that. Again, we're human. We can make mistakes here and there, but we really keep any type of mistakes to a bare minimum. And that's very important, because if you make a video presentation or a podcast and you say something that's way off, then people are going to really pounce on that, and then you're going to get attacked. And, oh, this guy, whoever it is, has poor discernment. They made a huge error here. So I really want to emphasize. And last thing is really stay away from making date predictions. You can like say possibly something might happen on 3/22 or 3/11, but never say it's a fact. It's going to happen. I guarantee it. Then if nothing happens, you're done. You know, that's to all the truthers out there that do that kind of stuff. I definitely stay away from that. Don't recommend doing that.
Yeah. Oh, all right, brother. Thank you so much. Awesome show. I'm going to crash, but obviously we'll be in touch. And yeah, let's do something sooner rather than later. So
absolutely. I'll have you both on my show, and hopefully your audience as well. They'll be joining in after some. I think we should do it after the next big thing. Yeah, definitely a major thing, but like a big story in the news with all this coronavirus. I'm sure we're going to pick up from that, but we'll definitely stay in touch. And just you got my text, and yeah, just text me or Skype me. Probably text even better. Just shoot me a text whenever you want to. Maybe you have an idea of when you want to have a general idea. Hey, here's a big event. Let's do a live thing.
Yeah, exactly. Not like a week or two, but you know, several weeks or a month or two, whenever it happens.
Yeah, we'll play it by ear, and if definitely something major goes on, it's going to be sooner than later for sure.
Yeah. All right, brother. Thank you. And guys, that's it. I'm done.